the prosecutor, dismissed 2 of the counts pertaining to the mailing of obscene material. But any positive impression their dismissal might have made was outweighed by Judge Goddard's charge to the jury. Regarding the book on birth control, he argued that this advertisement was most obscene and most objectionable, and as for Nyrie's claims of full responsibility, this may be an offer on the part of the defendant, who is on trial, to pass its responsibility on to someone else. Another detrimental statement was the judge's assertion, "I think you fully understand that some of the witnesses in this case may have an interest in the result." 42 A clear suggestion that the Italians who testified on Tresca's behalf had lied. The jury deliberated from 4:30 p.m. until 7 p.m. The BI was confidentially advised that the jury was deadlocked over the 5 counts pertaining to the materials sent through the mails, 11 for conviction, 1 for acquittal. As a sort of compromise, the jurors unanimously found Tresca guilty of the 8th count, mailing the 2-line advertisement for the book on birth control. 43 He was released on $2,500 bail, guaranteed by ILGWU Locals 48 and 89, pending sentencing by Judge Goddard on December 8, 1923. 44 The defense team assembled for his sentencing included content, the noted penologist George Gordon Battle, and U.S. Congressman Fiorello LaGuardia, the future mayor of New York City. The government was again represented by Mattock. Having won a conviction on a minor charge of violating the mails with birth control information, the prosecution now pressed for a crushing sentence based on Tresca's political activities. Mattock began his new tack by admitting with arrogant candor that the proceedings against Tresca had originated with a complaint from the Italian ambassador. He then produced a translation of Abbasso la Monarchia for Judge Goddard's perusal. LaGuardia protested that Tresca's article attacking the Italian monarchy had nothing to do with the case, and that the prosecutor's introduction of extraneous information and material was a flagrant attempt to prejudice the court and jury against the defendant. These and other objections were brushed aside by the judge. Continuing in the same vein, Mattock depicted Tresca as a dangerous revolutionary who had to be stopped at all costs. He read aloud a Justice Department memorandum, dating Tresca's radical activities back to 1904. And, as if the real facts were not sufficiently damaging, Mattock introduced the Bolshevik bogey into the proceedings, claiming that Il Martello was financed by Moscow. Mattock told the court during his summation that, if Tresca voluntarily returned to Italy, he would not ask for a prison sentence. Otherwise, I ask your honor that a man who has caused so much trouble to our government be immediately deported or be sent to Atlanta Federal Penitentiary for 5 years to reflect on the nature of life in this country. 45 No one had ever been imprisoned under federal law for disseminating birth control information. The customary sentence was a $25 fine. Under state laws, punishment usually ranged from a fine of $10 to $100 to a jail sentence of 15 to 60 days, the longest sentence ever imposed previously was 60 days. 46 Protesting the stiff sentence demanded by the prosecutor, Content argued that because the trial resulted from Tresca's attacks against Mussolini, he should be punished only with a fine. LaGuardia demanded the same, adding that in 20 years of professional practice I have never observed a case of political dishonesty as this one. Mattock does not want justice but revenge for Mussolini. Battle, too, denounced the charges against Tresca as a pretext to serve Mussolini, noting that while he disagreed with Tresca's ideas, he admired him for the honesty of his soul, the sincerity of his professed faith, and the devotion he brings to the cause of the workers. 47 Speaking in his own defense, Tresca acknowledged the accuracy of everything the prosecutor had said about his activities in the labor movement. I have sought with all my strength, he declared, to elevate the moral and material conditions of the Italian workers residing here, and I have sought to instill in their souls the same faith in their emancipation that is alive in me. I am a soldier of the ideal. He also explained that for the last 2 years he had refrained from attacking the American government, concentrating his efforts instead on the struggle against fascism. The real issue in the case was his anti-fascism. He ended his self-defense, declaring, The struggle is between me and the fascist government. I know what awaits me in Italy. Death. And when my deportation is requested, it is my life that is being requested as a gift for Mussolini. Now you know what they demand of you, Your Honor. Go ahead and condemn me. I do not tremble, I do not ask for mercy. 48. None was forthcoming. Whether swayed by the prosecutor's arguments or pressured by the Justice Department, Judge Goddard pronounced the severest sentence ever handed down for dissemination of birth control information through the mails, 1 year and a day, to be served at Atlanta Federal Penitentiary. 49. While Tresca remained free on bail, LaGuardia attempted to secure evidence that might be used for an appeal. He demanded that Secretary of State Charles Evans Hughes confirm or deny that the case against Tresca had been prepared by the State Department at the behest of the Italian ambassador, as Mattock had stated openly. 50. This co-conspirator in the frame-up responded with obfuscation and evasion. 51. All efforts by LaGuardia and Tresca's other legal representatives ran into stone walls. Finally, on November 9, 1924, the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals reaffirmed the conviction and sentence. 52. Tresca faced imprisonment with his customary equanimity. Writing to the famous birth control advocate Margaret Sanger, whom he had known since the Patterson strike of 1913, when she was a militant anarchist, Tresca expressed confidence that spending a year and a day in prison would be ease for me. Just a vacation. 53. Upon arriving at Pennsylvania Station on January 5, 1925, handcuffed to the detectives charged with delivering him to Atlanta Federal Penitentiary, Tresca appeared carefree, as if leaving for a picnic. 54. According to Pietro Allegra, to whom he had entrusted Il Martello. Others on hand to give Tresca a rousing send-off were his daughter Beatrice, Flynn, Scott Nearing, Art Shield, representatives of the ACLU, several dozen Italian comrades, and a group of newspaper reporters, clicking away with their cameras. When the train bound for Atlanta pulled out on schedule, Pennsylvania Station reverberated with shouts of Viva Carlo Tresca, and Abbasso il fascismo. 55. 2 days later, Tresca began serving his sentence as prisoner number 19,149. 56. Backlash. Tresca's conviction and sentence, bestowing felon status, had been conceived by the Justice Department as the basis for deportation. Proceedings toward that end had been set into motion a few days after his appeal was rejected. But 3 weeks before Tresca set foot in prison, the Justice Department encountered another snag. Immigration regulations did not provide for deportation solely on grounds of a year and a day sentence. 57. Efforts were immediately begun to uncover additional evidence for that purpose. A prison interrogation of Tresca, conducted by an immigration inspector on February 10, 1925, yielded nothing incriminating, thereby prompting the Labor Department, the agency in charge of deportation's district director, to request further investigation to bring this alien within the anarchistic class and thus enable me to bring about his deportation. 58. What the State and Justice Departments had not calculated was an asset no other Italian radical possessed to the same extent: American allies. Roger Baldwin, director of the ACLU, filed a petition for a commutation of Tresca's sentence with Attorney General Harlan F. Stone immediately after his imprisonment. 59. Margaret Sanger, outraged by the draconian sentence, wrote to Tresca that I cannot believe that the laws of retribution can be so unjust. Anyone who has done so much for humanity and fought so splendid a fight as you have, cannot be treated in this unjust way. 60. She, as president of the American Birth Control League, and Flynn, as head of the Workers' Defense Union, organized a letter-writing campaign, targeting the Attorney General and President Calvin Coolidge. 61. Friends in the world of journalism: Haywood Broun of the New York World, Oswald Garrison Villard and Louis S. Gannett of The Nation, and Robert Morse Lovett of the New Republic, among others, utilized their publishing venues to embarrass the authorities with questions such as: is the United States government acting as the agent of Mussolini's dictatorship, and to denounce Tresca's trial and conviction as indecent and dishonest persecution. 62 Tresca's Italian comrades, meanwhile, organized a defense committee, conducted lecture tours, and held public rallies to raise funds for his legal expenses. 63 The public spotlight on Tresca's case intensified when America's celebrated iconoclast and social critic, H. L. Mencken, laid bare the pertinent facts and declared with characteristic cynicism, "The great agencies of America will let Tresca rot in prison before they lift their hands to help him, just as they are letting his fellow Italians, Sacco and Vanzetti, rot in prison. The American Legion, though it still sweats and groans for human liberty, will not protest. On the contrary, it is more likely to pass a resolution urging that the WAP be kept behind bars, guilty or not. The sons of the revolution will maintain a magnificent silence. Kiwanis and Rotary will not be heard from." 64. Mencken's bromide awakened the fascists to the possibility that their intervention against Tresca might have backfired, although the Consul General of Baltimore hastened to assure Ambassador Citani that a public campaign in Tresca's favor would not ensue. 65 He was dead wrong. By the beginning of 1925, most fair-minded Americans aware of the case had concluded in the words of the New Republic that Tresca's real crime consisted in his bitter opposition to Mussolini. 66 Accusatory editorials, such as that published in the Baltimore Sun, declared that the case of Carlo Tresca raises the question, and goes far to answer in a negative way, of whether our vaunted freedom of the press is in practice that inalienable right we had believed it. If his Mussolini's agents in this country can be instrumental in launching similar suppressions here, the time has come for an inquiry as to whence our federal bureaucracies derive their power, from Mussolini or from the America people. 67. The sharp criticism still emanating from the press, and the stream of letters to the Attorney General and the President from politically and socially prominent figures recruited by Sanger and Flynn, soon awakened Washington to the reality that framing Tresca at the behest of Mussolini's government had been a serious blunder. To stave off further embarrassment to his administration, President Coolidge commuted Tresca's sentence on February 16 to a term of 4 months of imprisonment. The commutation was accompanied, moreover, by a public admission that the proceedings against Tresca had originated with a complaint from the Italian government. 68 This disclosure was not intended as an admission of wrongdoing. Justice Department officials attributed the President's mercy to the circumstances of the case, particularly the severity of the sentence. 69 Assistant U.S. Attorney Matt Huck, not surprisingly, was irked by the commutation and its implicit censure of his prosecutorial zeal. Interviewed by the New York World, Matt Huck justified his courtroom offer to drop the charges if Tresca agreed to leave the country, saying that "I made him an offer because he has been a thorn in the side of organized government for years. He would be a good riddance." 70 Coolidge's commutation did not terminate the Justice Department's quest for new evidence upon which to base deportation proceedings. A glimmer of hope was generated when an inmate at the Atlanta Penitentiary, a former Justice Department official active during the Red Scare, claimed to have personal knowledge that in 1919 and 1920 Tresca had belonged to the Communist Labor Party, the Communist Party of America, the Union of Russian Workers, and the Committee of 48, a shadow organization composed of senators, congressmen, and other prominent people. 71 On March 20, 1925, the Bureau of Immigration applied for an arrest warrant pursuant to Tresca's deportation, but examination of Justice Department files revealed nothing to substantiate the ludicrous claims made by the inmate. 72 Finally, on April 21, 1925, the disappointed District Director of Atlanta received notification from his Bureau of Immigration superiors that a warrant for Tresca's arrest could not be issued without further evidence. 73 None was produced. Atlanta Federal Penitentiary. Max Eastman's famous New Yorker magazine profile of Tresca asserted that the anti-fascist enjoyed privileged political offender status at the federal penitentiary after receiving a letter from Eugene V. Debs, who had been imprisoned in Atlanta for his anti-war activities and had won the sympathy and respect of his jailers. 74 Eastman's version was fictional. Assigned to the most dilapidated section of a three-tiered cell block, Tresca had to share a cell, soap, and towel with a syphilitic inmate. His daily assignment was to scrub the floors of all 3 tiers, a tiring and monotonous task mitigated only by the fact that he remained out of his cell most of the day and became acquainted with fellow inmates, most of whom were drug addicts. At first, he was fascinated by prison culture and learned all he could about the graft and drug trafficking that dominated life in the penitentiary, but inevitably he wearied of the routine. Drudgery and denigration were also coupled with anxiety about deportation, because he was never informed of the government's inability to initiate proceedings against him. 75. News of Coolidge's commutation on February 16 must have lessened his worries but did little to accelerate the remainder of his sentence. A month after the commutation, Tresca complained to Margaret Sanger about the monotony of the same life days after days, without change, without opportunity of any excitement. Just live. And among numbers. 76. A visit from Sanger later in March was a day of sunshine in the darkened days of imprisonment. 77. He vowed eternal gratitude for her help in obtaining the commutation, promising to repay his debt with a devotion to you and to the cause for which you so valiantly devoted all your life. I am one of your lieutenants now. 78. On May Day in chain with only 6 days of his sentence remaining, Tresca was understandingly eager to be released from the hell in which I am living now. 79. Prison life, especially the terrible food, had taken its toll on Tresca's health but not his sense of humor. He forewarned Sanger that she would be surprised by his appearance at their next meeting. I have lost 6 inches in circumference and 35 pounds of flesh. This is a great reducing institution. 80. The doors of Atlanta Federal Penitentiary finally opened to release Tresca on May 7, 1925. A visit to the White House. En route from Atlanta to New York, Tresca stopped off in Washington to break the monotony of the train ride, to rest and eat a good meal, and to shake off the plainclothes detectives assigned to follow him. After checking into the Washington Hotel, he strolled around the city, taking in the major sights like any other tourist. Coming upon the White House, Tresca yielded to a mischievous urge and entered the building. While looking at antiques in the Blue Room, Tresca found himself surrounded by a group of students from Philadelphia who were scheduled for a reception with the president. Tresca loved children and was talking with some of the students when a voice announced that the president was ready to receive the group. An attendant, thinking Tresca was a teacher accompanying the students, instructed him to lead them into the receiving room. Expecting at any moment to be set upon by Secret Service agents, Tresca nonetheless accompanied the students into the room. President Coolidge entered, said a few words, and exited after shaking hands with everyone. Tresca, beardless and 35 pounds lighter, went unnoticed by the agents guarding the president, so when Coolidge left in one direction, he hastily departed in another. Once outside, Tresca felt delighted with himself. Not every day could a famous anarchist shake the hand of the President of the United States under the gaze of the Secret Service. 81. With Tresca's status as a victim of political persecution now firmly established, the press scrambled for personal interviews after his release from Atlanta. To the New York Times he declared that when Mussolini came into power several years ago, he and his agents set out to crush me. They have failed, miserably failed. 82. To the New York World he related the details of his visit to the White House, saying that he had intended to tell Coolidge that he was the man whose sentence the president had recently commuted, but had time only for a quick handshake. 83. Reassuring the reporters of his innocent intent, Tresca added, I don't carry bombs despite the stories of the Mussolini government. I seek only freedom, not anarchy. 84. By now, however, Tresca's handshake with the president had been an issue of contention. 85. The incident, whether true or apocryphal, would strike most neutral observers as trivial or amusing. But Tresca's enemies on the right and the left seized upon the handshake as ammunition. Fascist publications like Il Grido della Stirpe, Cry of the Race, characterized the visit as an act of submission, and represented the failure of the Secret Service to detect him as proof of his unimportance. 86 The Gallinisti of Eladunita dei Refretari stooped even lower than the fascists in their efforts to exploit the incident and besmirch Tresca's reputation. During the 4 months between Tresca's arrest and conviction, Eladunita had failed to express a single word of sympathy or solidarity. When several anarchist groups demanded an explanation, Eladunita skirted the issue of its silence, declaring instead that because Tresca at his trial had denied ever having been an anarchist or a syndicalist, his misfortunes do not concern us. 87 Quite predictably, the Gallinisti pronounced Tresca's handshake with Coolidge an act of apostasy. Not satisfied, the manager of Eladunita, Osvaldo Maraviglia, conveniently forgetting the Gallinisti's bombing campaign of 1919-1920, denounced Tresca as a renegade for tarnishing the reputation of anarchists by associating them with bombs in his remarks to New York World reporters. 88 Eladunita's attacks received strong endorsement from Gallini himself, whose chagrin at the prospect of Tresca replacing him as leader of the Italian anarchists in America had now become palpable. Writing from Italy, Gallini urged his acolytes in America to prevent Tresca from obtaining the dictatorship about which the rogue has dreamed since our departure and the end of Cironica. Oversiva. It is well that he should be disabused, and that the unmasking continue until the immutable characteristics of his muddled and Jesuitic countenance are revealed. 89 Gallini's exhortation to destroy his rival ensured that the heretical handshake with Coolidge would remain an indelible stain on Tresca's record. Fortunately, the petty snipping of his enemies on the right and the left had not detracted from Tresca's prestige and popularity among most anti-fascists. He was given a hero's welcome at the Pro Il Martello benefit held at Tammany Hall on May 23, 1925. When he appeared on stage, nearly 5,000 anti-fascists broke into tumultuous applause, with shouts of Viva Carlo Tresca, and Abbasso il fascismo. Before this jubilant mass of supporters, Tresca delivered an impassioned speech. I declare that I do not belong nor want to belong to any political party or group, because I will not submit to any tyranny. I declare that bourgeois society must be changed by attacking the pillars that support it. A revolution is needed to change it, not a fascist revolution that is regressive and reactionary, but a proletarian revolution, one of slaves against slavers, of civilization against obscurantism. I declare that I feel my spirit and strength reinvigorated every time the interests of reaction attack me with their persecution. I affirm my libertarian faith. 90. Reaching out beyond the Italian community of New York, Tresca wrote in Il Martello, I continue to stand, like an oak whose leaves do not flutter in the roar of the wind, on this side of the barricades, beneath the red flag that is the immaculate flag of the anarchist idea, the flag that is mine and that I have not forsaken. 91. The resistance awakens. 14. When the newly elected Chamber of Deputies assembled for the first time on May 30, 1924, Giacomo Matteotti, the leader of the reformist Unitary Socialist Party founded in 1922, spoke for nearly 2 hours, bucking a chorus of incessant howls, insults, and threats from fascist deputies. He presented documentary evidence that the electoral victories of the fascists had been achieved in April through violence and intimidation, and demanded the nullification of the election. Departing the chamber after his speech, Matteotti said to a colleague, "And now, get ready to deliver my funeral oration." One Mussolini became enraged. Whether he ordered retaliation or merely vented his anger within hearing distance of his subordinates is a matter of dispute. However, on June 10, 1924, Matteotti was kidnapped and killed by a group of blackshirts led by Amerigo Dumini, an ex-squadrista attached to the office of Cesare Rossi, head of Mussolini's press bureau. Matteotti's body was not discovered until August, but his disappearance and presumed murder caused an immediate uproar throughout Italy. The police and judiciary, not yet fascistized, pursued a trail of evidence that led directly to Mussolini's inner circle. The only issue in question was whether the Duce had ordered the murder. With the nation reeling in shock and dismay, Mussolini might conceivably have been toppled if the anti-fascists had been united and taken decisive action. Instead, the leaders of the moderate parliamentary opposition, mainly reformist socialists, liberal Democrats, and Christian Democrats, organized a boycott of the Chamber of Deputies that came to be known as the Aventine Succession. This gesture of moral and political protest depended for success on King Vittorio Emanuele III, who alone had the power to retain or dismiss Mussolini as prime minister. But the puny Savoyard was the wrong person to trust. When confronted with proof of Mussolini's complicity, the king responded, "I am not a judge, I should not be told such things, I am deaf and blind, my eyes and ears are the Senate and Chamber of Deputies." Mussolini survived, meanwhile, by sacrificing subordinates to placate public opinion, and by making deals with Italy's traditional elites. Assured of support from the latter, who feared communism would triumph if fascism were defeated, and prodded by fascist hierarchs in the party and militia, who threatened to unleash a second wave of violence if he failed to act, Mussolini resolved to crush the enfeebled opposition once and for all. In the Chamber of Deputies on January 3, 1925, the Duce accepted full responsibility for the environment of violence that had engulfed Italy since intervention, and promised that when two irreconcilable elements are at war, the solution is force. You may be sure that within 48 hours of my speech, the situation will be clarified all along the line. 3. And so it was. A new wave of repression terminated all semblance of opposition within the country. Repercussions in America. Immediately after Mattotti's disappearance, the pro-fascist dailies asserted in sycophantic unison that Mussolini was innocent of complicity, his overzealous underlings were the sole culprits. Denouncing the mendacity of the Fungia Coloniale, Tresca laid the murder at the Duce's feet months before Mussolini's defiant admission of responsibility. The actual murderers were merely the instrument of his will. Mussolini, the brigand, had warned, "Either these voices become silent or we will silence them." And the followers of the brigand understood his Sibylline language. Since Mattotti was one of his most irreconcilable adversaries, Mussolini had him eliminated. He, not the others, is the instigator of Mattotti's murder. 4. All anti-fascists shared Tresca's belief that Mussolini was directly responsible for Mattotti's murder, and like no previous event, not even the March on Rome, the crime galvanized the anti-fascist movement into action. On June 22, some 2,003,000 anti-fascists assembled at the Rand School, People's House, at 7 East 15th Street to pay homage to Mattotti and hear speeches by Tresca, Allegra, and others, denouncing Mussolini and the pro-fascist press. Several thousand joined a protest meeting at Carnegie Hall sponsored by the Italian Chamber of Labor 4 days later. In addition to Tresca, Giovannitti, Frank Bellanca, and other Italians, the meeting featured notables from the American left and labor movement, Sidney Hillman, president of the ACWA, Norman Thomas, Jacob Pankin, Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, and the communist Juliette Stewart Points. Several fascists in the audience attempted to disrupt the proceedings, and fighting broke out. Policemen and agents of the bomb squad, on hand to keep tabs on the radicals, intervened and restored order. Another dramatic protest occurred on June 29 in Boston, where more than 1,000 anti-fascists marched through the streets in a morning parade, stopping in front of the fascist newspaper, Giovinezza, to chant a basso Mussolini, Viva Mattotti, and sing Bandiera Rossa, before joining 4,000 comrades on the Boston Common to hear speeches by Tresca, Felice Guadagni, and others. Similar demonstrations took place in Philadelphia and other cities. The pro-fascist press condemned them all as anti-Italian. 5. Locatelli. The galvanizing effect of Mattotti's murder was intensified by the despicable reactions of fascists throughout Italy, who openly gloated over his death, even singing a sneering couplet in the streets, "Con la carne di Mattotti, si I fermo I. Salcicciati, we will make little sausages with the meat of Mattotti." 6. One fascist celebrity, who had besmirched the memory of Mattotti in similar fashion, was the highly decorated aviator and deputy Antonio Locatelli. Oblivious to the possible repercussions of his crude behavior, Locatelli had made the mistake of scheduling a publicity tour of Italian immigrant communities in August and September 1924. Upon arrival at Grand Central Station, Locatelli was greeted by the Consul General, Emilio Axario, and a bevy of black shirts. Also on hand to welcome the fascist were hundreds of outraged sovversivi. To prevent them from suffering bodily harm, a score of policemen hustled Locatelli and Axario into an awaiting taxi, which drove them to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, where another contingent of gendarmes provided security. Angered by the hostile reception, the director of the Il Popolo, Vincenzo Giordano, called upon fascists to enter the field of combat against the sovversivi. Tresca accepted the challenge. "We await you, without panic and without boastfulness. We cannot forget. We do not wish to forget. We wish to hate. But in hatred we will prepare our revenge." 7. Tresca's challenge went unanswered. After a stop in Philadelphia, where 3,000 anti-fascists disrupted a banquet in his honor with a volley of tomatoes, rocks, and bricks, Locatelli returned to New York to attend a performance of Puccini's Tosca at the Metropolitan Opera House. After surviving a barrage of tomatoes outside the building, Locatelli and Consul General Axario were targeted in their box by a rain of leaflets from anti-fascists seated in the balcony above. Upon exiting, they were greeted by several thousand anti-fascists led by Tresca. Fistfights erupted between anti-fascists and Locatelli's admirers as the fascist aviator and the Consul General fled in an automobile under police protection. 8. Battle for the Garibaldi Memorial, 1925. The Locatelli demonstrations were Tresca's last skirmishes against the black shirts prior to his imprisonment. After his release, he resumed his position in the vanguard of the anti-fascist movement, eager for the expected confrontation with the fascists at the Garibaldi Memorial on Independence Day. The black shirts, in order to legitimize Mussolini's regime in the eyes of Italian immigrants, had to propagate the myth that fascism was the true legacy of the Risorgimento and the Duce, a political descendant of revered patriots like Giuseppe Garibaldi. For the sovversivi, the Garibaldi Memorial was a battleground upon which to expose the black shirts as false usurpers of the Risorgimento tradition, and to reaffirm their own linkage with the great revolutionary leader who had prophesied that the international, i.e. socialism, was the son of the future. 9. In anticipation of the July 4th clash, black shirts of the New York Fascio issued a boastful rallying cry to their comrades, warning the sovversivi that "we will carry our banners and standards to destiny's heights, undaunted and scornful of our enemies." 10. Unlike previous occasions, the sovversivi did not interfere with the ceremony conducted by various patriotic organizations. The black shirts were the enemy that day. While awaiting them, speeches praising Garibaldi and denouncing Mussolini were delivered by a broad spectrum of radicals and labor leaders, including Tresca. The anti-fascists were thus primed and ready for action. When the black shirts finally arrived at 1:30 p.m., all the bravura they had invested in their challenge to the sovversivi evaporated in the July heat. They approached the memorial slowly and cautiously, surrounded by a protective cordon of police. A few attacked the anti-fascist throng but were beaten back. The main group of black shirts was subjected to a barrage of rocks, bricks, bottles, and pieces of wood that sent them scurrying for cover. By 3 p.m., the black shirts retreated to the Rosebank station while the police finally intervened against the anti-fascists, clubbing all within range of their nightsticks and arresting 7. Back in New York, a group of black shirts positioned themselves near the office of Il Martello, waiting to attack Tresca. But Tresca was still in Staten Island, bailing out the 7 anti-fascists arrested earlier. The victim the black shirts pounced upon instead was Giuseppe Genovese, an 82-year-old veteran of Garibaldi's campaigns, who was walking toward Il Martello's office, wearing his original red shirt. That was the extent of the fascists' triumph on Independence Day. 11. The Fascist League of North America. The humiliating defeat at the Garibaldi Memorial did not thwart the continuing growth of Italian-American fascism. As the fasci in New York and other cities increased in number and membership, Rome decided to place them under the watchful eye of Mussolini's new Undersecretary for Foreign Affairs, Dino Grandi, one of the highest-ranking fascists in the party. Grandi recognized the vital importance of American goodwill and economic assistance, and opted for a policy shift that emphasized winning mass support from ordinary Italian Americans rather than producing greater numbers of fascists. Grandi's policy, in theory, would subordinate the fasci to the authority of the Italian ambassador and local consuls. To effectuate the shift, the Concilio Centrale Fascista was replaced by the Lega Fascista de Nord America, the Fascist League of North America, in July 1925. To avoid identification as a foreign agency, the FLNA was incorporated in New York State and pledged to obey the laws of the host country, refrain from interfering in its internal politics, and avoid provoking conflict within the Italian-American community. The man Mussolini appointed president of this American organization was Count Ignazio Theon de Revel, an employee of the brokerage firm of Munz and Winslow, whose connections with Wall Street banks figured prominently in his selection. But Mussolini made a bad choice. Fancying himself the independent chieftain of Italian-American black shirts, Theon de Revel recruited extremist elements, including former squadristi who had recently emigrated, for the purpose of crushing anti-fascist opposition throughout the Colonie Italiana. At the time he assumed command of the FLNA, the organization included 47 fasci and 6,000 members. 12. The growing influence of the Fascist League was evidenced by the presence of black shirts at all the official events sponsored by the Consul General and the Prominenti. They were conspicuously present at the banquet held in the Pennsylvania Hotel on October 28, 1925 to celebrate the third anniversary of Mussolini's March on Rome. An anti-fascist protest rally was scheduled for that same evening at Bryant Hall. Unable to resist the opportunity, Tresca and Allegra led about 400 anti-fascists in a march to the Pennsylvania Hotel, where they intended to storm the banquet hall. Considering all their boasts about crushing the sovversivi, the black shirts might have been expected to assemble their cotters to battle the expected invaders. Instead, the task of defending the fascist celebration was left to local police and the bomb squad. 3 times Tresca and the anti-fascists charged the police cordon only to be beaten back by clubs. They failed to gain entry, but in the process they demonstrated to the black shirts that it was the sovversivi who possessed superior courage and militancy. 13. El attentato a Mussolini. The Pennsylvania Hotel demonstration and similar episodes did not deter Washington's warm embrace of new fascist diplomats like Giacomo de Martino, who replaced Citani as ambassador in January 1925. De Martino quickly established excellent relations with the State Department, which saw eye to eye with him on the activities of anti-fascists like Tresca. He found the new Secretary of State Frank B. Kellogg and his associates more committed than their predecessors to the belief that anti-fascists were dangerous Reds, and happily informed Mussolini that whenever a legal pretext presents itself, the department has intervened at my request, as for example last winter, when it succeeded in preventing an injurious theatrical performance in New York. 14. The foiled performance to which De Martino referred was the premiere of El attentato a Mussolini over Il segreto di Pulcinella, the attempt on Mussolini or the secret of Pulcinella, a political satire Tresca wrote toward the end of 1925. 15. The play was based on real events. On November 4, 1925, the former socialist deputy Tito Zaniboni was arrested in Rome for plotting to assassinate the Duce. From a hotel window opposite the Palazzo Chigi, Zaniboni planned to shoot Mussolini when he stepped out onto his balcony to give a speech. Minutes before the Duce emerged, Zaniboni was arrested, betrayed by a friend who was a double agent. Tresca and other anti-fascists, like most historians, believed that Zaniboni had been duped from the start, that the foiled assassination attempt was engineered by the regime as a pretext to intensify the suppression of anti-fascists, precisely the outcome that ensued. 16. Tresca's El attentato a Mussolini is surprisingly good political satire, with accurate character depiction, humorous dialogue, and a poignant political message. The main characters are Mussolini, Rossini, Roberto Farinacci, the fascist party's Secretary-General, Cardinal Pietro Gasparri, the papal Secretary of State, and a Contessa del Viminale, mistress to both Farinacci and the Cardinal, who has ensnared Zaniboni in her amorous clutches. The opening scene takes place in the Palazzo Viminale. All the protagonists are worried about the seething economic distress of the Italian masses and the political crisis caused by Mattotti's murder. Farinacci is portrayed exactly as one of the most fanatical and vicious of all black shirts. For this worshipper of the Santissimo Manganello, sacred cudgel, the solution to every problem is violence. Only with beatings can the donkey, i.e., the Italian people, remain tethered to the halter. Rossini, the ex-syndicalist hypocrite who still feigns concern for the working class, advocates a moderate approach to tranquilizing the masses, the sleeping pill of class cooperation, i.e., the fascist labor syndicates which he headed. Cardinal Gasparri, not yet privy to the plot, is fearful that mass discontent might unseat Mussolini, whom divine providence has willed to the motherland and the church. Pondering why religion can no longer keep the masses passive and obedient, the cardinal pines for the good old days of the Inquisition, when torture and burning at the stake maintained social order. Poor Mussolini expresses dismay that the Italian people regard him as a tyrant, but is reassured by the obsequious cardinal that fascist oppression, like the Inquisition, is justified if it serves a higher moral end. The Duce then declares that to save the situation a heroic solution is needed, and I have taken it. It is necessary to have myself murdered like Caesar. Mussolini quickly clarifies that the assassination will be faked, with Zaniboni as the dupe. At this point, a bumbling Italian-American banker, Cavalier Briscoe, is admitted to the room to report on the status of fascism in the United States. Addressing Mussolini as emperor, he admits that the black shirts in New York are stymied by the sovversivi, who on every street corner are blaming Mussolini for Mattotti's murder. Farinacci recommends that the black shirts subject them to the castor oil treatment, to which Briscoe replies, "The castor oil we have, but we lack the courage." Quaking in his shoes when Farinacci insists that anyone who dares call Mussolini a murderer should be stabbed, the Cavalier swears that he would stab Tresca himself if not for the electric chair. Farinacci mutters, "Yes, that one Tresca needs to be silenced," to which Rossini adds, "like Mattotti." As the emissary departs, Rossini asks him to give his regards to Trombetta, the ardent Italian-American fascist Domenico Trombetta, whose name in Italian means trumpet. The uncomprehending banker responds, "No, I don't play the trumpet. I am a cavalier and a banker." An exasperated Mussolini wonders aloud whether all the Italian-American bankers he has knighted are as stupid as this one. Mussolini's chief concern is that Zaniboni might succeed in taking a shot at him. But the assassin is apprehended as planned, minutes before the Duce appears on the balcony to speak before a big crowd of black shirts. Having stirred applause and cheers among the adoring Camerathi, Mussolini steps back into the room, muttering contemptuously, "And now, die of hunger you idiotic and imbecilic people. Let's eat." At dinner, the conspirators are startled out of their seats by the sound of a loud bang. "A bomb?" asks the quaking cardinal. "No, champagne," answers the waiter, who had just popped the cork. A sigh of relief issues from all the diners as the curtain falls. 17 When the premiere of Tresca's play was first announced, Ambassador de Martino hastened to request that the State Department prevent the performance. 18 Compliance was immediate. With an audience of several thousand anti-fascists assembled at the Central Opera House on Sunday, December 13, 1925, FBI agents and bomb squad officials invaded the theater and stopped the opening curtain on the grounds that the performance would violate New York City's Sunday Blue laws. 19 To the angry audience, Tresca explained that the prohibition was but another instance of the federal government's acting at the behest of Mussolini. Then Tresca launched into an impromptu attack against America's plutocracy and Mussolini's dictatorship, both of which, he declared, were united in the same anti-proletarian phobia and the same submission to the interests of high finance capitalism. 20 State Department interference with Tresca's play backfired. The normally disapproving New York press expressed a measure of sympathy for the anti-fascists and raised questions as to why a foreign government was being placated in this manner. And by utilizing such a lame excuse as the Blue Laws, violated every Sunday by millions of New Yorkers, the authorities provided Tresca with an easy means to circumvent another prohibition scheduling the next performance for any day other than the Christian Sabbath. Thus the crowd that converged on Bryant Hall on Saturday evening, January 23, 1926, was so large that hundreds could not be accommodated, and police reserves had to be called out to maintain order. Although agents of the FBI and bomb squad were present, they did not interfere with the performance, nor did they do so at subsequent performances in New Haven, Philadelphia, and other eastern cities. In the absence of government intervention, the American press ignored the performances and the anti-fascists as well. 21 This observation was not lost on DeMartino, who suggested a change in strategy to Mussolini. In my opinion, it is necessary to work for the gradual depreciation of the subversives, who are now isolated, rather than provoking incidents useful only to recalling the attention of public opinion to them. 22 Thus, as a vehicle of propaganda, Tresca's El Attentato a Mussolini was a smash hit among anti-fascists but generated only limited and brief attention from American observers. Not surprisingly, Zainaboni's manipulated assassination attempt provided a pretext for new repressive measures, including the law for expatriates promulgated on January 31, 1926, which provided for revocation of Italian citizenship and confiscation of personal property in Italy. The principal anti-fascists in the United States that this law targeted were Tresca, his colleague Allegra, and the socialist Vincenzo Vaserca, the three renegades whom we have had the greatest interest in removing from this country, DeMartino informed Mussolini. 23 Depriving anti-fascists of their Italian citizenship, DeMartino knew, would not constitute cause for deportation, but he did notify the State Department that the three renegades had been stripped of their Italian citizenship in hope of rendering them even more undesirable in American eyes. Anticipating that victims of the expatriate law might seek protection by acquiring American citizenship, DeMartino informed the State Department that granting citizenship to anti-fascists would be considered an unfriendly act by the Italian government. Granting citizenship to Tresca, Allegra, and Vaserca in particular would be dangerous for the United States, DeMartino warned. He claimed to possess evidence that the three anti-fascists had been receiving money from Soviet sources for the purpose of conducting subversive activities. Playing the Moscow's payroll card was just another tactic to spook American authorities into suppressing anti-fascists. 24 But neither DeMartino's mendacious warnings to the State Department nor the Italian law of expatriates thwarted Tresca, who never sought the safety of American citizenship. With the approach of Independence Day, 1926, Tresca anticipated another confrontation with the fascists at the annual Garibaldi Memorial celebration, one that would exceed the previous year's encounter in size and violence. Early in the morning of July 4, anti-fascists kept the headquarters of the Fascio Benito Mussolini in Manhattan and the two fasci in the Bronx under surveillance. Strong contingents were posted outside the offices of Il Martello, Il Nuovo Mondo, the new anti-fascist daily, and other radical newspapers to ensure against invasion by black shirts while everyone was away in Staten Island. Another group guarded the statue of Garibaldi in Washington Square Park, to prevent the fascists from conducting a rally there. Several thousand anti-fascists from all over the New York metropolitan area had assembled at the memorial at the appointed hour. While awaiting the black shirts, the crowd heard speeches by Tresca, Allegra, Luigi Antonini, Girolamo Valenti, Vittorio Vidali, and others, including Peppino Garibaldi. But not a single black shirt materialized. The intrepid fasci leaders had evidently concluded that a major clash with the anti-fascists would lead to bloodshed and bad publicity. 25. Vittorio Vidali, aka Enea Sormonti. At the Garibaldi Memorial demonstration and other rallies, Tresca's newest associate was Vittorio Vidali, known in the United States as Enea Sormonti. Of medium height and strong build, and with a brutish face that signaled danger, Vidali was an intelligent, tough, and utterly ruthless communist. A veteran of many battles with fascists in the Trieste area and Central Europe, Vidali fled from Italy to avoid imprisonment, making his way to Algeria in February 1923. Assisted by Italian seamen, Vidali boarded a ship bound for the United States and entered the country illegally in August or September 1923. Once established, Vidali quickly surpassed all other Italian communists in importance, including the estimable Giovanni Pippin. By 1926, Vidali was performing multiple roles for the Italian section of the CP, including the directorship of the party organ Il Lavoratore. During his 4-year sojourn in the United States, Vidali and Tresca were the dynamic duo of the anti-fascist movement, specializing in direct confrontation with the black shirts. 26. Open-air propaganda. With the FLNA increasing its strength and Mussolini's prestige rising internationally, anti-fascists felt more compelled than ever to project their influence beyond the parameters of their movement and reach unaligned workers potentially receptive to fascism. Thus, in the summer of 1926, Tresca, Allegra, Vidali, and others resumed their street corner propaganda campaign, once again targeting Greenwich Village, East Harlem, the Lower East Side, and the Bronx. 27. The borough where the black shirts had achieved their greatest gains was the Bronx, especially the Arthur Avenue section. In previous years, the sovversivi had been well represented among the workers of this Italian enclave, where a high percentage of them were tailors, employed in the garment industry in Manhattan. More recently, activity among many radical groups and sympathizers had declined in this neighborhood, permitting the rise of two fasci to go unchallenged. One of them, the Fascio Mario Sanzini, located at 623 East 187th Street near Gamberling Avenue, was determined to conquer the Bronx for the Duce, and throughout July 1926 a squad of 15 to 20 black shirts roamed the neighborhood, beating up known anti-fascists whenever they encountered them singly or in groups of 2 or 3. Growing more brazen with attack, the Fascio Mario Sanzini issued a public challenge to the anti-fascists, daring them to set foot in the Bronx. Tresca and Vidali received a special warning promising death should they venture north of Manhattan. 28. Eager to challenge Black Shirts' Quadrismo, Tresca exhorted his comrades to action, to the Bronx to reconquer a lost trench. 29. Prior to an anti-fascist rally scheduled to be held at the corner of 187th Street and Gamberling Avenue on the evening of July 31, Tresca and Vidali reconnoitered the designated area several times. Once on enemy turf, accompanied by only a handful of comrades, Tresca and Vidali could not resist the urge to bait the black shirts by strolling past known fascist haunts, eating ice cream and singing Bandiera Rosa. The sole response of the black shirts was to request police intervention after observing Tresca and Vidali enter a cafe. To the perplexed patrolman sent to investigate, Tresca said, "We have accounts to settle with the fascists, but we have no need of your assistance for that." 30. Tresca and Vidali returned a few days later, conspicuously sipping coffee in a cafe in full view of passers-by. Soon fascist and anti-fascist groups gathered outside the cafe as word of Tresca's presence spread through the neighborhood. A melee ensued when a fascist threatened to set fire to Tresca's beard. The fascists were routed. To humiliate them further, Tresca, Vidali, and fellow victors conducted an impromptu march past the headquarters of the Fascio Mario Sanzini, chanting Abbasso il fascismo, Abbasso Mussolini. 31. On Saturday evening, July 31, 1926, around 2,500 anti-fascists, some having come from as far as New Jersey and Philadelphia, assembled at the corner of 187th Street and Gamberling Avenue. Hundreds of neighborhood Italians observed the proceedings from rooftops, windows, and fire escapes. The crowd was harangued by Tresca, Vidali, Quintiliano, and others, who recounted all the economic and political failures of Mussolini's regime. After the speeches ended, the mass of demonstrators marched past the Fascio Mario Sanzini, singing revolutionary songs and challenging the black shirts to come out and fight. Wisely, Not a single black shirt showed his face, and if not for the protective cordon of policemen requested by the Consul General, the anti-fascists would have stormed the building. 32. Harlem Bomb. After their comrades had been humiliated several times by anti-fascists, a group of black shirts resolved to retaliate by killing Tresca. The date they selected for the assassination was Saturday evening, September 11th. The site was the corner of 1st Avenue and 116th Street, in the heart of East Harlem's Little Italy, where Tresca and others were to speak at an open-air rally. The fascists' incentive to eliminate Tresca was heightened when news was received that Gino Losetti, a 26-year-old anarchist, attempted to assassinate Mussolini by hurling a bomb at his passing automobile. An anonymous caller phoned Tresca at his office to warn, "You people tried to kill Mussolini. We're going to get our revenge tonight." 33. Anticipating violence, the ACLU had requested police protection for the September 11th rally. None was provided. Only fascists merited protection. By 9 p.m., an uneasy crowd of more than 500 people had gathered to hear speeches by Tresca and others. His comrade Luigi Quintiliano had just begun to speak when a rooftop barrage of tomatoes narrowly missed him. Before he could resume, Quintiliano was hurled from the speaker's platform by the shockwave from a thunderous explosion that shattered windows throughout the neighborhood and brought thousands of frightened inhabitants into the streets. 100 yards from the platform, on 1st Avenue, a Ford Roadster that bystanders observed circling the block several times had been reduced to a smoldering wreck. Its 3 occupants or what remained of them were strewn about nearby. All were identified as members of the fascist Aurelio Padovani club in East Harlem. 34 officials of the Fascist League labeled the incident a communist act, claiming that a bomb had been hurled by anti-fascists who recognized the occupants of the Ford as black shirts. 35. Tresca dismissed the accusation as ridiculous. If by the slightest chance anti-fascists had been responsible, he argued, I would not be a free man at this moment, and my comrades would all be the object of arrests, interrogations, and persecution. 36. The explosion, Tresca explained to reporters, had resulted from the premature detonation of a bomb the black shirts had intended for the anti-fascist speakers. The police and fire departments rejected both bomb theories, attributing the blast to sparks from the exhaust pipe that ignited the car's gas tank. 37. Tresca charged the police and fire department with a cover-up. 38. He was not wrong. Autopsies of the bodies discovered metal fragments and powder burns produced by dynamite encased in sheet metal, and examination of the wreckage revealed that the explosion had occurred inside the automobile. 39. The police, however, did not reveal the forensic findings until more than a week later, by which time only a few New York dailies took notice. 40. The police also sent a full account to the Italian Consul General, who expressed his relief in a report to Rome indicating that the police have not publicized the results of their latest investigation and have shown themselves rather disposed to keeping everything secret. I believe, therefore, that after a little uproar in the subversive Italian newspapers no one will speak any more about the tragic episode in Harlem. 41. Tresca and his attorney Morris L. Ernst tried for weeks to find evidence linking the assassination attempt to officials in the Fascist League and to underworld elements that may have provided the bomb. Their efforts came to nothing. 42. Political refugees. More worrisome than fascist bombs was the American government, which had resumed its campaign to deport alien radicals, especially those who had entered the country illegally or those whose visas had expired. This was one objective of the immigration bill introduced in the House of Representatives on February 18, 1926. Anti-fascists alerted Senator William H. Borah, Representatives Victor Berger, Henry T. Rainey, Hamilton Fish, and Albert Johnson, the head of the House Committee on Immigration, to the fact that many Italian aliens had fled political persecution in fascist Italy. They requested that the government grant these exiles a safe haven, in accordance with America's long tradition of hospitality. 43. Johnson, the architect of the immigrant law of 1924 that targeted Italians for exclusion, assured the anti-fascists that his new bill was not aimed at political refugees. He lied. Although the expulsion bill was temporarily shelved in March 1926, the Lega Profughi d'Italia, Italian Exile League, the anti-fascist Seamen's Association, most of whose members had jumped ship, and the International Labour Defence would soon be working full-time to save anti-fascists from deportation. 44 of the 3 renegades whom the fascists wished to see deported, Tresca was in the safest position so long as he exercised the same caution that had frustrated American authorities so far. Moreover, the State and Justice Departments feared another public relations fiasco should they pursue Tresca without adequate cause. When De Martino again requested action against Tresca for an article attacking the King of Italy, the head of the Division of Western European Affairs suggested that De Martino be brought gently and politely to a realization that it is a waste of time for him to importune the department with trivialities. 45 Allegra, too, was relatively safe from deportation, as the Labor Department had no record of his activities, and he was not likely to give them cause for compiling one. 46 Vasurka was the renegade most vulnerable to deportation. His visa had expired, and the State Department had refused to grant a renewal. Tresca and other defenders mobilized a legal team for a test case, however, through the intervention of Tresca's friend, ACLU attorney Isaac Scoer, and several prominent figures such as Senator William Borah and AFL President William Green, Vasurka obtained a series of extensions to his visa, despite protests from Mussolini's government. Not until 1933 was Vasurka compelled to leave the country, although after a brief sojourn in Spain, he re-entered the United States, where he remained until his final return to Italy in 1946. 47 Less fortunate was Vittorio Vidali, arrested by Labor Department agents on October 17, 1926, after he and Tresca addressed 2,000 anti-fascists at Tammany Hall. As the communist leader was led away, Tresca assured his friend that it is nothing bad. Another fight, that's all. 48 Vidali later credited Tresca with launching the campaign to defend him by obtaining the services of the eminent attorney Clarence Darrow. 49 Meeting with Vidali and Tresca. After having conferred with government officials in Washington, Darrow allegedly expressed his belief that the complaint against Vidali, illegal entry, had been lodged by an Italian labor union leader in New York, whom Tresca suspected was Antonini. 50 Given the bitter struggle between the communists and the Ilguyu hierarchy then in progress, as well as the hostility each bore the other, it was certainly plausible that Antonini had denounced Vidali to federal authorities. In reality, however, Vidali's capture resulted from information furnished by the Italian Consul General of New York. 51 The fascists were particularly fearful of Vidali because they believed correctly that he was the leader of communist action squads willing to break heads or worse. In April 1927, while Tresca, Allegra, and Vidali were organizing a demonstration to protest the welcoming to New York of the Italian aviator Colonel Francesco de Pinedo, the Consul General became worried when his agents intercepted a telegram from a leading communist in Philadelphia, which promised Vidali the arrival of 50 comrades willing to do anything. 52 He immediately notified his superiors in Rome that it would be of capital importance to get rid of Vidali at this time. 53 American response was immediate. Despite Darrow's efforts, the State Department was unwilling to provide safe haven for a communist alien who had entered the country illegally. Immigration officials at Ellis Island planned to deport Vidali to Italy and certain imprisonment, but at the last moment the Department of Labor permitted him to choose his own destination. He sailed for the Soviet Union on June 11, 1927, to begin his long and nefarious career as an agent of the Comintern and the Soviet secret police. 54. Fascist raids. While the Italian ambassador sought the deportation of vulnerable anti-fascist leaders, the Fascist League undertook new sorties against the Sovereign Civi after Antio Zamboni, a 15-year-old member of the fascist youth group, Il Balilla, who came from an anarchist family, fired upon the Duce as his open car passed by during a fascist celebration in Bologna on October 26, 1926. The lad was stabbed to death on the spot by the fascist crowd. But rather than attempt anything as sinister as another assassination attempt against Tresca or other anti-fascists, the black shirts demonstrated their fascist machismo on November 2 by conducting a midnight raid against the office of the anti-fascist daily Il Nuovo Mondo at 81 East 10th Street in the heart of the anti-fascist citadel. After gaining access while a single worker was on duty, the black shirts wrecked 2 compositing machines but spared the printing press out of ignorance and the need for a speedy exit. Later, at around 5 a.m., another fascist group broke the windows of Il Nuovo Mondo's office by throwing rocks. Another salvo damaged the windows of Il Martello's office, now located nearby at 77 East 10th Street. Such heroic gestures merely covered the fascists with shame, Tresca asserted. The only thing that displeased us about visits of this nature is that they take place when we are asleep in bed. Tresca indicated the hours when he was always in his office and invited the fascists to drop by. 55 Although the confrontations of 1926 ended with the blackshirts' pathetic attacks against machines and windows, the guerrilla warfare waged by the anti-fascists the following year would attain new levels of violence. The Anti-Fascist Alliance. 1. The resurgence of anti-fascist activity following the Mattardi assassination generated renewed impetus to forge a united front that would facilitate greater coordination and common purpose. Tresca, by 1925, had become so concerned about the consolidation of Mussolini's regime and the rapid spread of pro-fascist sentiment among Italian immigrants that he overcame his earlier reluctance to join forces with non-revolutionary elements and became anti-fascism's most outspoken advocate of a united front. Sovversivi of every school, he now argued, were morally obligated to unite against fascism. No one need relinquish or compromise their ideals or political program, but they should stop fixating about an abstract future and address the needs of the present. Tresca pinned his hopes for a united front on the Alleanza Antifascista del Nord America, Anti-Fascist Alliance of North America or AFANA. One revived in September 1925, the AFANA admitted in its official manifesto that the organization had failed at its inception in 1923 to remedy the fragmentation of the anti-fascist movement. Anti-fascists had deluded themselves with the belief that fascism would be a transitory and short-lived phenomenon of collective madness. To predicting a new era of activity, the AFANA convened a General Assembly at its headquarters in the People's House at 7 East 15th Street in October 1925. An executive committee of 18 members and a 3-man secretariat were chosen, which reflected the entire spectrum of left-wing elements save for the syndicalists of the IWW and the Gallinisti. With Allegra serving as General Secretary, and Tresca and Quintiliano members of the Executive Committee, the Il Martello Group exercised considerable influence over the AFANA's policies and activities. The only other leaders with important status were Vidali and the Republican Arturo Di Pietro, both Executive Committee members. The official newspapers of the AFANA were Il Martello, the Communist Il Lavoratore, and the Social Democratic/Labor daily Il Nuovo Mondo, founded in November 1925. 3. Tresca, in the spring of 1926, busily promoted support for a national congress of anti-fascists intended to end the rivalries that weakened the resistance. Success of the congress and the AFANA itself, he knew, hinged upon establishing accord between communists and social democrats. Their primary concern and the key issue dividing them was control of the Il Guio. The communists were bent on a seizure of power that would topple the social democratic hierarchy led by President Morris Sigman. Both elements contending for control were composed primarily of Russian Jews, the dominant ethnic group in the needle trades unions. Italians constituted a sizable minority within the union but never wielded influence commensurate with their numbers, a situation that had led them to organize Local 48, the Italian cloakmakers union, led by Salvatore Ninfo, and Local 89, the Italian dressmakers union, led by Luigi Antonini. Ninfo, a traditional trade unionist, and Antonini, a former communist turned social democrat, were zealous guardians of their fiefdoms and the autonomy upon which their power depended. Facing personal disaster should the Communists triumph, Antonini and Ninfo ensured that the Italian delegates under their command voted en bloc for Sigmund at the Il Guio Congress in Philadelphia in November 1925, therefore sealing his victory over the Communists. But Sigmund's victory did not end the Communist insurgency within the Il Guio, and as the conflict raged throughout 1926, the FNA became a secondary arena in which the rivals fought. At a General Assembly of the FNA on January 13, 1926, Social Democratic Union leaders increased their representation on the Executive Committee and Secretariat. Antonini and Ninfo, moreover, had defeated their communist challengers in the April elections for General Secretary of Locals 89 and 48. With their position thus strengthened, the Social Democrats should have been able to thwart communist ascendancy in the FNA. However, the FSI, SP, the traditional ally of the Italian needle trades unions, doubted that Social Democrats would remain dominant, and many of its leaders opposed collaborating with the Communists under any circumstances. The FSI therefore refused official support for the FNA, although individual sections could affiliate if they wished. The New York FSI section did so immediately, as did many others, so rather than alienate its own rank and file, the FSI promised to participate in the forthcoming National Congress. But after a new round of attacks from the Communists in August 1926, the FSI urged all Social Democrats to quit the FNA because the organization was acquiring an anarchist-communist character, a jab directed at Tresca and the CP. Only Vaserka's plea for unity prevented a defection by the Social Democrats at this juncture. The fragile unity of the FNA was almost sabotaged by Ninfo and Girolamo Valenti, who held an interview with the New York Times on July 31, 1926, declaring that the FNA had split because the Communists were gaining control by organizing fictitious branches that increased their delegate strength. Leaders of the trade union wing, they asserted, would withdraw from FNA and reunite under socialist auspices. Following the press conference, the FSI ordered all Social Democrats to abandon the FNA and boycott the National Congress, now scheduled for Labor Day. But the FSI's maneuver was ill-timed. Most Social Democrats regarded the Ninfo-Valenti interview as an embarrassment and public relations disaster. Even Antonini and Ninfo retreated rather than incur the onus of splitting the united front. They publicly reaffirmed their faith in the FNA, hoping to placate rank-and-file union members and possibly gain an advantage over the Communists before the National Congress convened. The possibility of real cooperation with the Communists, however, was nil. 8. The battles between Communists and Social Democrats for control of the Il Guio and the FNA only confirmed Tresca's long-held conviction that political parties and labor unions were inherently incapable of transcending their rivalries and joining together in common cause. Time and again, Tresca urged Communists and Social Democrats not to utilize FNA as a battleground for their political rivalry and savage polemics, as they benefited only the fascists. 9. To perform the role of neutral arbiter, however, was difficult. Tresca in the 1920s, despite his opposition to the dictatorial ends and suffocating character of the CP, stood much closer to the Communists on most issues than to the Social Democrats. 10. His willingness to collaborate with Communists derived not from any true affinity with them, but the recognition that the Communists were revolutionaries and the Social Democrats were not. Tresca believed that the Communists, as revolutionaries, were far more committed and effective anti-fascists than their reformist rivals, a belief confirmed in his view by the consistent absence of FSI and trade union leaders in demonstrations against the black shirts. 11. He underscored the disparity by noting that the Ninfo-Valenti interview, an act of pusillanimity, occurred on the same day that he and Vidali led a protest march against a fascio headquarters in the Bronx. 12. Tresca was also distressed by the debacle the Il Guio had experienced because of the internal war for supremacy. Morale and fighting spirit had discernibly declined among rank-and-file workers. Anti-fascism had thereby been weakened because the labor and anti-fascist movements were inextricably linked. Italians should understand that nothing can help this evil beast fascism and lengthen its claws than the fratricide battle that grows daily within the labor unions of America. 13 But neither communists nor social democrats seemed to care. Control of the ILGWU and other unions was more important to them than the struggle against fascism. Even if anti-fascism had not been his primary concern, Tresca probably would have favored the communists to win the conflict within the ILGWU. He had been a critic of garment industry leadership, especially Antonini and Ninfo, well before the communists appeared on the scene. Tresca believed that needle workers in every category should have been organized in a single industrial union. Although union potentates often paid lip service to this concept, he knew they would never relinquish their private fiefdoms. On the other hand, Tresca was fully aware and critical of the machinations employed by the communists to conquer the ILGWU. He regretted that disaffected elements in the union were obliged to follow the leadership of communists, who invariably subordinated the interests of the workers to those of the CP. He had often expressed hope that the anarchists within the ILGWU, mainly Russian Jews, would constitute themselves as a vanguard and infuse the union with libertarian spirit and militancy, but they were far outnumbered by the communists. So, in the end, Tresca preferred to see the union bureaucracies challenged by a communist-led insurgency rather than none at all. 14. The Anti-Fascist Congress. Fearful that the anti-fascists might actually form a united front, Mussolini's government requested the State Department prevent the AFNA National Congress from taking place, a request that was denied. 15 Therefore, on September 4, 1926, some 3,000 to 4,000 anti-fascists crowded into the auditorium at Cooper Union in New York, 246 of whom were delegates chosen by 135 anti-fascist sections, party groups, labor union locals, and other workers' societies. They claimed to represent between 200,000 to 500,000 Italian-American workers, a deceptive figure that reflected union membership rather than anti-fascist strength. After introductory remarks by the presiding officers, Allega and Di Pietro, the afternoon was devoted to speeches and revolutionary songs. 16 The roster of speakers over the next few days indicated that American as well as Italian radicals and labor leaders had come to regard the AFNA as a significant battleground. Benjamin Gitlow, representing the CP, was the first speaker on September 5. Emphasizing the counter-revolutionary nature of fascism, Gitlow observed that none of the capitalist governments had ever protested against the brutalities of Mussolini's regime, and that the threat of fascism existed in the United States as well as Italy. He concluded with a plea for international working-class unity in the fight against the fascist monster and against world capitalism. 17 Gitlow was followed by Frank Bellanca, senior editor of Il Nuovo Mondo, who pleaded for anti-fascist unity. Let us disarm our fraternal hatreds and concentrate our blows against one enemy, against the great enemy of the proletariat, fascism. 18 Dr. Charles Fama, one of the few non-radical leaders of the resistance, asserted that fascism in Europe was in decline, that fascism had not made significant inroads among Italian Americans, and that fascism had no future in America. Fama's assessment was completely divorced from reality, but at least he had the good sense to affirm the necessity of recruiting new converts to anti-fascism. After Fama, Tresca mounted the podium to the accompaniment of thunderous applause. Described by Il Nuovo Mondo as the dean of the anti-fascist movement, Tresca discussed the blunders and failures of Mussolini's foreign and domestic policies, especially the much-heralded battles for wheat and other products. He denounced the Italian monarchy as fascism's traitorous accomplice, and warned local black shirts to abandon any hope of duplicating in America what they had accomplished in Italy. The anti-fascists would stop them. The last speaker of the afternoon was Giovannitti, the poet of the proletariat and the secretary of the Italian Chamber of Labor. Giovannitti urged the Social Democrats to rejoin the AFNA because all anti-fascists had but one enemy to fight. 19 The next morning, as delegates met at the Rand School, an unexpected announcement was made that William Green, the president of the AFL, would address the Congress. Antonini and Ninfo had been trying to persuade AFL directors to take a stand against fascism. Almost certainly, however, they arranged Green's appearance as a coup de theater to upstage Gitlow and the Communists. 20 In contrast to his predecessor, Samuel Gompers, who admired Mussolini and regarded fascism as a model of class collaboration, Green recognized fascism as a menace to free labor movements everywhere. He was particularly concerned about recent inroads black shirts had made among Italian-American workers. Branding fascism as an enemy of society and of humanity, Green assured the anti-fascists that the American Federation of Labor will stand with you, work with you and lead with you until we have succeeded in driving fascism from the face of the earth. The audience cheered and applauded wildly. 21 The Congress then heard reports on the status of the resistance. Anti-fascists were most successful in organizing new sections and actively combating black shirts in those areas where the Sovversivi had traditionally drawn working-class support: Paterson, New Haven, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and the anthracite coal districts around Old Forge and Jessup, Pennsylvania. Almost no gains had been achieved by the women's section of the FNA, whose contribution up to this point was more moral than material, according to Angela Bombeish, a communist organizer for the ILGWU. Most distressing of all was the fate of Italian political refugees threatened with deportation. Nino Capraro, now an organizer for the IQWA, reported that prospects were grim for anti-fascists who had entered the country illegally or whose visas had expired. The assurances given to the FNA by Congressman Johnson in February 1926, that political refugees would not be deported to fascist Italy, were worthless. 22 The evening session of September 5 was devoted to the anti-fascist press. A committee headed by Oscar Mazzatelli, an editor for the IQWA's Il Lavoro, recommended adoption of a resolution requiring all newspapers affiliated with the FNA to refrain from personal attacks, a long-standing issue of contention between Social Democrats and Communists. The resolution was adopted despite the certainty that neither side would abide. 23 Tresca led off the afternoon session of September 6 with a speech devoted to a favorite theme: economic boycott. The economic situation in Italy was becoming ever more critical, unemployment remained high, the value of the lira had plunged, and the standard of living was generally lower. One of the reasons for the declining value of the lira, Tresca claimed, was the reduction of remittances from Italian immigrants, so he urged anti-fascists to intensify efforts to ensure their further decline. Boycott of Italian financial institutions, merchants, businessmen, and professionals known to be fascist or sympathetic to Mussolini should continue. The cause of dictatorship can be greatly harmed and its disintegration accelerated by employing economic warfare, he concluded. 24 Tresca was followed by another unscheduled speaker invited by Antonini and Ninfo, ILGWU President Morris Sigman. Sigman compared fascism to the open shop system, stating that labor in the United States had been oppressed by an American form of fascism, the Ku Klux Klan. Mussolini's regime, he declared, wanted to be an instrument of the capitalist class even in the United States, disseminating fascist propaganda among the workers and suppressing opposition. Sigman gave assurances that conflict within the ILGWU had ended, and he pledged to give all the help necessary to your organization to carry out your struggle against the common enemy, Mussolinian fascism, to a victorious end, a promise never kept. 25 After an account of the FNA's financial weakness by Allegra, and an equally discouraging report from Vaserka about the threat of deportation for exiles like himself, the Congress turned to the business of new officers. The delegates elected an executive committee with equal representation for all the political parties and groups, labor unions, newspapers, and auxiliary associations affiliated with the FNA. Tresca, Allegra, Vidali, Di Pietro, and Giovanni Sala of the IQWA were elected to the Secretariat, with Allegra entrusted once again with the position of General Secretary. With the elections completed, the first Congress of the FNA ended with shouts of Viva l'Italia, Viva la Libertà, and with the hope that the second Congress would be held in Rome. 26 Tresca, although doubtless less sanguine in private, wrote in Il Martello that he was satisfied with the results of the National Congress. The United Front, yesterday debated, attacked, and sabotaged, is today an accomplished fact, a reality. His immediate concern, however, was the possibility that anti-fascists would again lapse into inactivity because of overconfidence. The Second Congress of the FNA, Tresca predicted, would not be held in Rome. Mussolini would still be in power, and nobody could predict when his downfall would come about. The FNA had merely laid the groundwork for a revolutionary process that required anti-fascists to prepare and organize their forces in readiness for the propitious moment when the regime could be challenged. 27. Schism. Hopes for a united front were quickly dashed. Communist Unionists resumed attacking the social fascists who dominated the ILGWU and provoked a strike of 30,000 cloakmakers on July 1, 1926. They had done so reluctantly, under pressure from the CP, which was in the throes of a civil war waged between rival factions led by William Zeke Foster and J. Lovestone, respectively. Neither faction believed the strike had a chance of victory. But each was so determined to out-Bolshevik the other that defeat for the ILGWU and its workers was a trifling price to pay if leadership of the CP could be won. At a cost of $3,500,000 and terrible suffering for the workers, the strike dragged on until December 14, when the ILGWU suspended the New York communist leaders and settled with the bosses. Misled by their communist leaders, the cloakmakers returned to the social democratic fold. Never again were the communists strong enough to mount an effective challenge against the old guard leaders of the ILGWU, but as a result of the debacle they had caused, the Union remained severely weakened for many years. 28. Inevitably, the fight to control the ILGWU once again spilled over into the FNA. After the National Congress, the FSI had refused to affiliate with the FNA, despite endorsement of a united front by the most outstanding of all Italian social democrats in the United States, Vincenzo Vaserca. However, by December 1926, even Vaserca conceded the impossibility of cooperating with the communists. It is no longer possible to witness inertly the indecent spectacle of a group communists, that attacks daily, with every sort of overbearing and incoherent behavior, the cohesion of the anti-fascist United Front. 29. The next day, Ninfo announced that the trade unionist majority in the FNA was determined to expel the communists. 30. Presumably, this should have been easily accomplished, because Socialist Democrats outnumbered Communists on the Executive Committee and Secretariat, and because out of the 70,000 adherents, a dubious figure, claimed by the FNA, the Communists numbered not more than 200 to 300. 31. But expulsion of the Communists never took place. Instead, the Social Democrats, trade unionists, and other moderates seceded from the FNA, and on February 12, 1927, representatives of the ILGWU, AQUA, the Italian Chamber of Labor, the FSI, the New York Federation of Italian Labor Unions, and the Italian Republican Party founded the Anti-Fascist Federation of North America for the Freedom of Italy. 32. Ironically, the defection of the Social Democrats and the formation of a rival organization guaranteed that the Communists would gain control of FNA. By this point, however, the Social Democrats no longer cared. Tresca's assessment. Tresca was not surprised when the FNA finally split. He had long suspected that the Social Democrats were insincere from the start, and that Union leaders had joined the FNA to utilize it against the communist insurgency inside the ILGWU. 33. Tresca dismissed the claim that the Communists increased their delegate strength by devious means. If true, the Communists were able to act with impunity only because the Social Democrats had never tried to stop them. Union leaders like Antonini and Ninfo were generals without an army. 34. They claimed to represent tens of thousands of workers but rarely attended the FNA meetings, never participated in demonstrations, and in general contributed little to the anti-fascist struggle. As for the Union masses that Antonini and others claimed as their following, they rarely participated in the affairs of the FNA. Active FNA members who belonged to the needle trade unions were communists, anarchists, and some syndicalists. Furthermore, How could the Union leaders cry perfidy over the methods employed by the Communists in the FNA when the social democratic bureaucrats of the ILGWU utilized high-handed practices to suppress radical dissidents? 35 Thus when the Social Democrats quit the FNA to form their own federation, Tresca did not protest the fait accompli. The FNA would survive without the Social Democrats, but he knew the United Front was dead. Sectarianism and self-interest had triumphed anew over common cause. 36. A year of violence and death. 16. The year 1927 was one of the most tumultuous and wrenching in Tresca's long career. Direct action by anti-fascists, sometimes amounting to guerrilla war, had become a more frequent method of struggle, as the black shirts grew bolder and more numerous in New York and the surrounding metropolitan area. Typically, black shirts of a newly organized fascio in Port Chester planned to demonstrate their mettle by breaking up a meeting at which Tresca and Vidali were scheduled to speak on March 20. They dared not act, however, until the arrival of reinforcements from New York led by Giacomo Bonavita, the little Duce of the squads. At the first fascist disruption, Tresca positioned himself in the center of the black shirts, an act of defiance that left them befuddled. A second interruption almost precipitated a fight, but was forestalled again by Tresca, who confronted Bonavita face to face. The black shirt leader immediately offered a truce: "You restrain yours, and I will restrain mine." Tresca shoved the black shirt back into his seat with a warning: "We will see to it that they the black shirts stay quiet." One thwarted, Bonavita and his followers quit the hall and phoned the police to report that the anti-fascists in the hall were armed to the teeth. The police arrived but found only one anti-fascist armed with a pistol. That the police searched only anti-fascists reflected the friendly relationship that often developed between black shirt organizations and local police, prompting Tresca later to boast, "If the fascists of the United States were not assured of strong assistance by the police, they would not dare take a single step on the streets populated by Italian workers." 2. When calm was restored in the hall, Tresca gave his speech and left Port Chester with Vidali to give another speech in nearby Yonkers. Their departure was the signal for the black shirts to attack the remaining anti-fascists, whom they now outnumbered, but the encounter ended with the fascists in worse condition than their enemies. 3. From the skirmishes in New York's periphery, attention shifted to the arrival that April of the Italian aviator, Francesco de Pinedo, whose transoceanic flights had earned him great renown. In contrast to the anti-Locatelli protests, opposition to de Pinedo's arrival was mitigated by respect for the aviator's courage and the fact that his accomplishments reflected positively upon Italians. Only with reluctance did some anti-fascists, like Vasurka and Frank Bellanca, conclude that de Pinedo's visit had to be opposed. 4. Tresca was incensed by such lukewarm opposition. He acknowledged that de Pinedo merited admiration as an aviator, but insisted that the aviator and the fascist could not be separated. De Pinedo's flight had been financed by Mussolini for propaganda purposes, and his personal appearances dressed in a black shirt were indicative of his allegiance to the fascist regime. Rejecting sentimentality, Tresca declared, "There can be no truce between us and the black shirts. For us there is only one de Pinedo the fascist." 5. In the end, de Pinedo received the standard anti-fascist treatment, especially in New York. A new touch was the flight of an airplane over Manhattan on April 30, dropping thousands of anti-fascist leaflets, in English. 6. Felonious assault. With de Pinedo's departure, Tresca redirected his efforts to homegrown fascists. He believed that Théon de Revel had played a key role in the escalating aggression of black shirts in and around New York, and set out to discover incriminating evidence against the Fascist League and its president. The quest almost ended Tresca's career. On May 6, 1927, through the intercession of a friend who owned the Torino restaurant on 183rd Street and 3rd Avenue in the Bronx, Tresca met Giacomo Caldora, president of the Alleanza Fascista Il Duce, a dissident group he organized after his expulsion from the Fascio Mario Sanzini. Professing a desire to retaliate against Théon de Revel, Caldora invited Tresca to accompany him to his office on 187th Street and Arthur Avenue, where he would provide him with documents proving that the president of the Fascist League had embezzled funds from the fascio Mario Sanzini. Tresca suspected a trap but could not resist the bait. Caldora later boasted that his intention was to open a safe where he kept a pistol and shoot Tresca while he read the documents. However, after opening the safe and giving Tresca some papers to read, he excused himself to answer nature's call. Tresca and the comrade who had accompanied him, Salvatore Riccardo Linguari, were not alarmed because Caldora had left another black shirt with them in the office. But moments later, when they heard cries for help, Tresca and Linguari rushed to the door only to find it locked from the outside. Tresca's first thought was that Caldora had summoned other black shirts to attack them, so he and Linguari barricaded the door with furniture. Then the significance of the open safe dawned on him. Caldora was summoning the police. Tresca and Linguari broke down the door and ran out into the street before a squad car arrived. Caldora threw a rock at Tresca and fled. The two anti-fascists hailed a taxi underneath the L train and made good their escape. 7. Tresca was arrested a few days later on charges of felonious assault, allegedly for threatening Caldora with a pistol while seizing documents. Released on $2,500 bail, Tresca faced a possible 10-year sentence if convicted. At preliminary hearings, Bronx black shirts and priests, especially Father K. Fuzzy of Our Lady of Mount Carmel, did their utmost to convince the Bronx district attorney to indict the godless anarchist. But the grand jury found insufficient evidence to prosecute, and the charges were dropped in June 1927. 8. Memorial Day murders. Soon after Caldora's attempt to frame him, Tresca became involved in the legal aftermath of the most sensational act of violence perpetrated by anti-fascists against black shirts. American patriotic holidays had become prime occasions for the fascists to pose as representatives of the Italian community and to ingratiate themselves with the general public by exhibiting their Americanism. Anti-fascists were determined to expose this patriotism for the sham that it was, and when the American Legion invited the Fascist League to march in the Memorial Day Parade of 1927, they warned that the participation of black shirts would cause trouble. Undeterred, the Fascist League vowed to march in full fascist regalia, black shirts, tasseled caps, military jodhpurs, and steel-tipped whips. 9. Shortly before 8 a.m., on May 30, 14 black shirts, representing the Fascio Mario Sanzini and the Alleanza Fascista Il Duce, gathered beneath the L train at 183rd Street, en route to Fascist League headquarters, where 400 fascists were to rendezvous before marching in the parade down Riverside Drive. One of them, a 39-year-old tailor and war veteran named Giuseppe Carisi, stopped to buy a newspaper at a street-side stand. Before he could pocket his change, Carisi was set upon by two men who had been waiting outside the Torino restaurant, a half-block away on 3rd Avenue. One of the assailants stabbed Carisi 21 times. While the first attack was in progress, another black shirt, a 22-year-old printer and war veteran known locally as Nicola Amoroso, real name, Michel D'Ambrosoli, was walking toward the L from 184th Street, when a second assailant stabbed him once and shot him several times. Both black shirts died at the scene. 10. The fascists exploited the propaganda value of the Memorial Day murders for all they were worth. Mussolini himself paid tribute to the fallen black shirts in the Chamber of Deputies. In the Bronx, flanked day and night by an honor guard, the coffins of the slain martyrs were exhibited for several days at the Fascio Mario Sanzini. On June 4, through streets festooned with floral wreaths, some sent by Mussolini and the Italian royal family, the funeral cortege transported Carisi and Amoroso to the Church of Our Lady of Mt. Carmel at Belmont Avenue and 187th Street. As many as 10,000 Italian Americans observed the procession as it proceeded to the accompaniment of band playing the Star-Spangled Banner and Giovinezza, the fascist hymn. Mourners included Ambassador De Martino, Consul General Axario, Theon de Revel, and officials of the American Legion. At Our Lady of Mount Carmel, hundreds crowded the church to hear a solemn requiem mass celebrated by Father Cafuzza. After the bodies were shipped to Italy, additional ceremonies were conducted in Naples with fascist party chieftains, members of the royal family, other dignitaries, and some 150,000 individuals in attendance. 11 As the martyrs were enshrined in the pantheon of fascist heroes, Mussolini's Il Popolo d'Italia called for revenge. It is necessary to pursue, until the end, the struggle against antifascism, to crush these traitors as you would a viper that wants to bite at your heel. 12 Ambassador de Martino immediately sought from the American government measures necessary to check anti-fascist criminality. 13 The State Department not only demurred but gently reminded de Martino of American sensitiveness regarding public demonstrations of black shirts in formation. 14 Undeterred, de Martino sought to convince New York authorities that anti-fascists bore the moral responsibility for the double homicide. His proof was an article by Tresca that blamed the fascists for the atmosphere of violence that hung over the Italian community. The article, he claimed, demonstrated the connivance between Tresca and the authors of the crime. 15 Another fascist attempt to put Tresca behind bars had begun. Tresca, Quintiliano, and other knowledgeable anti-fascists believed that the assailants were members of a communist action squad Vidali had organized before his deportation. 16 The backbone of the Italian bureau of the CP was composed mainly of former seamen and exiles who had entered the country after World War I, many of them illegally. 17 Among this group were some 50 seamen from Trieste, who formed Vidali's personal entourage and the action squad Tresca suspected of committing the murders. The authorities knew nothing of this action squad, but rather than conduct a serious investigation of the murders, preferred to pursue the quarry designated by the Fascist League. The leader of the campaign to entrap Tresca and other anti-fascist leaders was Carlo Vinti, the former squadrista of the Milan Fascio and Secretary-General of the Fascio Benito Mussolini in Manhattan. His liaison in the police department was Detective Domenico Casso, a pro-fascist assigned to the case as chief investigator. 19 At 5 p.m., on the evening of July 11, 1927, Casso and his men raided Il Nuovo Mondo and Il Martello. Vasurka, the editor of the anti-fascist daily and the intended target, was absent, so Casso arrested Mario D'Amico, the only staff member at the office. At Il Martello, the detectives found the entire staff except Tresca, who was out of town. They roughed up Tresca's associates and discovered 2 pistols and a knife, weapons planted either by the detectives or Umberto Simone, a fascist league spy who had gained employment with Il Martello. Casso arrested Tresca's brother Mario, Quintiliano, his secretary Mario Buzzi, and 6 others, including De Simone, lest they expose his identity as a spy. Elsewhere that day police arrested Tresca's friend Filippo Nardun and 2 anti-fascists in Brooklyn, Calogero Greco and Donato Carrillo. 20 Quintiliano and Mario were charged with illegal possession of the pistols and released after posting a $2,500 bond. The charges were later dismissed for lack of evidence. 21 Greco, Carrillo, Buzzi, Nardun, and D'Amico were held as material witnesses in the Bronx County Jail. The anti-fascists were not made to stand in a lineup but displayed individually to several members of the Fascio Mario Sanzini. One overeager blackshirt identified Buzzi as one of the Memorial Day assailants. No matter that Buzzi had been in jail that day following a fracas in Newark. Buzzi was beaten by Casso and other detectives, who demanded that he admit to having overheard Tresca, Vasurka, and Carlo Fama plot the murders. Held incommunicado for nearly 2 weeks, Buzzo was finally released after the International Defense League posted $5,000 bail. D'Amico and Nardun were held in jail for several months as material witnesses but eventually released. Greco and Carrillo, however, were indicted on July 26, 1927 and charged with premeditated murder. Unable to post $50,000 bail, Greco and Carrillo remained in jail pending their trial. Also indicted for the crime was Tresca's friend Salvatore Riccardo Linguari, but with Tresca's help, he escaped to France to avoid a previous deportation order to Italy. 22 Greco and Carrillo were typical rank-and-file anti-fascists. The 33-year-old Greco, Sicilian-born, had fought in World War I and emigrated to the United States in 1920, working as a tailor and member of Local 63 of the Aquila. He frequented the Circolo Volante in Brooklyn, a predominantly Sicilian anarchist group that supported l'Unità dei Refrattori. Carrillo, 37 years old and a native of Puglia, had emigrated in 1913, returned to Italy in 1915, and spent the next 3 years in combat. He returned to the United States in 1919, and worked as a tailor and member of Local 149 of the Aquila. He, too, was an anarchist, who frequented a mixed group in Brooklyn, some of whose members supported Tresca, others l'Unità. Carrillo himself was a Tresciano. 23 The similarities between Greco and Carrillo and Sacco and Vanzetti were close in most respects save for their military service. Each was a working-class Italian immigrant who believed in anarchism. Each was involved in activities associated with violence. Each was viewed as a threat real or potential by the Italian government, the Italian-American middle class, and American governmental and law enforcement authorities. However, by the summer of 1927, the cause of Greco and Carrillo was placed on hold as world attention riveted on the final days of the Good Shoemaker and the Poor Fish Peddler. Execution of Sacco and Vanzetti. On April 9, 1927, Judge Webster Thayer sentenced Sacco and Vanzetti to die in the electric chair on August 23, 1927. Tresca once again became a highly visible figure in the defense campaign. He disagreed with the Sacco-Vanzetti Defense Committee's belief that the pressure of public opinion could still save the condemned men, arguing that only a nationwide general strike could wrest Sacco and Vanzetti from the executioner. He aligned himself with the Sacco-Vanzetti Emergency Committee, dominated by the Communists, because it advocated liberating the prisoners through direct action. Tresca was the principal Italian speaker at the mass rallies held by the Emergency Committee in Union Square and other meeting places, always urging workers to take to the streets. That Tresca seriously believed a general strike would materialize on August 22, 1927 is highly doubtful, but he continued to agitate nonetheless. 24 On July 21, 1927, the Lowell Committee, appointed by Massachusetts Governor Alvin T. Fuller to examine the case and render an unbiased judgment, pronounced Sacco and Vanzetti guilty and fairly tried after a farcical investigation. Then, on August 3, 1927, having completed an equally bogus investigation, Fuller denied clemency. Petitions for a writ of habeas corpus to the U.S. Supreme Court and several lower courts were all rejected. On August 19, 1927, Tresca, Aldino Felicani, Sacco's wife Rosina, playwright Dorothy Parker, and a host of other supporters met Vanzetti's sister, Luigia, when she arrived in New York aboard the Aquitania. Certain that Luigia's supplications would not move Fuller, Tresca remained in New York to continue agitating for a general strike. On August 20, Tresca published his final appeal to desert the factories and abandon the mines on the day the executioner gets ready to do his work. 25 But on the day appointed for mass agitation, August 22, only a few cities experienced protest demonstrations. The American working class went about its business as though nothing of importance was happening. Tresca's daughter Beatrice, who joined her father at Il Martello's office that day, recalled how the atmosphere was laden with silent tension. Tresca, exhibiting anxiety by tugging at his beard and running his fingers through his hair, was lost in private thoughts he never recorded for posterity. 26 By nightfall, after 11th-hour appeals proved futile, Tresca and thousands of other supporters of Sacco and Vanzetti knew that nothing could save them. The long calvary of the two Italian anarchists ended at 26 minutes after midnight, August 23, 1927. 27 Il Martello's first issue following the execution featured a graphic drawing of Justice crucified alongside of Sacco and Vanzetti. 28 This well-known illustration by Fort Villani captured the sentiments of the Italian immigrant left. Many sovversivi had clung desperately to the hope that justice would somehow prevail, that human decency and compassion would intervene at the final hour and stay the executioner's hand. So when political necessity and revenge triumphed over justice and mercy, the sovversivi reeled in shock, as though a pulse from the death current had passed through the entire movement. Il Martello's financial agent, Giuseppe Popolizio, described the impact of the executions. The blow for us proletarians was so terrible that we are stunned and seem to be dreaming and going mad. We lack the strength to speak and cry out because we feel paralyzed. 29 The Sacco Vanzetti case and its cruel denouement inflicted a deep and incurable wound on the spirit of the Italian immigrant left. For Tresca, the absence of working-class response deepened his disillusionment with the American proletariat. 30. The trial of Greco and Carrillo. Tresca's mission after the execution of Sacco and Vanzetti was to ensure that Greco and Carrillo did not share the same fate. He believed that the fascists' ardent desire to see Greco and Carrillo convicted represented a new strategy. After the police failed to implicate him and Vasurka in the Memorial Day murder, the fascists may have had become fearful that direct attempts to frame well-known anti-fascists might spur American elements to organize greater opposition to their efforts to suppress Italian-American opponents. By targeting two obscure workers, the Fascist League hoped to undermine support for anti-fascism by demonstrating the vulnerability of rank-and-file workers to fascist retaliation. This strategy might also generate action against anti-fascist leaders indirectly and more inconspicuously. 31. Théon de Revel, too, regarded the Greco-Carrillo case as a high-stakes undertaking for the Fascist League. He boasted publicly that the massacre of our comrades will signal the end of anti-fascism in America. 32. What Théon de Revel did not reveal to fellow blackshirts was his awareness that the trial outcome could cut both ways. He informed Mussolini at the end of August, "Its outcome will be a great victory or a terrible moral defeat for us." 33. Prospects for a great victory seemed excellent at the time of his report. The anti-fascists were not only deeply demoralized by the execution of Sacco and Vanzetti, they were still immersed in their habitual sectarian squabbles. Greco and Carrillo expressed their desire for a defense committee that would include representatives of all radical groups, but such a body proved impossible to assemble. The Galenisti, for example, did not want Tresca to serve on the defense committee. But Tresca, the first to rush to the aid of the accused and to organize a strong defense for them, according to Carrillo, bypassed the contentious factions, and with the help of Norman Thomas organized a Greco-Carrillo defense committee, comprising cooperative Italian anti-fascists like Giovannitti and Vasurka and many prominent Americans of liberal, socialist, and communist persuasion, including Robert Morses Lovett, the pacifist president of the League for Industrial Democracy, Upton Sinclair, Oswald Garrison Villard, Benjamin Gitlow, and the Trotskyist secretary of the International Labor Defense, James P. Cannon. 34. Tresca feared that the dangers confronting Greco and Carrillo were worse in some ways than those Sacco and Vanzetti had faced. Many Italian Americans outside of the radical movement had identified with and supported Sacco and Vanzetti as victims of racial prejudice. But Greco and Carrillo were being prosecuted not as Italians, but as anti-fascists. The broad mass of apolitical Italian immigrants, therefore, was unlikely to be concerned over their fate, while the fascists and pro-fascists were certain to utilize their resources against them. The anti-fascists had to fight this battle alone. 35. Tresca also cautioned against complacency because Greco and Carrillo would be tried in New York rather than in a small town with provincial prejudices like Dedham, Massachusetts, where Sacco and Vanzetti had been condemned. True, he noted, New York was not Dedham, but the Bronx was not New York. It is a part of New York where the fascists have concentrated their forces and with impunity traffic in fascistized judges and district attorneys of Italian original, while outside the courtroom and along the crooked paths of political meddling intrigues a priest, Father K. Fuzzy, who is more fascist than Mussolini. The Bronx may become the Dedham of New York if we delude ourselves in the hope that here, by being more vigilant than in Massachusetts, certain crimes cannot be committed in the name of the law. 36. Tresca recommended a different legal strategy, Anti-fascists must put the fascists on trial and demonstrate how Greco and Carrillo were being persecuted at the behest of Mussolini. 37 Yet even if the fascist conspiracy to frame them were exposed, Tresca knew that the fate of Greco and Carrillo would ultimately be determined by impressionable jurors whom a skilled prosecutor could manipulate. So Tresca, the fixer, personally obtained the finest legal talent available. He enlisted his good friend Arthur Garfield Hayes, the general counsel of the ACLU, who together with Isaac Shore and Newman Levy directed the Greco-Carrillo defense until November 1927. Still concerned, Tresca insisted that the legal team include America's greatest criminal lawyer, Clarence Darrow. Tresca himself telephoned Darrow from Hayes' office, convinced him to accept the case, and personally guaranteed the $10,000 fee Darrow demanded as a retainer despite not having $1.50 in his pocket to compensate Hayes for the long-distance call, much less the $10,000 for Darrow's fee. 38 The propaganda battle, meanwhile, had turned in favor of Greco and Carrillo, largely due to Tresca's strategy of taking the fight to the fascists. In September 1927, the New York Graphic, a tabloid whose editor was an acquaintance of Tresca's, published a series of articles, probably with Tresca's input, condemning Mussolini's government, the State Department, Carlo Vinti and the Fascist League, the Bronx District Attorney, and the New York Police Department for conspiring to frame Greco and Carrillo. 39 Then, on November 2, Tresca issued a statement to the New York Times, charging the Bronx District Attorney, John E. McGeehan, with having relied upon the Fascist League for the preparation of his case. 40 Confirmation of Tresca's accusation was available in Il Progresso, which had boasted at the outset that information and assistance from the Fascist League had been crucial to the investigation and arrest of Greco and Carrillo. 41 Irregularities in the investigation, meanwhile, were becoming more apparent. McGeehan delayed the trial on the grounds that the police were still trying to locate a third suspect, but he refused to name him on the grounds that to do so would violate the law. If so, why had the Italian pro-fascist press been able to identify the indicted suspect as Tresca's friend, Linguari, and publish a police bulletin with his photograph and a biographical sketch? 42 Who, Tresca asked, had furnished this information? Disclosures of this kind proved that a direct pipeline existed between the NYPD and the Fascist League. Yet, exposure of this collusion only prompted McGeehan to declare that the state hopes to have the defendants in the death house at Sing Sing before Christmas. 43 Greco and Carrillo went on trial at Bronx County Court on December 9, 1927, charged with the murder of Giuseppe Carrisi. Their indictment for the murder of Amoroso was held in abeyance pending the outcome of this trial. The defense team described by Mussolini's Il Popolo d'Italia as a true Judeo-Masonic representation included Darrow, Hayes, Shore, Levy, and Carolyn Weiss-King. The prosecutor was Assistant District Attorney Albert Henderson, the trial judge was Albert Cohn, an appointee of the Democratic Party machine at Tammany Hall and the father of Roy Cohn, Senator Joseph McCarthy's top aide in the 1950s. The impartiality and integrity of the presiding magistrate was considered crucial for the defense, as everyone associated with the case remembered how Judge Thayer had done everything in his power to condemn Sacco and Vanzetti to the electric chair. Having a Jew preside over the case was welcomed as a hope at least of justice, Robert Morses Lovett recalled. And when 4 Jews were selected as jurors, we considered the case won. 44 Fascists in Rome experienced a similar reaction. 2 days after the trial began, Il Popolo d'Italia expressed fear that a conviction was already in doubt. It is impossible to foresee the outcome of the trial when the insidious plot of hate conducted by the small but ferocious nucleus of anti-fascists is at work, fomented and aided by the Judeo-Masonic communist gang allied with vile Italian renegades like Tresca, Dr. Fama, and Vasurka. Some unexpected turn of events may occur. 45. In fact, a shift of opinion favoring the defendants became evident when the conservative The New York Times acknowledged the political nature of the case. The trial gave indications of being much more than the mere day in court of 2 unknown young men charged with the murder of a man as little known as they. 46. The illustrious caliber of the defense attorneys, the presence of policemen in the courthouse, and the great number of Italian Americans seeking entry as observers all contributed to a feeling that fascismo and its enemies have crossed swords above the heads of the two defendants. 47. Tresca's plan to put the fascists on trial was implemented by Hayes, whose opening statement charged that the police had connived criminally with the Fascist League to arrest and convict Greco and Carrillo solely because they were anti-fascists. Detective Casso desired to please the Fascist League so that he and his associates would get something in honors from the Italian government if they could get someone. 48. Darrow conducted the cross-examination of prosecution witnesses. He handily dissected several fascist eyewitnesses, like Alessandro Rocco, one of the founders of the Fascist League and the organizer of the Fascio Mario Sanzini, demonstrating that their testimony was fabricated. A potentially damaging eyewitness was a peddler named Luigi Alfano, who had no political inclinations and was presumed unbiased. To the consternation of the prosecutor, Alfano, who initially had expressed certainty that Greco was one of the assailants, now testified under cross-examination by Darrow that he was doubtful of his original identification. Alfano also revealed that it was Vinti, not the police, who first learned that he had witnessed the crime, and that he and Rocco had brought him to a private meeting with Casso. The detective showed him photographs of various anti-fascists, including Greco, and for several days Casso, Vinti, Rocco, and Alfano went to Brooklyn, where they secretly observed Greco going to and from work. These improper methods of investigation were responsible for Alfano's original identification. Darrow thus established what anti-fascists had asserted from the outset: the Bronx police had acted in concert with the Fascist League. The prosecution's last witness was Umberto de Simone, the spy who had infiltrated Tresca's office. Questioned by Ada Henderson, de Simone explained that he was a Fascist League member and had joined the FNA in order to keep Tresca and other anti-fascists under surveillance. Simone also acknowledged that it was he who provided the information that led to the arrest of Greco and Carrillo. Darrow made short work of the spy. "You mean that you are a fascist?" he queried, "and that you joined the other group to get information? That you are a fascist spy?" "Yes," replied de Simone. After that unsavory admission, the state rested its case. 49. The chief eyewitness for the defense was the dissident fascist Giacomo Caldora, whose motive for testifying probably was hostility toward Théon de Revel and the Fascist League rather than disapproval of their criminal methods. Under Hayes' questioning, Caldora explained that he had founded the Alianza Fascista Il Duce because Théon de Revel and the Fascist League were a bunch of criminals. He allegedly reached this conclusion after learning that the Fascist League planned to bomb Tresca's office and had previously been responsible for the Harlem bomb explosion intended for Tresca in September 1926. As for the Memorial Day murders, Caldora claimed to have witnessed the killing of both Carisi and Amoroso and swore adamantly that Greco and Carrillo were not among the attackers. About 10 days after the crime, while examining photographs of Greco, Carrillo, Buzzi, D'Amico, Lingueri, and other anti-fascists provided by Detective Casso, Vinti urged him to identify them as the murderers. Vinti offered Caldora $5,000 if he would accuse these anti-fascists of having arrived on the scene in an automobile belonging to Dr. Charles Fama. Caldora further alleged that Vinti indicated to him that new orders had been issued to take care of Tresca. But neither money nor the aspersions cast upon his fidelity to fascism, Caldora declared, could persuade him to cooperate with the frame-up hatched by the Fascist League and the Bronx police. 50. When Greco and Carrillo took the witness stand, they were not cajoled into revealing their anarchist affiliations, as Sacco and Vanzetti had been. Identified by prosecutor and defense attorneys simply as anti-fascists, both swore that on the fatal morning of May 30 they were in Brooklyn, spending Sunday in their usual fashion, Carrillo at home with his wife and son, Greco in his brother's music shop, located in their home. The defense had no difficulty producing witnesses to corroborate their alibis. 51. Luckily, neither Judge Cohn nor the jurors drew the conclusion that had nullified the testimony of Italian defense witnesses for Sacco and Vanzetti, i.e., that all WAPs stick together. Darrow then scored an emotional triumph for the defense when he summoned Greco's mother as a character witness. After relating her story, she turned to the judge and asked with motherly affection and womanly dignity, "Please, may I embrace my son?" Greco, who had controlled his emotions until now, burst into tears. And at that moment, Darrow recalled, there were few eyes in that courtroom that were not equally affected. 52 Hayes in his summation expressed outrage that Greco and Carrillo had been targeted by the police to satisfy the fascists' desire for revenge. The real villains in this sinister drama were Detective Casso, Theon de Revel, and Carlo Vinti, the Machiavelli of the plot. Vinti had spent every day of the trial at the district attorney's office, where as a general he worked behind the lines, sending individuals to the judicial front to do battle for the fascist cause. Hayes insisted, therefore, that Greco and Carrillo were not only innocent but had been framed by the Fascist League of North America, and that the district attorney, perhaps unwittingly, had been the tool of the fascist organization. 53 Darrow's lengthy summation closed with an appeal to free the two men who loved freedom and hated despotism and who therefore hate Mussolini because the name of Mussolini throughout the world today stands as another name for despotism. The jury deliberated for nearly 8 hours and returned a verdict of not guilty on December 23, 1927. 54. To celebrate the victory, Tresca organized a party at the Venetian Gardens restaurant, where he honored the two anti-fascists and their defense attorneys. Asked to speak, Darrow declared that he would have defended Greco and Carrillo even if he had known them to be guilty because of the political nature of the murders. He placed responsibility for the crime at Mussolini's feet. 55 Then Darrow motioned for Tresca to come to the podium, declaring, "It is he who you must applaud, not me. It was he who saved Greco and Carrillo from the electric chair. Without him my work would have been worthless." 56 In accord with Darrow's assessment, the nation elected Tresca to its 1927 honor roll for his paramount role in the Greco-Carrillo case. Fascist reactions. Mussolini's Il Popolo d'Italia reacted to the acquittal with an outburst of rage, self-pity, and demands for pitiless revenge. 57 Consul General Grazzi reported to the Duce that the verdict was due entirely to the behavior of a few fascists and especially Mr. Carlo Vinti, who prejudiced the outcome of the trial. Motivated by stupid ambition and an irresponsible craze for notoriety, Vinti had obstructed the consulate's own efforts to assist the investigation, spending thousands of dollars of Fascist League's money to pursue suspects single-handedly. By boasting to Italian-American newspapers that the prosecution had resulted from his efforts, Vinti irresponsibly played into the hands of the subversives who wanted to demonstrate that the charges against their comrades resulted from a fascist plot for which local police were the instrument. All this greatly influenced the outcome of the trial, and the prosecutor could not remove from the jurors' minds the belief that Greco and Carrillo were innocent victims of a fascist vendetta. Consequently, while the trial did not avenge the two martyrs of the fascist idea barbarously murdered, it did, unfortunately, benefit the subversives, who were able not only to raise considerable funds under the usual pretext of financing a defense committee, but also to intensify their propaganda in Italian-American neighborhoods and to present the activities of the Fascist League in an unfavorable light. 58. Exploiting the acquittal to enhance his own power. Consul General Grazzo urged the new Secretary General of the Fasci all'Estero, Piero Perini, to conduct a purification of the Fascist League. 59 From the perspective of Rome, instead of the great victory the fascists had anticipated, the Greco-Carrillo case ended in the terrible moral defeat that Theon de Revel had warned Mussolini was a possible outcome. The adverse publicity generated by the Fascist League's campaign to frame Greco and Carrillo had elevated fascism from an issue significant only to a minority subculture among Italian Americans to a source of concern for increasing numbers of mainstream Americans. Rome's biggest worry, of course, was whether the irresponsible and uncontrolled antics of the Fascist League might jeopardize Mussolini's advantageous relationship with the United States. Although the Duce's sterling reputation with Anglo-Saxons remained untarnished by the case, a few American officials, such as the State Department solicitor, concluded that the Fascist League's activities were most undesirable, and warned that the United States was facing a serious matter if they on Revel and the Fascist League were urging naturalized Italians to retain their allegiance to Italy. 60. Responding to Ambassador De Martino's promise to stop any activities disapproved of by the American government, Under-Secretary of State William R. Castle requested information about the Fascist League from J. Edgar Hoover. FBI files contained nothing about the Fascist League. 61. This was hardly surprising, since the FBI director's eyes focused in one direction only left. The death knell for the Fascist League was eventually sounded by the publication of Marcus Duffield's article, Mussolini's American Empire, The Fascist Invasion of the United States, in Harper's Magazine of November 1929. 62. Based on information provided by fascists and anti-fascists alike, Tresca claimed it was inspired in large part by us. 63. Duffield's article created a sensation, exposing the remarkable extent to which Mussolini's regime controlled the Italian-American community, enforcing allegiance and support. Duffield's revelations and the ensuing demands for congressional investigations signaled to Rome that the Fascist League had outlived its usefulness. On December 31, 1929, on orders from Mussolini, the Fascist League was disbanded and all of its records shipped to Rome, lest any subsequent investigation conducted by the Americans reveal the true degree to which the organization had functioned as an instrument of fascist foreign policy and propaganda. 64. The heyday of Italian-American blackshirts had now irretrievably passed. The future lay with more respectable fascists and pro-fascists. The 1920s had ended victoriously for anti-fascism with the acquittal of Greco and Carrillo and the disbanding of the Fascist League. Yet within a few years the resistance was floundering in crisis and decline. To deny this is for us to close our eyes, Tresca declared. 1. This decline was attributable to the weakness and disarray of the radical movement upon which anti-fascism was based. The anarchists were divided by the conflict between Ellidunita and Tresca. They would never regain the key role they had played in the early days of the resistance. Social Democrats were likewise in trouble. Membership of the FSI, SP, had declined to 400 in 1929 from around 800 to 900 in 1920, its following remained static thereafter. 2. The Italian labor unions were experiencing grave financial difficulties because of the Great Depression and terminated their subsidies to Il Nuovo Mondo, which ceased publication in 1931, after its purchase by conservatives secretly in league with the Consul General. The anti-fascist daily was resurrected by the Social Democrats as La Stampa Libera in 1931 but barely survived. The few remaining Italian syndicalists of the IWW still clung to a tenuous existence but did little more than publish Il Proletario. The Communists, too, faced dire times in the early 1930s. Their major organ, Il Lavoratore, folded in 1931 but was replaced in 1932 with l'Unità Operaia. Unlike the other sovversivi, however, the Communists would recover and increase their strength. The Italian Bureau of the CP, which had numbered around 1,000 members during the mid-1920s and then declined by the end of the decade, successfully recruited new members by the mid-1930s, chiefly among American-born Italians rather than older generation immigrants, a development stimulated by the Spanish Civil War. 3. Numerous factors accounted for the decline of the Italian immigrant left. Certainly one of the most serious weaknesses that plagued Italian radicalism after World War I was insularity, the inability of the sovversivi to establish an important presence and influence outside the boundaries of their own subculture. Tresca consider the anarchists particularly derelict in this regard. We sovversivi, especially the anarchists, have always remained with our heads in Italy and our feet in America. Anarchists awaited the social revolution, convinced of its inevitability, sometimes ecstatic at the thought of participating in it themselves. Nevertheless, we anarchists have been closed within a cul-de-sac, paying little attention to the environment in which we live. Without turning our backs on the universal front of class war, we must give maximum effort to the U.S. sector, where our efforts may have the most productive effect. For like most of Tresca's suggestions for remedial activity, this one was ignored. Worse than isolation and internecine conflict was the relentless march of time. The Italian immigrant left by the 1930s was dying out, and the departed were not being replaced. Migration from Italy had virtually ceased, limiting the infusion of new blood to a handful of exiles. Also, Italian radicalism failed to produce a new generation that shared the ideals and revolutionary aspirations of its parents. But the key factor draining the vitality and resources of anti-fascism in the 1930s was the Great Depression. A movement that derived its political following and financial support primarily from workers could not surmount the consequences of economic disaster, unemployment above all. The sovversivi appear to have been particularly vulnerable to job loss because, as the fascists noted with great satisfaction, they were often the first to be laid off by employers seeking to eliminate troublemakers from their labor force. 5. Finally, there was no escaping the reality that the sovversivi steadily lost influence as Mussolini and fascism progressively gained admiration and support. Even the gains achieved by the communists in the late 1930s did not redress the disproportion between anti-fascists and pro-fascists. Indeed, there can be no disputing the accuracy of Rudolf J. Vecchiali's contention that the interwar years represented the progressive fascistization of Italian-American communities. 6. Fascism on the march. What caused Tresca great concern in the early 1930s was not only the debilitated state of anti-fascism but the precipitous pace at which fascism was gaining ground, as supporters proliferated in all spheres of the Italian-American community. Admiration for Mussolini among Italian-Americans would reach its pinnacle when Italy conquered Ethiopia in 1935 to 1936. However, the rapid ascendance of Mussolini's prestige and popularity among average, apolitical Italian-Americans really gained momentum when the Duce signed the Concordat and Lateran Accord with the Vatican on February 11, 1929. How could most Italian-Americans not respond with awe and approval for the black shirt hailed by Pope Pius XI as the man sent to us by Providence? 7. Tresca regarded the alliance between church and state as the inevitable outcome of a process long in the making, one calculated for their mutual benefit. Mussolini had courted the Catholic Church ever since he jettisoned fascism's original anti-clerical program in 1920. The papacy, in turn, had regarded fascism from its inception as Europe's bulwark against Bolshevism. All Tresca and the anti-fascists could do in the face Mussolini's masterful coup in 1929 was to underscore the sheer hypocrisy of his behavior. He, a former atheist and anti-cleric, who had once challenged God to strike him dead to prove his existence, now stooped to kiss the ring of a pope. But branding Mussolini a hypocrite and traitor for his embrace of the church made no impression on the apolitical Italian immigrant working class. 8. Fascist penetration in the United States, Tresca observed, had entered a new phase by the late 1920s and early 1930s, one he feared would be more difficult for anti-fascists to resist than the squadrismo of the black shirts. 9. Tresca's analysis was remarkably accurate, even prescient. In February 1928, Tresca declared that Theon de Revel and other chieftains of the Fascist League had been reduced to second-string players. The fascist army here must abandon the open field. Daggers, clubs, dynamite have created poor results. The insidious campaign must be given to Consul General Grazzi, with New York the chosen battlefield. 10. The general staff of the Mussolinian militia in America had passed from the Fascist League to the ambassador, the consuls, and vice-consuls. They hoped to render more secure and effective the assistance of the American authorities in case of need. They believed by so doing to be able to give to Mussolini's will, which is that of subjugating the immigrant masses to fascist domination, a character of greater trustworthiness and responsibility, he explained. If they succeeded, as Tresca feared, the anti-fascists will have to confront a fascist state allied with American authorities. 11. With the Italian ambassador serving as chief propagandist and ultimate enforcer, the primary objective of this revised fascist policy, Tresca accurately asserted, was consular control over mutual aid, Sons of Italy, and cultural societies, Dante Alighieri, Casa Italiana, Italian Historical Society, social clubs, Tiro Assegno, Italian schools, the Italian hospital, orphanages, and other organizations capable of disseminating fascist propaganda and providing financial support for Mussolini's regime. Newly established fascist organizations, such as the Lichter Federation, would also fall under the purview of the Ambassador and Consul General of New York. Highest on the immediate agenda was the reunification of the Order of the Sons of Italy and its control by trusted fascists, a task Consul General Grazzi of New York would assign to Supreme Venerable Giovanni di Silvestro and Judge John J. Tresca, Grand Venerable for the State of New York. 12. This methodical work of penetration, willed by Mussolini, to which the ambassador and consuls will devote themselves, with the help of priests, must be resisted, Tresca declared. 13. Tresca and the Effina. Opposing fascist penetration had become more difficult by this period, as the lack of unity among anti-fascists worsened in the wake of the Effina schism. Affiliation with the Effina had become a vexing issue for Tresca. He maintained his ties for more than a year after the schism, urging anti-fascists incessantly to cease their internecine struggles and resurrect a united front, if only on an ad hoc basis. But even Tresca had difficulty adhering to his own recommendations, because these years marked the beginning of the end of his collaboration with the Communists, who had achieved control of the Effina by the end of the 1920s. Ironically, Tresca was becoming increasingly critical of the Communists at the very time other anarchists intensified attacks against him for associating with them. 14. In the summer of 1929, Tresca felt obliged to reaffirm his commitment to anarchism and clarify his position vis-a-vis the Effina. The Effina, Tresca explained, never became the inclusive and non-party organization he had desired. One of the main reasons for this failure was the refusal of most anarchists, especially the Galenisti, to join a united front. Now the Effina was merely a branch of the Communist Party. 15. But, if that were the case, why was Tresca still a member? He gave two reasons. The leaders and rank and file of the Effina had asked him to remain in the organization, and he still believed that the defeat of fascism required all anti-fascists to act in unison. 16. This explanation, as well as his frequent assertion that my relationship with the Communists begins and ends with the Effina, 17. Satisfied few anarchists outside the Martello group. Tresca's failure to make a clean break with the Effina continued to give cause for serious reproach from anarchists both sympathetic and hostile to him. 18. Eventually, Tresca's relationship with the Effina became untenable, not only because of communist control. In January 1932, he pronounced the Effina dead and not worthy of resurrection. 19. Tresca's break with the Effina had been signaled 6 months earlier when he, Allegra, the socialist Alberto Chiappelli, and the Republican Mario Carrara formed the Comitato di Azione Antifascista to accomplish what the Effina had failed to do. 20. But the divided and fractious nature of the anti-fascist movement ensured that the Comitato di Azione would never create a united front, or even extend its sway beyond the small number of anti-fascists who founded it. Soon it was supplanted by the Comitato Antifascista Italiano, another organization like the Effina, purporting to represent a united front. Tresca relations with the Communists, previously based on pragmatic necessity, had become increasingly strained as he gradually distanced himself from the Effina. Even close collaboration with the Communists had never deterred him from criticizing the Soviet Union and Stalinism, and during the late 1920s he frequently warned anti-fascists to resist the dictatorship that Communists would seek to impose in Italy once Mussolini was overthrown. 21. By 1930, Tresca began expressing his opposition to the Communists more vehemently and openly, expressing hope that Stalin's regime would be overthrown and the march of Russian Revolution resumed. 22. Finally, by the end of 1931, following repeated attempts by the Communists to sabotage the initiatives of other anti-fascists, Tresca declared, "With the Muscovites no understanding is possible." 23. Throughout the 1920s, the attitude of the Communists toward Tresca had been one of grudging respect and cynical opportunism. Vidali, the former secretary of the Italian Bureau of the CP and Tresca's close collaborator, wrote in his secret reports to the CP in 1928, Carlo Tresca, more than an anarchist, is a romantic revolutionary and a thoroughly cunning rogue. His influence comes from his long career as a subversive, his courage, his unrelenting activity, his politics which are appropriate for the colonial mentality, and his weekly Il Martello. 24 Although Tresca had been an invaluable ally in the FNA, Vidali had anticipated a change in that relationship. We will never fail to make the comrades understand that the moment may come when it is necessary to fight him. However, it is necessary that the moment matures. One of our polemics against him that is not understood by the masses could ruin us, and even if it would be just, it would not be tactical. We must reorganize the movement and place Tresca in a clear position, understood by the masses. When he abandons this position, our polemic will be understood. 25. Once their de facto alliance began to crumble, the communists turned up the heat as Vidali had recommended. When Tresca warned that the communists would represent a new threat of oppression in Italy after Mussolini's fall, the party organ Il Lavoratore snidely referred to him as the rope dancer, and declared that only the communists were capable of resisting fascism in Italy. 26 Communist attacks against Tresca, by Americans as well as Italians, become more slanderous by 1932. In a typical accusation, an American communist professor declared that Tresca is an individualist, owner of a newspaper, rich, and in league with enemies of the working class. 27 Over the next few years the polemical exchanges between Tresca and the communists would become far more vitriolic and hateful. Eladunita on the attack. Communist barbs directed against Tresca in this period were blunt and painless compared to the defamation campaign waged by Eladunita dei Refrattori. Tresca had always acknowledged the right of anarchists to criticize his pro-FNA position if they did so for ideological reasons and refrained from personal attacks. But the distinction between ideology and character assassination held no meaning for the Galenisti of Eladunita, in whom the anti-Tresca virus grew more virulent with each passing year. When Galeni, in May 1925, privately exhorted his followers to destroy Tresca, the Eladunatisti assumed the mission with fanatical zeal and determination. Their hostility for Tresca had already manifested when they declared him a heretic for allegedly shaking hands with President Coolidge. At the end of 1926, their animus was stoked red-hot when Tresca blamed Galeni's dictatorial influence as the primary cause for the weakness and ineffectiveness of Italian anarchists in the United States. 28 However, it was Tresca's leadership role in the FNA, especially because it enhanced his prestige among anti-fascists, which provided fresh ammunition for the Eladunatisti's campaign to destroy his reputation and standing. Articles and letters lambasting Tresca for his role in the anti-fascist alliance, and his association with the communists appeared regularly in Eladunita, each one replete with personal denunciation and references to the famous handshake and his new designations, the guest of the White House, and Carlo Pagnaca. 29 This campaign intensified when the renowned anarcho-syndicalist Armando Borghi arrived in the United States in November 1926. Many anarchists assumed that Borghi and Tresca would collaborate and strengthen the anarchist movement. But from the outset Borghi aligned himself with Eladunita, an unnatural alliance that Borghi eventually came to regret, and began to attack Tresca for his participation in the FNA and his collaboration with communists. 30 It was transparent that Borghi's attacks were motivated by more than a difference of opinion regarding anarchist association with the FNA and the communists. Borghi's ego and sense of entitlement were critical factors. Having ranked second only to the legendary Malatesta in Italy, Borghi presumed he would be the foremost Italian anarchist in the United States. Tresca was in his way. As one veteran anarchist put, for Borghi, Tresca has become an obsession. 31 Very soon Borghi's attacks shifted from the ideological to the personal, suggesting that Tresca was a spy for the Soviet Union and received money directly from Moscow. Tresca responded with a blistering article at the end of 1929, declaring to Borghi that you are affected by megalomania. You think the world revolves humbly around you. 32 He recounted how Borghi, upon his arrival in the United States, had visited him at the office of Il Martello before Eladunita made him a prisoner and embraced Tresca with a kiss on the cheeks. This was the kiss of Judas. 33 Coping with Borghi's attacks was difficult enough, but soon Tresca had to contend with the hysterical accusations of Galini's fanatical acolyte, Emilio Coda, whose personal hatred of Tresca bordered on the pathological. Coda, who as secretary of the Sacco Vanzetti Defense Committee had excluded Tresca from its affairs, assumed the role of chief slanderer and libeler in February 1928, after Tresca dared to attribute deficiencies to Galini, whose name he contaminates merely by pronouncing it. 34 Included among the expletives in Coda's verbal barrage was the cryptic word pignaca, a code word for a spy. 35 Undeterred by the skepticism voiced by other anarchists, Coda concluded this latest phase of Eladunita's smear campaign by convening a jury of honor in Hartford, Connecticut, on May 13, 1928, to try Tresca in absentia for his crimes. With the exception of Felice Guadagni, the respected syndicalist who had served on the Sacco Vanzetti Defense Committee, the jury of honor consisted of 6 Galinisti personally selected by Coda. Its published verdict, Guadagni refused to sign it, stated, after the serene documentary statement delivered by Coda, the indisputable corroboration by other depositions from comrades worthy of trust, and the evaluation of Tresca's own absence, the accusations are found to be more than verified. 36 Tresca was greatly disappointed that most Italian anarchists failed to rally to his defense. The aura of infallibility with which Galini had enveloped himself and his disciples still dissuaded many anarchists from dissenting with the gospel preached in the pulpit of Eladunita. It was mainly non-Italian anarchists who recognized the malignant intent of the slander campaign. Emma Goldman wrote to a friend, "I feel that the accusations against Carlo Tresca are false and prompted by personal motives. I have known Carlo Tresca for many years. To claim that he is a spy is absurd." 37 Alexander Berkman, responding to a letter from Eladunita's administrator, Osvaldo Maraviglia, condemning Tresca as a spy and worse than a communist, wrote, "I must say that the whole thing makes me very sad. Our whole movement is eaten by an ulcer, which corrodes the best elements and almost paralyzes all real work. I refer here to charges, countercharges, incriminations and recriminations which fill our movement with filth, in almost every country." 38 Malatesta, the greatest living anarchist, now residing in Rome under house arrest, wrote to Eladunita, expressing his pain and disgust over the polemics tearing apart the movement in the United States. "It is painful in a moment when concord and unity are more necessary than ever that men who basically fight for the same cause waste their power attacking each other in a most indecent manner. Polemics, formerly engaged in purposes of exchanging and clarifying ideas, are now violent and outrageous attacks inspired only by hatred, rancor, and other bad passions. To overcome an adversary they seek not the best arguments and probative facts, but the most obscene, insulting, and bloody words. Frankly, the situation is unbearable. I am surprised to find myself thinking that in the case of a revolution these men, thinking perhaps sincerely that they were serving the interests of the revolution, would seek to guillotine each other." Malatesta pleaded that personal polemics cease. 39 The only response to Malatesta's plea came from Galini's chief disciple and Eladunita's director since 1928, Raffaele Schiavina, aka Max Sardin, aka Bruno, who wrote, "Comrade Malatesta may be uninformed about what goes on abroad." 40 Tresca, unfortunately, never heeded the advice of Allegra and other close associates who urged him to treat Eladunita's accusations as too ridiculous to dignify with a response. 41 He continued to retaliate against his detractors with each new accusation, demanding they either prove him a spy or desist. 42 They did neither. Since Eladunita's objective was not to prove Tresca a spy but to destroy his standing in the anarchist movement, the smear campaign continued unabated. 43 Hoping to end the cycle of attack and counterattack, Tresca announced a unilateral cessation of hostilities. "For me the personal polemic is finished. 44 But not even a truce, much less peace, could be secured from Eladunada, with the newspaper now under Schiavina's control. Just as sectarian and unforgiving as his master, Schiavina would become Tresca's most implacable enemy among the Gallinisti, availing himself of every opportunity to invigorate the campaign against him. 45 The fascists, meanwhile, had been carefully monitoring the conflict between the Gallinisti and Tresca, recognizing that the anti-Tresca campaign not only created havoc within the anarchist movement but also weakened the anti-fascist resistance as a whole. Mussolini's political police expressed delight when the jury of honor rendered its verdict of guilty. They concluded that anti-fascism, which is headed in America by Carlo Tresca, has received a terrible blow. Its major exponent has been definitely liquidated. 46 Fascist hopes became less sanguine when confidential agents reported that the downfall of Tresca and Il Martello should not be anticipated any time soon, because there are too many people who swear upon the innocence of Tresca despite all the warnings of Eladunada. 47 Nonetheless, the fascists remained encouraged by Eladunada's relentless campaign, hoping that the definitive liquidation of Carlo Tresca, imposed upon his followers as well, would administer a moral blow to anti-fascism which depends so much on Tresca. 48 There can be no doubt that Eladunada's smear campaign succeeded in undermining Tresca's standing among the Italian-American anarchists. Outside of the anarchist camp, anti-fascists considered Eladunada's accusations absurd and malicious. On May 27, 1928, a few days after Coda's Star Chamber Court pronounced its verdict, some 2,000 Italian anti-fascists meeting at Cooper Union rose to their feet, applauding and shouting Viva Tresca, and Parli Tresca. Let Tresca speak. 49 When Giovannitti made a passing reference to him. The poet Nino Caradonna expressed the general consensus when he wrote that Eladunada's campaign had been launched with the firm knowledge that Tresca was not a spy, but with the sole objective of depriving Tresca of some of the fame he enjoys among the subversive element in America. 50. Targeting more dignitaries. Tresca's role as the deus ex machina of Italian-American anti-fascism was secure despite attacks from the Gallinisti and the Communists, and although the resistance had weakened, there remained one activity at which anti-fascists still excelled, making life miserable for visiting fascist dignitaries. The chief targets in the late 1920s and early 1930s were two of the most prominent hierarchs in Mussolini's regime, Italo Balbo and Dino Grandi. Balbo, a famous pilot and Mussolini's Minister of Aviation, had come to the United States to attend the Congress of Civil Aviation in Dayton, Ohio, at the end of 1929. In the early years of fascism, Balbo had compiled a blood-stained record as the RAS, chieftain, of Ferrara. He participated in the March on Rome as one of the party's quadrumvirs, but his career was temporarily eclipsed when he was implicated in the murder of the anti-fascist priest, Don Giovanni Manzoni, in August 1923. By 1929, however, his star was reascending as fascism's most popular personality save for Mussolini himself. 51 Tresca denounced Balbo as a fascist gangster, and declared that the Aviation Congress was getting smeared with blood by permitting him to attend. 52 His attacks had prompted concern in Washington, a conclusion he drew when postal authorities refused to circulate 2 December issues of Il Martello, containing inflammatory accounts of Balbo's sanguinary career. 53 Tresca called for large-scale demonstration against Balbo's arrival in New York on January 3, 1929. Meanwhile, anti-fascists placed thousands of placards in store windows and subway cars, featuring a photo of Balbo with a caption reading, "Balbo, wanted for murder." After waiting 6 hours in the cold, 500 anti-fascists greeted Balbo's arrival at City Hall with a chorus of boos and shouts of "Abbasso Balbo," and "Abbasso il fascismo." Only the heavy cordon of policemen and bomb squad detectives prevented the anti-fascists from gaining entry to City Hall, where Mayor Jimmy Walker bestowed the usual accolades upon the visiting fascist official. Later that day, when various Italian-American societies treated Balbo to lunch aboard the Vulcania at Pier 94, an airplane flew over Manhattan, trailing a smoke signal declaring, Balba murderer. Another demonstration took place that evening outside the Biltmore Hotel, where Balba was feted by Mayor Walker, Consul General Grazzi, and a coterie of local fascist prominenti. 54 Tresca's next involvement in a protest demonstration of this magnitude occurred in November 1931, when Italy's foreign minister, Dino Grandi, visited the United States to confer with President Hoover and other government officials. Italy, Tresca maintained, was an economic vassal of the United States, because Mussolini had sold her to Wall Street. 55 Although typically hyperbolic, Tresca's view of Italy derived from the fact that Mussolini's regime had been buttressed economically by multi-million-dollar loans, investments, and favorable terms for war debt payments from the United States. Tresca's claim that Grandi's mission was to pay homage to the bosses, to beg for favors, and to take orders was not a stretch. 56 But Grandi was no errand boy. Tresca understood that his visit reflected the high esteem in which Mussolini and his fascist regime were held in Washington and on Wall Street. This was vividly demonstrated when Girolamo Valenti's request that President Hoover not extend Grandi an official welcome was answered with a police raid of La Stampa Libera, which he edited. 57 Tresca insisted, therefore, that a major protest campaign against Grandi was essential if the voice of anti-fascism was to be heard among the official paeans to the Duce and his accomplishments. Once again, he called upon rival anti-fascists to observe a truce and protest Grandi's visit in unison. But a united front failed to materialize even for this purpose. At a meeting at Irving Plaza on November 8, 1931, Dr. Carlo Fama, President of the Defenders of the Constitution and the most prominent anti-fascist conservative, spoke out against using force and violence on the occasion of Grandi's visit. Communists responded by trying to break up the meeting by shouting and throwing chairs. Interpreting United Front to mean control by the CP, the Communists attempted to sabotage another meeting on November 15, even going so far as to beat up Allegro when he sought to assure them that their voice would be heard. After the Communists were expelled, the remaining anti-fascists led by Tresca and Valenti organized an international committee on anti-fascism, headed by A.J. Must, whose Conference for Progressive Labor Action was cooperating with the Italians. The Communist Daily Worker declared that fascist tools and labor fakers had denied the floor to workers at the meeting, which broke up when socialist and anarchist thugs attacked M.L. Malkin, a member of the International Labor Defense. The Communists also distributed leaflets attacking Tresca and Must, and published a manifesto branding anarchists and socialists as traitors and social fascists. They did not cooperate with any of the demonstrations organized against Grandi, notwithstanding their call for mass agitation. 58 Anticipating Grandi's arrival in New York on November 20, Tresca, Valenti, Mario Carrara, Fort Villana, and Alberto Chiappelli conducted open-air rallies in Greenwich Village and the Bronx, denouncing the fascist foreign minister in vehement language. Those anti-fascists eager for more direct action rampaged through Italian neighborhoods, breaking store windows that exhibited photos of Grandi, while affixing thousands of placards with Grandi's photo that declared, "This man wanted for murder and arson." 59 When Grandi arrived and was feted at City Hall, the most elaborate security precautions ever organized for a foreign dignitary were in place. More than 1,500 policemen and bomb squad agents presented a solid phalanx facing the several hundred anti-fascist demonstrators assembled along Broadway near City Hall. While distributing their wanted for arson and murder leaflets and shouting "Assassino" and "Abbasso il fascismo," the anti-fascists mingled involuntarily with several thousand Italians favorable to the foreign minister and Mussolini, who were shouting "Viva Grandi" and "Viva Mussolini." Undisturbed by the outbursts emanating from the throng, Grandi and Mayor Walker exchanged amenities inside the safety of City Hall. Grandi's speech sounded the theme that Mussolini's government was hyping at this juncture: "I am proud that there are so many Americans of Italian descent in this great city who have become fine and loyal citizens. They make for a permanent link between Italy and the United States." 60. 2 days later, some 350 anti-fascists assembled at Irving Plaza to serve as the jury for a mock trial of Grandi, who was charged with theft, arson, and murder. Roger Baldwin of the ACLU served as the judge, Valenti was the prosecutor, and Tresca the defense attorney. The New York Times described the proceedings: the defendant, a crude stuffed figure in a black shirt, with a blood-stained wooden sword in one hand and a torch in the other, sat at center of the stage. Its head was a rough caricature of Signor Grandi, and its breast covered with tin ashtrays to represent medals. 61 After the prosecution rested its case, Tresca announced that he had no witnesses to speak on Grandi's behalf. However, he put in a good word for the foreign minister nonetheless. Grandi is a good public servant. He obeys Morgan, Lamont, Stimson, and Mussolini. 62 Found guilty, Grandi's effigy was taken to Union Square, where it was burned to shouts of approval. The trial was later recreated and broadcast on an Italian radio station. 63 For several days, while visiting cultural sites and attending banquets with his wife, Grandi was escorted by policemen to ensure his safety from the anti-fascists shadowing his every move. Major demonstrations occurred nevertheless at the Metropolitan Opera House and the Commodore Hotel. Returning to the safety and freedom of fascist Italy must have come as a great relief to the beleaguered foreign minister. 64 Tresca, however, was dissatisfied with the scope and intensity of the protest demonstrations. His only satisfaction derived from the fact that Grandi could not show his face in public without a protective escort. 65. The Easton PA bombing. On December 30, 1931, a bomb exploded in the post office of Easton, Pennsylvania, killing 3 employees and injuring several others. The bomb was one of 5 brought to the post office for mailing. The intended targets were Generoso Pope, the millionaire publisher of 3 pro-fascist newspapers, his fascist editor of Il Progresso, Italo Carlo Falbo, the Italian consul general of New York, Emanuele Grazzi, and the Argentine vice consul in Baltimore. The next day similar bombs mailed from New York were intercepted by postal authorities before delivery to the Italian consul general of Chicago, the publisher of L'Italia, a pro-fascist newspaper in Chicago, the Italian vice consul of Detroit, the Italian vice consul of Cleveland, and an Italian consular agent in Youngstown. 66 The Italian government demanded immediate action from American authorities. 67 Tresca ranked high on the FBI's and New York bomb squad's list of suspects. His phone at Il Martello was tapped and his correspondence examined by local police. Particularly suspect was a cablegram Tresca sent on November 12 to his mistress Minna Harkava, who was visiting Moscow, that read, "Best wishes, loving thoughts on birthday, hoping occasion, birth letter from you to us, Lonnie, home all well, love, signed Louis/Carlo." Louis was Louis Harvacchi, Minna's husband. The geniuses in the bomb squad interpreted Tresca's garbled English to be a coded message containing information relative to the Easton bombing. Transmitted by the FBI to the intelligence service of the War Department for decoding, the military. Experts concluded that the message was precisely what it appeared to be, a birthday greeting. 68 While Tresca's coded message was being deciphered, the bomb squad paid a visit to his office. Accustomed to such visitations whenever a bomb exploded, Tresca employed his charm and good humor to neutralize the zeal and hostility of the bomb squad agents. On this occasion, he observed a name tag indicating that one of the officers was of Italian descent. Asking the young fellow his surname, Tresca exclaimed that the officer's father was a friend and subscriber to Il Martello. Then he withdrew a bottle of whiskey from his desk drawer and proposed they drink a toast to the policeman's father. The officers all partook of the prohibited libation, shook hands with Tresca, and departed quite content. 69 Although questioning Tresca about bombings had become routine, the FBI really suspected that this latest bombing campaign was the work of the Eladunita Group, with its director Schiavina functioning as the mastermind. 70 This theory was compelling because it was based on information furnished to the FBI by Umberto Caradossi, a member of the Italian secret police whose official cover was that of vice consul in New York. He had learned of the plot from a spy operating within the group. The motive for targeting consular officials was revenge for the execution of one of their own, Michel Scarreau, the would-be assassin of Mussolini who was executed on May 29, 1931. 71. What neither Caradossi nor the FBI ever discovered was why a bomb had been sent to the Argentine vice-consul. Most likely, he was targeted in revenge for the execution on March 28, 1931 of Severino Di Giovanni, an Italian anarchist terrorist in Argentina who was in frequent correspondence with Schiavina. 72. The FBI never found sufficient evidence to charge the Eladunita group, and the case remained unsolved. Battle for the Garibaldi Memorial, 1932. June 2, 1932 marked the 50th anniversary of Garibaldi's death. A major confrontation at the Garibaldi Memorial on Independence Day was a certainty. Shortly before 2 p.m., Tresca and some 350 anti-fascists disembarked from the Staten Island ferry at St. George and marched the 3 miles to the Garibaldi Memorial at Rosebank. They immediately sought entry but were physically barred by the police. Augmented by 150 new arrivals, the anti-fascists again surged forward around 6 p.m., when the gates to the grounds swung open to receive the 3,500 members of the Sons of Italy and many black shirts dressed in full regalia. A melee ensued and the anti-fascists were beaten back by police swinging clubs. But the din they raised prevented honored speakers like Consul General Grazzi and Generoso Pope from being heard. After the ceremonies concluded, all factions boarded the same train to St. George. A scuffle broke out in one of the crowded cars and a pistol shot was fired, killing Salvatore Arena, a member of Giuseppe Caldora's Il Duce fascist alliance. His fascist comrades accused Clemente Lista, a 35-year-old painter and Tresciano from New Jersey, and police took him into custody. 73. Arena's funeral was held at the Dominican Church on Lexington Avenue and 66th Street in Manhattan, with Italian Ambassador De Martino, Consul General Grazzi, a host of prominenti, and black shirts from the Lichter Federation and the Il Duce Fascist Alliance in attendance. Arena's coffin was welcomed aboard the ocean liner Satania by an honor guard of fascist militia who stood guard throughout the entire voyage. The burial, with military honors, was held in Arena's hometown in Sicily. But Arena's quasi-canonization was soon marred by news that he was wanted by police in Montreal for bank robbery and murder. 74. Tresca's first act in Lista's defense was to provide to the district attorney of Staten Island the name of the man who really killed Arena, explaining that the shot had been fired by a fascist and intended for Lista. Speaking at the Rand School, Tresca and Valenti blamed Mayor Walker and Tammany Hall for the fracas at the Garibaldi Memorial, because the mayor had ordered the police to prevent the anti-fascists from laying a wreath at the shrine. Before Tresca could assemble a defense team, however, the case against Lista collapsed. Several eyewitnesses testified to the Staten Island district attorney that they had observed Arena arguing with Domenico Trombetta, the fanatical black shirt publisher of Il Grido della Stirpe, Cry of the Race, and the president of the Lichter Federation. As the fascists and anti-fascists were leaving the train, Trombetta allegedly drew a pistol and shot Arena. Trombetta's main accuser was Giacomo Caldora, the chief rival of the Lichter Federation, whom Tresca had persuaded to testify, evidently without much difficulty. Charges against Lista were dropped and Trombetta brought to trial for Arena's murder. Since internecine struggle was ubiquitous among black shirts as well as sovversivi, the conflicting testimony provided by rival fascist organizations resulted in Trombetta's acquittal. A few months later, Caldora was shot and severely wounded by a rival fascist in revenge for having testified against Trombetta. Detectives investigating the case were not the least bit concerned about the identity of the assailant. Instead, they hounded Caldora relentlessly to extract an admission that Tresca and the anti-fascists had convinced him to give false testimony against Trombetta. Putting Tresca in jail was still a higher priority for the police than convicting a fascist murderer. 75. The Terzani case. Fascism in the United States was not confined to Italians and Germans. The early 1930s saw the emergence of the Khaki Shirts of America, commanded by General Arthur J. Smith. The political agenda of the Khaki Shirts included the abolition of Congress and its substitution with a board of dictators, immediate payment of the bonus promised to soldiers after WWI, large-scale federal unemployment relief, revaluation of silver at a rate of 16-1, and the largest army and navy in the world. The khaki shirts planned a march on Washington with several million armed men on Columbus Day 1933. The coup would overthrow the government and establish a fascist dictatorship. 76 headquartered in Philadelphia, Smith and the khaki shirts sought to expand their ranks in New York, scheduling a rally at Columbus Hall in the Little Italy section of Astoria, Queens, on July 14, 1933. Informed on short notice of the impending rally, anti-fascists had no time for a preparatory meeting and sought Tresca's advice instead. On the morning of July 14, the headline of La Stampa Libera sounded Tresca's exhortation, Mobilitazione Antifascista, with the subtitle, "This evening everyone to Columbus Hall in Astoria against the khaki shirts." 77 some 150 to 200 khaki shirts, many of them second-generation Italian Americans, and Italian black shirts gathered in the hall to hear speeches by Smith and other fascists. The anti-fascist contingent that assembled to challenge them was composed primarily of Tresca's young followers. Rather than enter the hall, Tresca advised the anti-fascists to wait outside and attack the khaki shirts and their black shirt allies when they left. But a small group went inside to disrupt the fascist speakers. One of them, the noted illustrator Fort Villana, shouted "Morte a Mussolini," when he heard the Duce's name praised. He was immediately set upon by a group of khaki shirts and clubbed unconscious. When Villana's comrades came to his assistance, a general melee erupted. One of the anti-fascists was a 22-year-old student at City College named Antonio Fierro. Smith himself attacked the young man, striking him repeatedly over the head with his riding crop. Then a shot was fired, killing Fierro instantly. When the police and two assistant district attorneys arrived, Fierro's friend, Athos Terzani, a 31-year-old taxi driver and Tresciano, was identified by one of Smith's bodyguards, Frank Mofer, real name Montefori, as the shooter. Smith, too, identified Terzani as the killer, claiming that the shot had been intended for him. Queens District Attorney Charles S. Colden immediately ordered Terzani's arrest, charging him with murder in the second degree. He was released from custody on $15,000 bail pending trial. Smith and Mofer returned the next day to Philadelphia, where the general boasted that the khaki shirts had killed a communist and beaten up many others. 78 After organizing an elaborate funeral for Fierro in the Bronx, Tresca recruited a broad-based Terzani defense committee that included himself, Roger Baldwin, and Norman Thomas as chairman. Leader of the legal team was Arthur Garfield Hayes. The biggest obstacle confronting the defense was the absolute refusal of the Queens District Attorney to investigate leads pointing to suspects other than Terzani. Colden, it seems, was coveting electoral support from elements that desired a conviction. To prevent a blatant frame-up, the defense conducted its own investigation to contest the fascists' version of the shooting. 79 The khaki shirts' march on Washington never materialized. Philadelphia police raided their headquarters on October 12 and discovered a cache of weapons but not Smith, who disappeared after absconding with the organization's funds. Smith surrendered himself to the police a few days later and was charged with fraud. Smith's betrayal destroyed the khaki shirts and encouraged some former members to furnish information about the Terzani case. Chief among these was Samuel Wein, a Jewish member of the General Staff, who confessed to Norman Thomas and Rabbi Louis I Newman that he had lied to the Bronx grand jury about Terzani because Smith had threatened to kill him as an example to all Jews. At Terzani's trial on December 11–13, 1933, Wein and several other ex-khaki shirts identified Frank Mofer as the shooter who killed Fierro. The jury required only 32 minutes to reach a verdict of not guilty. Shortly afterward, Terzani and his fiancée were married at a victory celebration hosted at Irving Plaza, with Norman Thomas as best man and Tresca's companion, Margaret de Silver, as matron of honor. As for Smith and Mofer, It was only after Thomas brought considerable pressure to bear that Colden prosecuted the real culprits. Convicted in April 1934, Smith was sentenced to 3 to 6 years for perjury, and Mofer received a 5 to 10-year term on a reduced charge of first-degree manslaughter, having confessed his guilt. Terzani's acquittal and the disintegration of the khaki shirts represented anti-fascism's most significant victory of the 1930s. 80. The Depression and the New Deal. 18. The travails suffered by working-class people during the Great Depression evoked a visceral reaction within Tresca, which increased his already profound hatred for capitalism and government. Gone was the self-imposed moderation Tresca had exercised in the 1920s, when, for example, he had refrained from criticizing the American president as a precautionary measure. Now Tresca was attacking every important political figure, policy, and institution associated with American capitalism, while hoping that the dreadful conditions produced by the Depression would generate radical action by the working class. 1. Tresca denounced Wall Street American Samoa, the most vile, fetid, and deadly cave in America, which serves to enrich 10 and impoverish 10,000. 2. He rejected conventional explanations attributing the Depression to objective market forces. The Wall Street crash of October 1929 had resulted from human imbecility and greed. When the economy worsened in 1930, Tresca assailed President Hoover's myopic view of the Depression, rejecting his claim that the return of prosperity was just around the corner. He was not surprised that Hoover's remedy was to give assistance to ailing corporations and banks and nothing to the poor and unemployed. The greed of capitalists rendered them incapable of seeing beyond the short term. Why else, in a crisis generated by overproduction and underconsumption, would they cut workers' wages, when such action only depressed consumption still further? Indifference to the suffering of the poor and class cupidity were the inevitable consequence of a political system controlled by and operated for the benefit of corporate capitalists. 3. Yet for all his empathy with their suffering, Tresca expressed more disdain for American workers during the Depression than at any previous time in his career. He was dismayed and disillusioned by their failure to respond to the economic crisis with anything resembling a revolutionary threat to capitalism. He stated repeatedly that the most tragic thing about this present historical moment is the supine resignation of the masses. For American workers, he believed, thought with their stomachs, not their brains. They would tolerate exploitation and corruption so long as they could eat. They deluded themselves that a cosmetic change in the political order would solve their problems and fill their stomachs. Americans had lost their survival instincts because they had been domesticated with the deception of patriotism and religion. In the name of patriotism they yield to misery, because the nation must not be disturbed with uprisings and agitation. In the name religion they are resigned, because, if hunger squeezes their insides, it is God who has sent it, and they must bow down before the will of God. 5. On the labor front. The state of the labor movement in the early 1930s was worse than lamentable from Tresca's perspective. The principal culprits were the leaders of the AFL, the UMWA, and the AQUA. The AFL's traditional policy of cooperation rather than conflict with capitalism reached new heights during the Depression, as President William Greene and the craft union hierarchies remained docile and even reactionary in the face of massive unemployment and industry pressure for wage cuts, and as they continued to oppose organizing millions of non-union workers along industrial lines. Tresca's characterization of the AFL as a bulwark of capitalism was hard to dispute. 6. His other enemy of long standing, the UMWA, was now a mere shadow of its former self. Although aware that production surpluses and mechanization were affecting coal miners adversely, Tresca laid most of the blame at the feet of John L. Lewis, the president of the UMWA since 1919. Lewis personified everything Tresca hated about powerful union leaders. He was conservative in political outlook, despite supporting the Democratic Party, dictatorial and corrupt in his running of the union, intolerant of radicals and unauthorized strikes, negotiated weak contracts detrimental to miners, and always hesitated to confront the coal company operators. He was committed above all else to crushing internal opposition to his rule. The UMWA under Lewis' leadership, therefore, had become a straitjacket, experiencing disaster after disaster. 7. Tresca was even more critical of the needle trades unions. While coal miners frequently resisted the dictates of the UMWA, the garment workers of the Equua remained inert, allowing themselves to remain under the fascist tyranny of the union bureaucracy. 8. Tresca had been supportive of the ACWA during its early years, attending its first conference in 1916 and participating in the Lawrence strike which the union led in 1919. By the late 1920s and early 1930s, however, Tresca had become an unrelenting critic of the ACWU, focusing his animus against Union President Sidney Hillman, who now ranked with Lewis as Tresca's most despised labor potentates. Hillman, he maintained, was guilty of collaboration with management, a betrayal that resulted in lower wages, longer hours, Sunday work, increased use of the check-off system, countenance of scab labor, abandonment of efforts to organize non-union shops, abolition of union local autonomy, and use of gangsters to suppress dissidents within the union. Hillman's Italian lieutenants Augusto Bellanca, Giovanni Sala, and Giuseppe Catalalotti were equally tarred by Tresca's brush. To describe them, Tresca coined the term Bellanchismo, by which he meant union despotism and corruption. 9. Strike of the Rockmen. Although renowned in radical circles as an astute and unrelenting critic of union potentates and bureaucracies, Tresca would have much preferred to rejoin the fray, utilizing his skills as agitator and strike leader rather than censure from the sidelines. He explained to his friend Margaret Sanger, "A strike, a battle is for me a dream. I forget the world when I am in the action." 10. The Depression presented the ideal environment in which to resume his labor activities. However, the obstacles facing Tresca were the union leaders he had antagonized and the indelible stigma of still being too radical. The prospect of agitation and strike leadership loomed in the coal fields of Pennsylvania. Agitation and wildcat strikes had erupted in the anthracite region during the winter of 1929 to 1930, especially in Lansford, Tamaqua, Coaldale, Summit Hill, and Nesquehoning. Here the rockmen, the miners who dug and cleared tunnels, were in conflict with the contractors who employed them in the service of the Lehigh Consolidated Coal Company. Both the rockmen and the contractors were overwhelmingly Italian, with the latter exploiting their co-nationals by paying lower wages, demanding more hours and days of labor, using fewer men, and engaging in other corrupt practices in blatant violation of existing contracts with the UMWA. But the union did nothing to help its members. 11. The syndicalist Felice Guadagni and the socialist Giuseppe Populizio, a new associate of the Martello Group, were the first Italian radicals from outside the region to arrive, attending a number of meetings of rockmen in Lansford to assess the situation. Representatives of the Communist National Miners Union, NMU, also attended, but when it became clear that their primary purpose was to recruit new members for the NMU and the CP, the rockmen rejected their appeals. Instead, they called upon Tresca for leadership. He arrived on January 26, 1930 and urged the rockmen to force the UMWA to help them defeat the contractors. In response, the sub-district president of the UMWA, Thomas Kelly, put in an appearance at a meeting of 600 to 700 rockmen in Lansford. At first, Kelly refused to participate because Tresca was present. The clamorous response of the rockmen in favor of Tresca's right to speak compelled him to acquiesce. A debate, in English, between Tresca and Kelly resulted in the latter's expressing agreement with Tresca, adding that if this intelligent and powerful orator will help us, we will get rid of the contractors. 12. He assured the rockmen that the UMWA would help them fight the contractors. 13. Tresca's plan of action, approved by Kelly, called for the formation of an agitation committee of rockmen, and for meetings between the committee and UMWA to formulate demands obligating the contractors to honor existing agreements. Tresca returned to New York only to be summoned back after no progress was achieved. At a meeting of 800 rockmen in Lansdale on February 9, Kelly refused to share the platform with Tresca because he was a New York man and not a member of the UMWA. When the Italians demanded that Tresca speak, Kelly and his underlings tried to quit the hall but were stopped and roughed up by angry rockmen. After escaping, Kelly returned with the police chief and a contingent of mounted officers armed with rifles and tear gas bombs. A melee erupted. Tresca was arrested and charged with inciting riot and held on $10,000 bail. Not a single rockman or miner went to work the next day. Released by a local magistrate, Tresca concluded that his continuing presence would hinder the rockmen's cause. After Tresca returned to New York, Kelly ordered the rockmen back to work because the UMWA and the contractors had declared the strike illegal. As Tresca had witnessed so many times, the coal miners were betrayed by their own union. 14 Eager for more action, Tresca turned his attention to the unauthorized strikes that coal miners in Pennsylvania, Ohio, West Virginia, and Kentucky were conducting in 1931, often in the face of violence from the authorities and mine owners. He noted that strikes were much more common among non-union miners. Wherever the UMWA held sway, the miners were repeatedly betrayed. He was particularly impressed by the tenacious resistance of the miners in Kentucky, a state which the UMWA had failed to unionize, and where the IWW was achieving a small measure of success. 15 On June 27, Tresca wrote to Herbert Mahler, Secretary-Treasurer of the IWW, offering his services for the Kentucky strikes or any others he could help. 16 He never received a reply. Tresca's hope of resuming his former place in the labor movement remained unfulfilled. The Depression strikes home. Before the stock market crash, Il Martello's deficit had already reached around $5,300. 17 Tresca told Margaret Sanger that the months of November and December 1929 were crushing, because the unemployment crisis is hurting me more than anyone could imagine. As frequently happened when confronted by financial adversity, Tresca lapsed into an emotional depression. He lamented to Sanger, I did spend, as a human being, the most miserable and demoralizing Christmas I ever have spent in my life. No money, no peace. Literally no money to live and forced to send the workers home without pay. I am tired. Tired not because I find too hard the fights for the triumph of my ideal, but tired of this petty, discouraging, humiliating search for money to keep the candle burning. I am here on the cross, a pauper, a regular beggar, asking my followers for the penny to go on battling for them, the friends for loan that are hard and almost impossible to repay. 18. Publishing the newspaper became more problematic as the economy continued its downward spiral. Hundreds of readers who had lost their jobs could no longer afford to pay subscription fees or contribute donations. Brother Ettore, to whom he usually turned when the coffers were empty, could not provide the necessary funds. In desperation, Tresca obtained a substantial loan from a friend of Margaret Sanger's. But this loan, like most he secured, would never be repaid. During the best years of the 1920s, Tresca paid himself a handsome stipend out of operating expenses $50 a week. From January 1930 to July 1931, however, he took no salary in order to pay Il Martello's mounting debt. But this personal sacrifice scarcely helped bring his newspaper to press. To raise funds to save Il Martello, Tresca's comrades organized a banquet to honor his 27 years of struggles in the United States. 19 Held at the Irving Plaza on May 24, 1931, the banquet attracted more than 500 people, including many of America's most celebrated radicals and liberals, Joe Ettor, Roger Baldwin, Arthur Garfield Hayes, Benjamin Gitlow, Mike Gold, A.J. Must, Haywood Broun, Vito Marcantonio, and many others. The banquet represented a great tribute to Tresca's popularity and prestige, but did little to erase Il Martello's deficit. As a result, only 39 issues of Il Martello were published in 1931, instead of the customary 50. 20. The Italian consulate, not surprisingly, had been observing Tresca's travails with great satisfaction. One of their spies, someone on excellent terms of friendship with the noted Carlo Tresca, reported that Tresca for some time has been in poor health and appears very depressed, also because the contributions of his comrades of the faith are becoming ever more scarce. He complains continually and says, "I have never gone through such a dark period in my life." 21. A few weeks later, lacking money even for stamps, Tresca suspended publication of Il Martello after the issue of May 7, 1932. He had no idea if his hammer would ever strike again. Il Martello ultimately did resume publication as a bi-weekly on January 27, 1934, with a new office at 94 Fifth Avenue. The largest infusion of cash needed to resurrect the newspaper undoubtedly came from Margaret de Silver, the new woman in his life. But all was not well within the Il Martello group. Several of the comrades were discontent with Tresca's management, and proposed replacing him as director with Domenico Zavatero, a veteran anarchist and regular contributor, or Luigi Fabbri, the renowned disciple of Malatesta, who resided in Montevideo. Nothing came of these proposals. What emerged was an arrangement that designated the Il Martello Group as the new owner and publisher of the newspaper, with Tresca continuing as director. A control commission was formed to determine editorial policy and administration. In reality, the bureaucratic transformation proved merely cosmetic. The new Il Martello was virtually indistinguishable from the old. Tresca was still the boss. 22. Roosevelt. The revival of Il Martello occurred in a political atmosphere substantially different from that which had permeated American society when the newspaper suspended publication. The transformation was attributable to Franklin Delano Roosevelt and the New Deal. Tresca had erred when he previously argued that a transfer of power from Republicans to Democrats would change nothing. Roosevelt, he quickly recognized, was a new species of political animal, a man of infinitely greater finesse and acuity than Hoover. And unlike most Americans, who appreciated the modicum of redress the New Deal reforms would bring, Tresca did not appreciate them. Tresca asserted that Roosevelt's conservative critics were fools to regard him as a revolutionary, whose policies and methods would destroy capitalism and hasten the advent of socialism. Roosevelt, in Tresca's view, was a constitutional dictator, whose New Deal represented novel forms of state intervention designed to correct the inherent instability of traditional laissez-faire capitalism. Far from being a threat, the New Deal was a salvaging operation for capitalism. Roosevelt was a demagogue and quintessential counter-revolutionary, whose inaugural rhetoric had duped the blind and patient American people. 23. Tresca's perception of Roosevelt as the savior of capitalism, dispensing palliatives to undermine the potential militancy of the American working class, explained the inordinate hostility he demonstrated toward the president and his New Deal policies until 1940. San Francisco General Strike. While the Roosevelt administration churned out measures to ameliorate the effects of the Depression, hundreds of thousands of workers and the unemployed were agitating, striking, and organizing new unions at a feverish pace, invariably outside the ambit of the AFL, which still adhered to its philosophy of cooperation with management and its reluctance to organize unskilled workers in mass production industries, such as steel and automobiles. Of the many strikes that raged in 1934, none riveted Tresca's attention as much as the San Francisco General Strike of July 17 to 19, which involved some 150,000 longshoremen, teamsters, and maritime workers. For 3 days the strikers brought San Francisco to a virtual standstill, only to succumb to massive retaliation by police, vigilantes, and some 4,500 National Guardsmen. 24. Despite its defeat, Tresca was greatly encouraged by the general strike, which suggested American workers might be awakening from their coma. He applauded the action as the beginning of a new era of the labor movement in the United States. 25. Because of the violent behavior of local officials and police, as well as the efforts of the Roosevelt administration, first to delay the longshoremen's strike and then to appoint conservative officials and citizens to mediate efforts he interpreted as purposefully intended to help the shipping companies break the strike. Tresca maintained that the general strike had shattered the myth that the U.S. government is by the people and for the people. Capitalist democracy had been attacked by the force of the strike, class consciousness had arisen among the mass of California workers, the class struggle had been clarified, and the demarcation line drawn. 26. America leaning toward fascism. Tresca believed that the American environment of 1934 revealed ominous portents of future suppression of strikes, the undermining of free unionism, and the emergence of fascism. San Francisco had demonstrated that when the interests of capitalism were in dire jeopardy, the police, judiciary, and military powers of the state stood in readiness to suppress rebellious workers in the event that vigilantes and hired thugs proved unequal to the task. To justify legal and extra-legal repression, the myth of a communist menace had been resurrected and exploited to the fullest by the government and the bourgeoisie. The parallels between Italy in the early 1920s and the United States in the 1930s were unmistakable in Tresca's view, leading him to believe that fascism in the United States is no longer a tendency or a theory, but a fact. 27 signs were everywhere: suppression of the San Francisco strike, the khaki shirts, the silver shirts, the American Legion, the Daughters of the American Revolution, the Ku Klux Klan, Huey Long, Father Coughlin, even Roosevelt himself. The dictator, the demagogue Roosevelt vacillates. Tomorrow the dictator will remove his mask, Tresca predicted. Meanwhile, we head toward obligatory arbitration, toward government control of unions, toward the reduction of the workers' standard of living, toward laws increasingly restrictive of liberty, toward fascism. 28. The CIO and worker militancy. As Roosevelt's second term approached, Tresca continued to warn that America was galloping steadily toward a totalitarian state. 29. He was disgusted, therefore, when William Greene and other leaders of the AFL supported Roosevelt's re-election at their Madison Square Garden rally in May 1935. The big mistake of AFL leaders, Tresca maintained, was to think that Roosevelt was a friend of labor, their term, because the backward and orthodox forces of capitalism opposed him. It had become all the more imperative, therefore, that American workers liberate themselves from the yoke of the AFL and form new militant unions. 30. Given his inveterate hostility to the AFL and his advocacy of industrial unionism, Tresca might have been expected to bestow his blessings upon the Congress for Industrial Organization, CIO, the Confederation of Industrial Unions that broke away from the AFL in November 1935. He did not. Although the CIO espoused industrial unionism and attracted many bona fide radicals, communists, socialists, and Trotskyists, some of whom became excellent organizers and second-echelon leaders, Tresca would not invest his revolutionary faith in a labor organization controlled by the likes of John L. Lewis, Sidney Hillman, and Charles Howard, men whom he considered power-hungry despots and pro-capitalist traitors to the working class. Signs of betrayal, he believed, were evidenced by Lewis' role in compelling the UMWA, a CIO affiliate, to support Roosevelt's re-election. 31. Rather than support Roosevelt or any other party politicians, Tresca argued, labor unions should pursue only one political objective, whatever leads directly to the abolition of the state and capitalism. 32. Where is this growing conflict between capital and labor heading? Tresca asked in the summer of 1937. Toward a ferocious reaction that will rout and defeat the forces of labor? Toward fascism? Or toward a new, auspicious era of proletarian conquests, toward greater class consciousness, and toward greater political and economic maturity of the American proletariat? 33. What prompted Tresca's question was the wave of strikes and sit-downs led by the CIO throughout much of the Midwest in 1936 and 1937, in rubber, steel, and automotive plants in Akron, Flint, Cleveland, Chicago, Youngstown, Johnstown, and other centers in the American heartland. Never before in the 20th century had tens of thousands of largely unorganized American workers demonstrated such a degree of militancy. and resolve. Equally unprecedented was the scale on which workers struck against such giants of industry as Goodyear, U.S. Steel, and General Motors, utilizing a tactic rarely employed by American labor, the sit-down strike, an illegal occupation of factories by its workers. 34 Having been disillusioned with the American working class for so many years, Tresca did not respond with jubilation and naive expectations when the strike wave erupted, but he was pleased that the objective of so many strikes was union recognition, the right to organize and join unions without employer interference, an achievement Tresca considered more important than wage increases. Moreover, the workers were fighting to join, not the AFL-type craft unions, which had shunned the unskilled workers in mass-producing industries for decades, but industrial unions such as Tresca had long favored because they engendered class unity and solidarity. The sit-down strikes were also encouraging because they demonstrated defiance of America's quasi-religious belief in the sanctity of private property, and opened workers to the realization that the means of production rightfully belonged to them. Tresca also applauded the spontaneity of the workers, the fact that they frequently initiated sit-downs on their own accord, without awaiting orders from CIO officials. Nevertheless, while the new strike tactics exhibited a degree of instinctive revolutionary spirit, he explained, it was still a superficial instinct. The criterion of revolutionary organization had not yet developed. 35 Tresca also believed the angry reaction the sit-down strikes had produced among industrialists and much of America's anti-labor middle class was symptomatic of incipient fascism. Industrialists, he believed, were hoping that the strikes would prompt the government to suppress the workers and form a fascist state like Italy. Conservatives groups such as the American Legion, the Daughters of the American Revolution, the Catholic Church, and a multitude of citizens groups who wanted the strikes declared illegal were conducting a violent campaign in the press, pulpit, and speakers' platform against communism. The reactionary propaganda emanating from these quarters was intended to create the psychological moment for a frontal attack, for the fascist push. Equally threatening were the retaliatory measures already in motion, as police, vigilantes, and company thugs disrupted union meetings, beat up picketers, and even killed striking workers throughout the Midwest. Such reactions confirmed one indisputable fact: to the legitimate demands of workers the ruling class responds with violence. 36 But the possibility of a nationwide clash between capital and labor was soon precluded by Lewis and other supporters of capitalism within the CIO. Unauthorized strikes were prohibited, effectively putting an end to sit-downs. And with the sit-downs went the militancy of 1937. CIO radicals, especially the communists, who had been instrumental in the success of the sit-downs and organizing drives, were increasingly subordinated to the union's power barons, like Lewis. 37 Once the union was tamed, Tresca considered the CIO as much an auxiliary of capitalism as the AFL. American capitalism, with the aid of union despots, had won the struggle against labor without the need for fascism. 19. During the 21 months that Il Martello remained in limbo, Tresca ventured a second time into the realm of playwriting with Il Vendicatore, The Avenger. As a literary undertaking, this three-act drama falls short of El Attentato a Mussolini. The clever banter and sardonic humor that distinguished the former are missing, and the dialogue is replete with lengthy passages that sound like a political speech. Nevertheless, Il Vendicatore contains raw passion reminiscent of a Verismo opera by Mascagni or Leoncavallo. Signora Nardi fears that a deadly fate awaits her son Remo, a revolutionary involved in a conspiracy against the fascist regime. His sister Luisa, a gullible young woman who believes the myths manufactured by Mussolini's propaganda machine, cannot understand her brother's political motivation and values. Moved by her mother's entreaties, Luisa discloses Remo's revolutionary intent to her fiancé, a fascist commandant named Emanuele, believing that he can steer her brother back to a safe path. Emanuele has Remo arrested but convinces Luisa, shades of Puccini's Tosca, that he will arrange safe passage for him to France if she yields to his lust. The fascist's promise is worthless, and Remo is tortured to death without exposing his comrades. Luisa flees when she learns of Emanuele's betrayal and Remo's death. Many years later, now elevated to the rank of fascist podesta, Emanuele has arranged to dine with a proletarian family as a public relations ploy to demonstrate concern for suffering workers. The Riva family was selected for this honor because the son, Vittorio, is the head of the local fascist university militia. Unknown to Emanuele, the family members are all anti-fascists. The mother, whom he does not recognize, is really Luisa, and Vittorio is the product of Emanuele's seduction. The boy has been raised to be the Avenger il Vendicatore. The target, of course, is Emanuele. Luisa reveals her true identity and that of their son just as Vittorio plunges a dagger into Emanuele's chest, declaring, "Yes, I am the son that fascism has taught to kill, and I kill you." One Il Vendicatore premiered in Ukrainian Hall at 217 East 6th Street on April 3, 1934, performed by the Filodrammatica Moderno and directed by Salvatore Pernicone. Successive performances were given in New York, Philadelphia, and other cities, but the play never achieved the popularity of El Attentato a Mussolini. Perhaps that was just as well. Playwriting was not the best utilization of Tresca's time and energy. Tresca was able to revive Il Martello in January 1934. Having lost none of his audacity and zeal, Tresca targeted the most powerful of all the prominenti generoso Pope for attack. Born in a small village not far from Naples, Pope arrived in New York in 1906 at the age of 15, unable to read or write English, with $10 in his pocket. By the late 1920s, Pope was the richest Italian American in New York, having amassed millions as the owner of the Colonial Sand and Gravel Company, the largest supplier of building materials in the country. By the early 1930s, Pope had acquired ownership of Il Progresso Italo-Americano, Il Corriere d'America, and Bollettino della Sera in New York, and El Opinion in Philadelphia. As the grand mogul of the Italian-language press, Pope was able to influence the majority of Italian-American voters to support Tammany Hall candidates in New York and the Roosevelt administration in Washington. His role as the premier Italian-American vote-getter earned Pope direct access to the White House and Roosevelt himself. He capitalized on this connection to serve as Mussolini's unofficial emissary to the American government. That Pope would rise to the top of Tresca's list of most hated prominenti was inevitable once he acquired his newspaper chain, which functioned as the most pervasive and influential purveyor of fascist propaganda. What made Pope all the more reprehensible in Tresca's eyes was the hypocrisy inherent in his political stance, pro-Mussolini and fascism in Italy, pro-Roosevelt and democracy in the United States. Tresca perceived that Pope, unlike Luigi Bardini, the former director of Il Corriere d'America, harbored no real devotion to fascism per se. His primary motive for supporting Mussolini was rank opportunism and an insatiable desire for glory and self-aggrandizement, needs that the Duce satisfied with medals, honors, and special privileges. Attuned to Pope's vanity and need to play the grand'uomo, Tresca delighted in denigrating him as an ignorant, vulgar peasant, favoring insulting terms like king of the Caffenei, illiterate quadruped, and golden ass. Tresca's attacks against Pope had begun with the latter's acquisition of Il Progresso from the estate of the late Carlo Barzotti in 1928. They escalated to an unprecedented level of ferocity in October 1934, when on the front page of Il Martello, in Italian and English, he accused Pope of being a gangster and racketeer. For Pope, journalism is not a mission but a racket, a charge Tresca substantiated with information, garnered from his own sources, describing how Pope employed underworld strong-arm men to intimidate rival Italian newspaper publishers, other business associates, and his own workers when they attempted to unionize. Addressing all the American dailies of New York, again in English, Tresca charged. In the city of New York today, the editor of a newspaper is in constant danger of physical attack, perhaps of death, at the hands of underworld elements who disapprove, or represent others who disapprove, of this editor's political view. An attempt is being made by Generoso Pope in the city to exercise censorship over the Italian language press by means of gangsters. An attempt is being made to inaugurate in the Italian colony in the United States the same political regime in the press as prevails today in Mussolini's Italy. 5. No one had ever dared attack Pope in this manner, and anti-fascists awaited his reaction with tense anticipation. A week or so after the offending article was published, Tresca received a courtesy call from two of Pope's henchmen. One of emissaries, according to Tresca, was ceremoniously polite, requesting only the issue of Il Martello in which Tresca's attack against Pope had appeared, but the intent was clear. 6. A later version, provided by Girolamo Valenti, portrayed the encounter as more threatening and more typically Trescian. Threatened with death if he persisted in attacking Pope, Tresca allegedly told his potential killer to get out, and if Generoso Pope wants to know how to kill people, tell him to come to me instead of sending cheap hoodlums like you. 7. The gangster who delivered the threat was allegedly Frank Garofalo, Pope's chief henchman and second in command of the Castellammare gang of mafiosi headed by Giuseppe Bonanno. 8. An article soon appeared in Il Progresso entitled, "For the Peace of Our Community," calling upon all Italian-American elements not to fan the flames of political division, not to divide immigrants between fascists and anti-fascists. 9. But neither the threat of violence nor this olive branch deterred Tresca from his campaign against Pope. With a headline declaring the fascist Gene Pope is a man of straw, Tresca challenged Pope to do his worst, even urging him to sue for libel so could prove his accusations in court. He also warned that any attempt at violence would be answered in kind. Keep your men in check. This is not a game you will settle the way you did with Giordano, Sisca and Bernabe, people threatened by Pope. If I fall, you will follow me, inevitably. Nor could there be peace between them. You with your newspapers represent everything we sovversivi hate. You are the state, religion, and capital. As for peace in the Italian community, the anti-fascists will never give you peace so long as you continue to favor fascism with your newspapers. Only when the tyrants of Italy are hanging from the highest lampposts of Rome and the liberation of the proletariat is an accomplished fact. Who knows? Perhaps then we can discuss peace. Until then, number 10. Italo-Ethiopian War. An astute observer of international relations, Tresca in the 1930s predicted repeatedly that a military clash among the great powers of Europe was virtually inevitable and would lead ultimately to world war. The precipitating cause would be fascist aggression. Mussolini, Tresca insisted, wanted to conquer Ethiopia by military force even though he could absorb most of the East African country by the peaceful means that Great Britain and France sought to arrange. The Duce needed war to divert attention from the serious failure of all his economic programs, to re-energize the fascists grown complacent with power, and to satisfy his insatiable lust for glory and prestige. In the last analysis, Mussolini would go to war because war was inherent to fascism and essential to the survival of his regime. As Tresca put it, fascism is violence erected into a system, requiring war for its own sake as a self-sustaining mechanism. 11. Mussolini's armies invaded Ethiopia from Italy's colonies in Eritrea and Somaliland on October 3, 1935. Tresca pondered the Duce's folly. Where Mussolini's madness reaches its height is not in this stupid and absurd war against Abyssinia, but in his remaining indifferent to the possibility of world conflagration that he will initiate by his African adventure. 12. Great Britain could have brought Italy's war machine to a halt in Ethiopia simply by refusing passage of fuel tankers through the Suez Canal. Tresca knew, however, that Great Britain's conservative leaders were great admirers of Mussolini. They would make a great show of moral outrage but do nothing to stop Mussolini so long as Britain's interests in Europe and Africa were not threatened. British unwillingness to impede Mussolini was motivated primarily by fear that an Italian defeat in Ethiopia might cause the downfall of the fascist regime and spur a communist revolution, a concern shared also by many American capitalists who had invested in Italy. It is the vision of a red tomorrow that terrifies the gentleman of gold, Tresca declared. 13. Tresca also understood Hitler's attitude toward Mussolini's Ethiopian adventure. The Duce, at this juncture, still viewed the Führer as a rival rather than ally. But Hitler would not protest Italy's conquest of Ethiopia because he hoped the Italians would become bogged down in Africa, thereby facilitating Germany's annexation of Austria, which Mussolini had helped thwart in 1934. 14. The needs of Realpolitik also explain the Soviet Union's cooperation with Mussolini. Italy and Stalin's regime enjoyed excellent diplomatic and economic relations in 1935, with the latter providing the fascist war machine with large supplies of wheat, barley, and oil. Naturally, in Tresca's view, Soviet support for a fascist war of aggression against an innocent people was disgraceful. The international proletariat is with Abyssinia. Will Russia scab against international solidarity? Tresca asked rhetorically, already knowing the answer. 15. Italian Americans and the Ethiopian War. What could anti-fascists do in the face of Mussolini's aggression? Opposition of any kind would inevitably be considered un-Italian and anti-Italian by their connationals, the great majority of whom supported Mussolini's quest for empire in East Africa. Tresca declared nonetheless that our duty is to sabotage the war. 16. Only three means of opposition were possible: explode the myths utilized by the regime to justify the war, undermine the fascists' pursuit of financial aid from Italian Americans, and thwart the political influence of prominenti like Pope who were working to ensure American neutrality. 17. Scarcely a week passed during the entire war that did not see Tresca denouncing fascist aggression before Italian audiences in New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. In Il Martello, Tresca conducted a spirited counter-propaganda campaign aimed specifically against Generoso Pope's newspaper empire, the principal source of misinformation regarding Mussolini's objective in Ethiopia and the success of Italy's military campaigns. 18. Tresca demolished several myths propagated by the fascist regime during the war, that Mussolini was conducting a civilizing mission to liberate the Ethiopians from slavery and savagery, that Ethiopia was an El Dorado of natural resources and rich soil that would provide prosperity for the motherland and for millions of Italian settlers, and that the rule of the Duce and the King, example as proclaimed in the fascist song Faccia Nera, Little Blackface, would be kind and benevolent. Tresca also reported regularly on the progress, or the lack of same, of Italy's invasion, contradicting the exaggerated claims and outright lies that filled Il Progresso and Il Corriere d'America. The primary military consideration that the pro-fascist press chose to ignore, and that Tresca constantly underscored, was the vast disparity between the Italian forces, equipped with artillery, tanks, airplanes, and mustard gas, and the Ethiopian infantry and cavalry, fighting only with light artillery, small arms, spears, and swords. 19. But Tresca's counter-propaganda, like that disseminated by other anti-fascists, had virtually no impact. Because we like to look at reality in the eyes and take refuge from all forms of infantile illusion, he wrote, we wish to say frankly that this supremely insane African enterprise has not only the consent but the adherence of the great majority of Italian Americans. 20. The Italian American community had responded almost en masse to the Ethiopian war, exhibiting a frenzy of nationalistic pride that embarrassed and demoralized the anti-fascists. To do so, Tresca pointed out, was cost-free. While Italians had to face the realities of war and its consequences, Italian Americans had nothing to lose by their chauvinist embrace of Mussolini's imperialist venture. Certainly they were not willing to risk their own lives. Despite Mussolini's call for volunteers, fewer than 800 Italian Americans returned to Italy to join the fighting. 21. Most were content to follow the lead of the Camorra Coloniale and engage in fanatical exaltation of the Duce and his great conquest. Actual sacrifices entailed little more than a few dollars or a gold wedding band donated to the war effort. 22. That most Italian Americans responded positively and callously to Mussolini's rape of Ethiopia was inevitable, according to Tresca. In a classic blend of Trescian sympathy and disdain, Tresca provided an analysis of the phenomenon that anticipated by several decades the interpretation of modern historians. The visceral appeal of Mussolini and his imperialist venture was fundamentally the product of asinine ignorance and childish ingenuousness more than anything. This Italian, when he is not completely unlettered, is politically illiterate and subject to the pull that love of his faraway country exercises on his feelings. Conscious of his immense ignorance and his social inferiority, he is happy when someone excites his self-love and elevates him in an unreal and chimerical world where he finds compensation for the humiliations he has suffered. This man, who often in his immigrant life has experienced only poorly concealed contempt from other people with whom he has come into contact, and whose vague sense of the injustice he has suffered, conceals an intuitive pride knowing that he is a part of a great historic race and the product of an ancient civilization. He is prompted to rise up when someone shouts to him, "You are great, you belong to the greatest nation in the world that was humble yesterday and very proud today," and is ready to rebel against all the injustices and defeats. Still poor today, Italy will be rich tomorrow by right of conquest. And you poor immigrant, lost amidst the confusion of a frightening mechanical civilization that does not even assure your bread, you, if you wish, may leave the land that gave you miserly hospitality and transfer to a new land of conquest, under the protection of your own flag. These tales that the merchants of patriotism have repeated and go on repeating have overheated the heads of our Cafone, touched the most sensitive chords of his heart, and created a complete fantasy. Everything has been turned upside down, revolutionized, adulterated, distorted, to be transformed into a simple intellectual meal that nourishes the weak brain and naive faith of our Cafone. 23. Yet Tresca urged his fellow anti-fascists not to be discouraged by this unfortunate spectacle. For now it was futile to attempt to enlighten those immigrants whose heads were filled with pseudo-patriotic lies. Have a little patience, my friends, and you will see that the Cafone will return to his senses. 24. Meanwhile, as ordinary Italian Americans flocked to pro-war rallies, the pro-fascist infrastructure rapidly and effectively pursued the political and financial objectives that would assist Mussolini's campaign, with instructions and direction provided by the Italian embassy and the consular network. 25. The greatest danger for the fascists was the possibility that Roosevelt, who disapproved of Italy's aggression, might revise the Neutrality Act in ways that would adversely affect Mussolini's war effort, for example, an embargo on oil. On instructions from the embassy, therefore, prominenti like Pope and organizations such as the Sons of Italy and the new fascist Unione Italiana d'America orchestrated a letter-writing campaign to Roosevelt and key members of Congress. Pope even visited Roosevelt at the White House and conferred with New York Senator Robert Wagner and Interior Secretary Harold Ickes. Faced with the likelihood that Italian-American voters would desert the Democrats in the 1936 election if Mussolini were opposed, Roosevelt abandoned his plan to seek discretionary power under a revised Neutrality Act to ban certain exports needed by Mussolini's war machine. Thus the Neutrality Act of 1935 was renewed unchanged, despite the opposition of most Americans to Mussolini's war. 26. While Pope helped neutralize the threat of an embargo, the pro-war campaign undertaken by fascist emissaries and local prominenti successfully collected money, wedding rings, and other gold and brass objects by the bushel, ostensibly to help the Italian Red Cross. This fundraising drive had been launched on December 14, 1935, with a mass rally held at Madison Square Garden and attended by some 20,000 Italian Americans. Among the featured speakers were Ambassador Augusto Rosso, Consul General Gaetano Vecchiotti, Generoso Pope, Judges Ferdinand Pecora, Salvatore Codillo, and John Fresca, representatives of the Fascist Unione Italiana d'America, the War Veterans Association, and even Mayor Fiorella LaGuardia. Outside Madison Square Garden, some 500 policemen prevented a large contingent of anti-fascists from entering the arena. Beaten back by nightsticks, the anti-fascists withdrew singing the Internationale and distributing leaflets to passers-by that read, "The Italian people are not responsible for Mussolini's aggression against Ethiopia," and "Fascist civilization, bombing defenseless houses and hospitals and killing thousands of the helpless." 27 Tresca denounced the illustrious assemblage of fascist dignitaries and prominenti in a headline, "The overflow from the sewers of the Caffenei invades Madison Square Garden." 28 He revealed how political opportunism accounted for the presence of so many Italian-American public officials at the function, and how powerful was the influence that Pope wielded over such individuals. Judge Codillo needed Pope and Tammany Hall to get re-elected. Judge Pecora, having criticized the banking establishment, needed Pope's influence with the House of Morgan to prevent its opposition to his bid for re-election. Even LaGuardia, a silent anti-fascist who detested Pope, was blackmailed into cooperating lest Pope oppose him in his newspapers. 29. Dependent upon Jewish and Italian voters, LaGuardia always attacked Hitler but never condemned Mussolini in public. Tresca's revelations may have caused these politicians some embarrassment, but they did not alter their behavior or support for the war effort. Tresca caused a moment of fear among the fascists when he exposed the fund-raising campaign overseen by Pope as a big swindle to exploit the patriotic sentiments of Italian-American workers. The American Red Cross had offered its services to both sides at the outbreak of hostilities. The Ethiopians accepted, but Mussolini refused, declaring that Italy did not require assistance. If Italy did not need help, why then was the Italian Red Cross soliciting funds in the United States? Tresca asked. Money raised ostensibly to aid wounded Italian soldiers was really to be used for Mussolini's war machine, he maintained. Tresca also demonstrated that the fundraising campaign conducted by the Italian Red Cross violated international regulations because only the American Red Cross had the right to solicit funds in the United States. 30 That the Italian-American prominenti, in league with the ambassador and consuls general, were conducting an illegal fundraising campaign to aid Mussolini's war effort did not prompt Washington to halt the drive. Moreover, the fascists made it easy for American officials to ignore the scam by masking their activities under a new name, the Pro Opera Assistenziale, assistance agencies. The final sums raised probably approached $1 million, and the money, as Tresca had predicted, did not go to the Italian Red Cross. In a telegram sent to Pope and published in Il Progresso, Mussolini thanked him for the conspicuous contributions you sent to the royal treasury. The very efficient initiative taken by Il Progresso Italo-Americano and Il Corriere d'America has offered to the Italians in America a way of showing their glowing and patriotic devotion. 31 Meanwhile, the advances of the Italian army in Ethiopia continued to be encumbered by the enemy's fierce resistance, torrential rains, floods, the high altitude, and the forbidding terrain, especially the lack of roads. Tresca still persisted, therefore, in expressing the hope that once the Italian people learned of the terrible conditions facing their sons in Ethiopia and experienced the hardships of war, they would rebel. Some American and British experts also believed that if the war continued for another year or more, the burden placed on Italy's economy would force Mussolini to negotiate a settlement. What neither Tresca nor the experts anticipated was the depth of brutality to which Mussolini would go to achieve victory. Although the Italian army had utilized poison gas from the outset, during the last phase of the war, airplanes were rigged with devices that sprayed mustard gas over vast areas. Tresca attributed moral responsibility for this atrocity not only to Mussolini but to King Vittorio Emanuele III, who was officially the commander-in-chief of the Italian army. 32 But with the Ethiopian army literally dissolving from this horrific blistering agent, Emperor Haile Selassie realized the war was lost and fled into exile. Mussolini, luxuriating in the oceanic applause of assembled black shirts in Rome on May 9, 1936, announced that Italy finally has its empire. 33 The Ethiopian War represented the apogee of Mussolini's popularity among Italian Americans and the nadir of anti-fascism. The fervor and cooperation with which so many Italian Americans responded to fascist aggression demonstrated how thoroughly fascist and pro-fascist leaders dominated their community and how effectively they could manipulate ordinarily apolitical individuals for their own ends. Nevertheless, even allowing for the irrationality of nationalist passion and human susceptibility to political propaganda, The surge of pro-Mussolini support that accompanied the Ethiopian War marked the most shameful hour in the history of Italian Americans. The Spanish Civil War. Reason and logic dictated that Mussolini should have refrained from further military aggression after the Ethiopian War. Italy's economy, already faltering before the conflict, had been weakened by the military effort and the sanctions leveled against her by the League of Nations. But Mussolini's megalomania, his insatiable desire for glory and prestige, and his belief that war would vitalize and spread fascism outweighed every other consideration and virtually guaranteed Italy's involvement in the Spanish Civil War of 1936 to 1939. Besides satisfying his gargantuan ego, Mussolini supplied the rebel forces of General Francisco Franco with troops, aircraft, weapons, and supplies in hopes of acquiring a naval base in Spain's Balearic Islands, from where he could contest British domination of the Mediterranean. Following Italian intervention, all the great powers of Europe became involved in the Spanish Civil War, directly in the case of Germany and the Soviet Union, or indirectly in the case of Great Britain, France, the United States, whether through action or inaction. 34 Regarding fascist aggression as inevitable, Tresca focused his analysis first on Great Britain and France, whose motives and objectives were less obvious but no less opportunistic. From Tresca's perspective, the fascist dictatorships and the Western democracies, all of them capitalist despite their political dissimilarities, were de facto allies when it came to Spain. The policy of neutrality pursued by Great Britain and France, and by extension, the United States as well, was purely hypocritical, constituting a flagrant betrayal of Spain's republican government and the Spanish people. The Spanish Republic, Tresca noted, was a legitimate, democratically elected government, which should have been afforded the right to buy arms under international law, but was refused such assistance by the Western democracies. While Italy and Germany furnished military aid to the insurgents, the bourgeois world remains deaf to the torment of the Spanish people. They all admit the ferocious injustice of which they are victims but do not lift a finger to stop this injustice. 35 His point of reference was the so-called Non-Intervention Committee, organized in August 1936 and based in London, which bound 27 signatory nations including all of the major powers to an accord promising their neutrality vis-a-vis the Spanish conflict. However, as Tresca quickly asserted, the Non-Intervention Committee's purported mission was an obscene farce, as 4 of the signatory powers, Italy, Germany, Portugal, and the Soviet Union, rendered military assistance to their chosen side, while Britain and France embargoed arms to the Republic and turned a blind eye to fascist intervention. 36 The duplicitous policy of non-intervention, Tresca argued, reflected the desire of capitalists and political conservatives for a victory of the insurgent forces. He rejected the argument that British and French assistance to the Republic would lead to a European war. Italy and Germany would not have risked war in 1936. Non-intervention was adopted by Britain and France because it provided a suitable cover for their special interests and fears. Great Britain was the greater culprit in this regard, already appeasing Hitler and Mussolini, and threatening to leave France to Hitler's mercy if she intervened unilaterally on the Republican side. British and French conservatives wanted to exploit rather than liberate Spain, an objective the Spanish reactionaries would not oppose if they received their share of the profits. In short, the politics of neutrality serves the rapacious and thieving capitalists of France, England, Germany, and Italy in their violation of international pacts which harm the legitimate government in Madrid and help fascistize Spain. 37 Throughout the Civil War, Il Martello provided thorough accounts of political and military developments in Spain, information usually at variance with the propaganda and outright distortion published by the most widely read organ of the American left, the Communist Daily Worker. 38 Tresca also lectured about the Civil War throughout the New York area, New England, Pennsylvania, and the Midwest. On these lecture tours, he raised desperately needed funds to purchase weapons, food, and medical supplies for the anarchist militias fighting in Catalonia and Aragon, which were deliberately starved of these necessities by the Republican government in Madrid from the outset. 39 One military endeavor Tresca supported with his fundraising was the formation of the Collana Italiana, a unit of around 130 men, mostly anarchists, organized by the anarchist Camillo Bernieri, the Republican Mario Angeloni, and Carlo Rosselli, the radical Democrat and founder of Giustizia e Libertà, an independent anti-fascist organization of major importance. Assigned to the anarcho-syndicalist columna Francisco Escaso, the Collana Italiana first saw action on August 28, 1936 at Monte Pilato near Huesca, in Aragon, defeating a force of insurgents several times its size. Once the Huesca front became static, Tresca's attention turned to the siege of Madrid, the primary target of Franco's forces. He rejoiced when Madrid, with the help of the first contingents of the international brigades recruited by the Comintern, withstood rebel attacks in November and December 1936. Despite his fierce opposition to Soviet objectives and methods in Spain, Tresca had nothing but admiration for the rank-and-file communists who comprised the majority of the volunteers in the international brigades. But other than Madrid's survival, the situation in Spain was bleak. In February 1937, the important coastal city of Malaga fell to the insurgents and the Americans of the Lincoln Battalion were decimated on the Jarama front. Malaga had special significance for Tresca and the Italian anti-fascists because the military units chiefly responsible for its capture were army troops and fascist militia of Mussolini's Corpo Truppe Volontari, CTV. 41. Responding to the fall of Malaga, Tresca denounced the CTV as a gang of professional assassins recruited from among born criminals, characterizations guaranteed to outrage Mussolini's Italian-American supporters. 42. Tresca also understood the international implications of Malaga. The British-dominated Non-Intervention Committee ignored the participation of Italian troops in the capture of the port city, as it ignored public events organized by Mussolini to celebrate the victory of his volunteers. There was no greater proof for Tresca that the Non-Intervention Committee serves the interests of fascism. 43. The discouragement generated by the Italian victory at Malaga was dispelled briefly by the Battle of Guadalajara. 4 mechanized and well-equipped divisions of Italian legionnaires, 40,000 strong, were soundly defeated by elements of the International Brigades and the Republican Army in mid-March 1937. The victory provided a great boost to the morale and hopes of Italian anti-fascists because the men fighting in the Republican vanguard were members of the Garibaldi Battalion of the 12th International Brigade. Never before had Italian anti-fascists confronted Mussolini's forces in armed conflict on this scale. Count Galizio Ciano, Mussolini's foreign minister and son-in-law, remembered March 19, the day he received news of the humiliating defeat, as the worst day of his life. He and other fascist officials nearly turned each other's hair white discussing the debacle. 44. For Mussolini, avenging the humiliation at Guadalajara became an obsession, and he ordered that not a single Italian legionnaire would leave Spain until the humiliation had been expunged. 45. The anti-fascists' victory at Guadalajara did not diminish Tresca's personal distress over Italian intervention in Spain. He rejected any notion that Italians should lament the defeat on patriotic grounds. On the contrary, Tresca angrily denounced Mussolini's troops as the savage beast in a black shirt, brigands in the pay of international capitalism. He felt shame that Italian troops were fighting on behalf of Franco, ashamed to be Italian. 46. Although nothing then or later would have mitigated his condemnation of Italy's role, Tresca did not know at the time that compared to the savageries perpetrated by the Spaniards, foreign legionnaires, and Moroccans under Franco's command, Italian troops in Spain conducted themselves like Boy Scouts. Perhaps inspired by Guadalajara, Tresca resolved to go to Catalonia to observe or participate in the revolutionary experiment being conducted by the anarchists in Aragon and Catalonia. Since he did not possess proper papers, Tresca went to Washington several times to obtain an American passport, but each time his request was denied. 47. Going to Spain without a passport was out of the question. American authorities would never have allowed him to re-enter the country. Ironically, on this occasion, Tresca unknowingly owed his life to the American government. His arrival in Spain would have coincided with the May Days of Barcelona, the murderous counter-revolutionary offensive the Stalinists launched against anarchists and dissident Marxists in Catalonia. Tresca would have been a prime candidate for liquidation by the OGPU, the Soviet secret police. 20. The era of the Popular Front saw Tresca emerge as one of the most aggressive critics of Stalinism and the Soviet Union. The Communist parties of Europe and the United States, together with numerous front and auxiliary organizations under their influence, had come to dominate the left by the mid-1930s. Tresca, who had been in a minority position by virtue of his cooperation with communists in the 1920s, would once again find himself again in a minority as an anti-Stalinist leftist in the mid-1930s. Although relatively few in number compared to the communists, their broad array of sympathizers, and their socialist allies in the Popular Front, leftists in America who shared Tresca's anti-Stalinist views constituted an impressive group of intellectuals and political activists, such as Edmund Wilson, James T. Farrell, Sidney Hook, Irving Howe, Dwight MacDonald, Heber Solow, Philip Robb, Max Eastman, James Rorty, Elliot Cohen, and others. One operating with few allies did not deter Tresca from attacking the Stalinists as fiercely as he did the fascists. For in his mind, the time when there was any significant difference between them had long since passed. Tresca was suspicious of the Popular Front from its inception. Rooted in left-wing and trade unionist agitation in Spain and France in 1934, the Popular Front policy was officially promulgated by the Comintern in August 1935. An electoral alliance of communist, socialist, and bourgeois democratic parties joined in opposition to right-wing and fascist candidates. The Popular Front policy was a strategy intended by Stalin to induce the Western democracies to form a collective security pact with the Soviet Union and stand firm together against Nazi-fascist aggression. As an anarchist, Tresca rejected electoral alliances of any kind, but he might not have opposed the Popular Front if it were a true united front of anti-fascists functioning as equals, that is, a sincere and spontaneous accord between the workers of the world. But a united front dominated by a partnership between communist and socialist parties essentially serving the foreign policy interests of the Soviet Union was unacceptable to him. 2. The Spanish Revolution. The policy and tactics of the Popular Front acquired far more ominous meaning for Tresca with the outbreak of civil war in Spain. Spain had captured Tresca's attention since the formation of the Second Spanish Republic in 1931. Conditions of political instability and social unrest gave portent of a seismic showdown between the forces of revolution and reaction. Spain was the only country in Europe where social revolution was a genuine possibility. The anarcho-syndicalist labor union, the Confederación Nacional del Trabajo, CNT, together with the secret anarchist organization, the Federación Anarquista Ibérica, FAI, constituted a militant mass movement that began collectivizing agriculture and industry in Catalonia and parts of Aragon and the Levant after rebel forces in these areas were initially defeated. 3. But once the anarchists' drive to liberate Aragon was stopped at Huesca and a stalemate ensued on this front, CNT-FAI leaders, especially those who reluctantly accepted ministerial positions, adhered to the Madrid government's formula, the war first, the revolution after. For Tresca believed the war first, the revolution after policy was suicidal. He recognized that Stalin's policy toward Spain was strictly counter-revolutionary, predicting as early as August 1936 that the Stalinists were preparing another betrayal of the proletariat, as it invites them to fight for democracy against Hitler. 5. Spain will be saved only by a revolutionary alliance between anarchist and socialist workers, not by a Popular Front government. 6. The Bolsheviks had liquidated anarchists in Russia after the 1917 revolution. The Stalinists would try to eliminate the anarchists and other dissenters once they acquired control of the Republican government. It was imperative, Tresca insisted, that the Spanish anarchists remain vigilant against Stalinist subterfuge and pursue the defeat of fascism by means of social revolution. 7. Tresca's warnings were justified. Juan Hernández, the editor of the communist Mundo Obrero and a member of the Spanish Parliament, indicated in August 1936 what lay in store for the anarchists and other revolutionaries: you need not pay much attention to them. The Spanish people and their official bodies will rise against them. We don't want to hear any more about libertarian communism. Immediately after victory, the anarchists will be settled with as they must. 8. Stalin's personal organ, Pravda, declared on December 17, 1936, so far as Catalonia is concerned, the cleaning up of the Trotskyist and anarcho-syndicalist elements has already begun. It will be carried out with the same energy with which it was conducted in the U.S.S.R. 9. Behind the scenes, in his oft-quoted letter of December 21, 1936, Stalin made clear to Prime Minister Francisco Largo Caballero that Soviet policy called for support of the Democratic Republic and defense of bourgeois property, not revolution. 10. This is necessary, he indicated, in order to prevent the enemies of Spain from considering her a communist republic, and to forestall thus their open intervention, which constitutes the greatest danger for Republican Spain. 11. Tresca argued that what Stalin really feared was the formation of an anti-communist alliance between Germany, Italy, Great Britain, and France, designed to wage war against the Soviet Union and overthrow Stalin's regime. 12. Consequently, Stalin's cynical policy vis-a-vis the Spanish Revolution derived from the Soviet Union's need for self-preservation. Victory by the insurgents might lead to a fascist state in Spain and compel greater British and French accommodation with Hitler. A Republican victory, on the other hand, might accomplish the same undesired end by increasing French and especially British paranoia about communism achieving state power in a Western European nation. Soviet intervention in Spain, therefore, was calculated to forestall victory by either side, and prolong the civil war until the Western democracies came to their senses and aligned with the Soviet Union against Nazi Germany. 13. The May Days of Barcelona. The commanding influence the Stalinists quickly established over the Spanish Republican government derived from Soviet military and economic aid. To ensure adherence to Soviet policy, a host of Comintern officials and secret police, NKVD, agents 14 were sent to guide the war effort and liquidate left-wing elements bent on revolution. Tresca's former comrade Vittorio Vidali, now known as Carlos Contreras, became one of the Comintern's premier operatives in Spain, winning notoriety and inspiring fear as the commander of the Communist 5th Regiment and one of the NKVD's top executioners. 15. Stalin's counter-revolutionary policy was ruthlessly carried out during the May Days of Barcelona, May 3–6, 1937, when elements of the Communist Partido Obrero Unificat de Catalunya and Catalonian government police battled and defeated workers of the CNT, the Friends of Durruti, anarchists, and the Partido Obrero de Unificación Marxista, POUM, a dissident Marxist party, leaving some 500 dead and 1,500 wounded. Among those deliberately selected for liquidation was the Italian anarchist Camillo Bernieri, publisher of Guerra de Classe in Barcelona and one of the most outspoken advocates of defeating fascism by means of social revolution. Like Tresca, Bernieri had predicted Stalinist suppression of the revolution as early as December 16, 1936. Already today, Spain is between two fires, Burgos the insurgents' capital and Moscow. 16. Bernieri's murder cast a pall over the entire anarchist movement. Il Martello bristled with angry articles by Italian anarchist eyewitnesses, describing the May events and condemning the Stalinists for the crimes they committed in Barcelona and other parts of Spain. 17. Tresca attributed Bernieri's murder to the counter-revolutionary campaign of suppression and liquidation the Stalinists had waged for many months preceding the May Days. He rejected communist claims that the POUM and the CNT had been infiltrated by fascists, who were responsible for the violence that occurred. The clash in Barcelona had been deliberately provoked by the Soviet Consul General, Vladimir Antonovov-Zinko, for the purpose of crushing the POUM and the anarchists of the CNT-FAI. Tresca denounced communist accusations that Bernieri was a counter-revolutionary as outrageous. He lambasted not only the Stalinists in Spain but their brethren in New York, who published Unita Operaio. They had described the May Days as a Hitlerian revolt, executed by other forces under fascist control, and dared to imply that Bernieri had received the punishment he deserved. 18. A few months later, Tresca identified the architect of Bernieri's murder as George Mink, the former head of the American CP Siemens organization on the New York waterfront, who served as the chief of Soviet secret police in Barcelona, overseeing the liquidation of scores of anti-Stalinists held captive in Republican jails. 19. The murders of Bernieri, POUM leader Andrei Nin, and hundreds of other anti-Stalinists convinced Tresca that any anarchist or dissident communist who ventured to Spain risked ending up with a bullet in the back of his head. That was the fate he predicted to the many radicals who sought his advice about going to Spain. 20. The Stalinist executioner whom Tresca detested most by now was his former associate Vidali. Ernest Hemingway told the New York Times reporter Herbert L. Matthews that the skin between the thumb and forefinger of Vidali's right hand had become badly burned from the number of times he had shot someone with his revolver. 21. Confirmation of Vidali's murderous capabilities came directly to Tresca from a more immediate source, Tony Ribarich, a member of the Il Martello group. Ribarich and Vidali had been communist activists and close friends in Trieste in the early 1920s, and their friendship and political association as CP members continued after their arrival in the United States in 1923. After Vidali's deportation, they continued to correspond until 1929, when Ribarich was expelled from the CP as a counter-revolutionary for speaking his mind. Misinformed that his former comrade intended to fight for the Spanish Republic, Vidali wrote a letter to Ribarich's mother in Trieste, warning that he had a gun, bullets, and a grave all picked out for her son, and that if Ribarich went to Spain he would personally kill him. 22. After the May days, Tresca warned some of his famous friends against going to Spain lest they be deceived and exploited by the communists. The writer John Dos Passos believed that a documentary movie about the Spanish Civil War would capture the attention of the American public and bring pressure to bear on the government to allow Republican Spain to purchase arms. Tresca invited Dos Passos to dinner shortly before his departure for Spain. After Dos Passos described his project, Tresca told him, "John, they go and make a monkey out of you, a big monkey." When Dos Passos insisted that he had complete control over the production, Tresca laughed in his face, explaining, "How can you? When your director is a Communist Party member, when everywhere you go, you will be supervised by party members. Everybody you see will be chosen by the party. Everything you do will be in the interests of the Communist Party. If the communists don't like a man in Spain right away they shoot him." It didn't turn out quite that way, Dos Passos later wrote, but almost. "I'd hardly been in Valencia a day before I realized that we were licked before we started." Little wonder that Dos Passos' account of this story also described Tresca as possessing the shrewdest kind of knowledge of men and their motives, with profound information on the realities of politics he'd acquired in a lifetime of partisan warfare in the anarchist cause. 23. The John Dewey Committee. Tresca's fight against Stalinists and Soviet dictatorship received national attention when he embraced the defense of Leon Trotsky in 1937. During the Moscow show trials of 1935 to 1938, which purged and liquidated most of the old Bolshevik party leaders and the highest echelons of the Red Army, Trotsky was portrayed as the ex-Marxist Antichrist, masterminding Machiavellian conspiracies against communism and the Soviet Union. Tresca again and again mocked the spectacle of CP leaders dutifully parroting Stalin's fantastical ravings about Trotsky. To combat this campaign of nauseating lies and distortion, he joined the American Committee for the Defense of Leon Trotsky, organized in October 1936 and chaired by the eminent educator and philosopher John Dewey. 24. Tresca's importance to the Trotsky Defense Committee derived mainly from his reputation as a labor leader, the only member possessing such credentials. His activities included speaking at all 5 of the mass meetings convened by the committee and serving on the smaller investigative subcommittee of 10 headed by Dewey. The rest of the committee included more than 30 prominent figures, including Suzanne Lafollette, John F. Finnerty, Benjamin Stahlberg, John R. Chamberlain, Edward A. Ross, Wendelin Thomas, Otto Ruhel, Albert Goldman, and Francisco Zamora. Herbert Salo, a good friend of Tresca and Margaret de Silver, was a key behind-the-scenes figure. 25. That Tresca should have become involved in Trotsky's defense was characteristic of his non-sectarian approach to fighting tyranny. Trotsky was universally hated by the anarchists. Not only had Trotsky, Lenin, and other Bolsheviks transformed a popular revolution into a party dictatorship, as commander of the Red Army, Trotsky had destroyed the anarchist forces of Nestor Makhno in the Ukraine and crushed the Kronstadt Rebellion of March 1921, the revolt of Baltic Fleet sailors who had helped the Bolsheviks seize power in 1917 but came to oppose Lenin's repressive regime. But Tresca's opposition to Trotsky was mitigated by his habitual sympathy for the underdog, a tendency that extended to other Trotskyists in the 1930s. They merited assistance because they were revolutionaries and opposed Stalin. But, in the final analysis, serving on the Dewey Committee was a means to not only defend Trotsky but to strike a blow against Stalinism and its sycophantic acolytes in the United States. 26. Tresca's decision to join the Dewey Committee must also have been influenced by his new companion Margaret de Silver. Although a civil libertarian and self-professed bourgeois liberal, 27. Margaret admired Trotsky for his intellectual brilliance and courage. Assisting the Dewey Committee was typical of the political causes she regularly embraced. Her role, although hidden from the public, was actually more important than Tresca's. She contributed $5,000 to the defense campaign and went to Mexico to meet with Trotsky personally. Tresca did not accompany her because American authorities would not have allowed him to re-enter the country. Trotsky, in a letter to Margaret, expressed his disappointment at Tresca's absence. "I should be very glad to meet Comrade Tresca sometime. Naturally not with the naive aim of converting him, we old revolutionaries are stubborn people, but with the aim of discussing the possibilities for common measures against the Stalinist gangrene." 28. Meanwhile, the CP, the Friends of the Soviet Union, various communist agencies, and party publications were all attacking the Dewey Committee and its members with as much vitriol as they could produce. The Daily Worker denounced the visit to Trotsky in Mexico as a whitewash expedition intended to provide a new forum to enable this agent of fascism to pour forth his streams of poisonous abuses of the Soviet Union, the labor movement, and the democratic forces of the world. 29 committee members such as Stahlberg, Goldman, Ruhel, and Lafollette were labeled gangsters of the pen. John Dewey's integrity was besmirched and Tresca branded an agent of Mussolini. 30. No amount of whitewashing could mask Trotsky's nefarious activities, the Daily Worker professed, because the courts of the Soviet Union finally and irrefutably exposed the nature of Trotsky's plotting with German fascism and Japanese militarism for war against the USSR. 31. Ignoring this barrage of slander, Dewey, Goldman, Finnerty, and others conducted 13 lengthy interrogations of Trotsky in his home in Mexico City on April 10 to 17, 1937. Trotsky employed his extraordinary knowledge of Soviet and world affairs, his awesome intellectual power, and his trenchant logic to demonstrate that the Moscow trials of old Bolsheviks were nothing more than elaborate frame-ups ordered by Stalin. The Dewey Committee pronounced Trotsky not guilty of all charges on September 21, 1937. Committed now to exposing the crimes of Stalin and his Comintern agents, Tresca became one of the first anti-communist radicals to reveal how the longa manus of the NKVD extended even to American soil. The disappearance of Juliette Stewart Points in 1937 provided the opportunity to draw national attention to these nefarious activities, and to earn Tresca the inextinguishable enmity of the communists. Theodore Draper, the preeminent historian of the American CP, described Points as a strong female personality and the only one ever considered a threat to the male monopoly in the top leadership. 32. An all-American type from the Midwest, Points was highly educated and already a professional when she joined the CP in 1921. An excellent speaker and propagandist, she served on several important CP committees, attended CP conventions as a party delegate, and ran unsuccessfully for public office several times between 1924 and 1931. Points disappeared from public sight in 1934, when she was recruited by the OGPU, later the NKVD. Recalled to Moscow, Points observed firsthand some of Stalin's purge trials, and may even have participated in interrogations with the infamous George Mink. 33 Points had become thoroughly disillusioned with the Soviet Union and the American CP by the time she resurfaced in the United States in 1936. She confided these sentiments to Tresca. Although they differed politically, Tresca and Points had been personal friends for more than 20 years, and he became fearful for her safety. Tresca never saw Points again. She disappeared without a trace after leaving her room at the Women's Association Clubhouse in Manhattan on June 5, 1937, a fact her attorney failed to report to the police until 6 months later. 34 Tresca concluded that Points had been lured or kidnapped back to the Soviet Union because she had broken with the Communists and knew too much. 35 Interviewed by the New York Times on February 7, 1938, Tresca announced that he would present his theory to Assistant U.S. Attorney Lester C. Dunnigan, and the name of the man he believed was the only person who could have lured Points to her death. The man Tresca identified was Sachno Epstein, a former assistant editor of the Communist Freiheit, an NKVD agent, and her one-time lover, whom he had met several times. Epstein, who also disappeared sometime later, had been seen together with Points around the time she went missing. 36 Tresca also suggested a possible link between Points and the Rubin/Robinson case, under investigation by a federal grand jury. Arnold Rubin and his wife, traveling under the names of Mr. and Mrs. Robinson, were Comintern agents whose job was to obtain phony passports for use by American communists traveling to the Soviet Union. The Soviet press had charged that Rubens and his wife were American Trotskyists involved in anti-Soviet plots, and that the west coast of the United States was teeming with Japanese and German spies. The purpose of the Rubens frame-up, Tresca explained to the New York Times, was to create a spy scare in the United States that would achieve two objectives: hasten a war between Japan and the United States, and thereby deflect Japanese aggression away from Soviet territory. There were already Russo-Japanese clashes along the Siberian-Manchurian border, and to smear opponents of Stalin's regime, especially Trotskyists and other anti-Soviet radicals like himself. Tresca concluded his interview with a warning. The time has come when radicals in the United States who dare to speak against the Stalin regime should take some measures of self-defense against the terrorism of the Soviet GPU. If Miss Points could be kidnapped, taken aboard a Soviet vessel in New York or some other American port and hustled off to Russia, there is no guarantee that others may not suffer the same fate. 37. Tresca's interview with the New York Times and his subsequent meeting with Francis A. Mahoney, acting chief of the Criminal Division of the United States Attorney's Office, resulted in his being subpoenaed to appear before a federal grand jury on February 21, 1938. He testified for 2 hours about Points, providing his own theory about her disappearance and naming 15 witnesses who could shed light on her and the Rubens case. Among the names he provided was that of George Mink. 38 But the federal grand jury and New York police investigations failed to discover any concrete evidence about her presumed murder. The Points case was never solved. What Tresca's press interview and federal grand jury appearance did accomplish was to provoke an avalanche of hateful attacks and threats against him, the likes of which he had never experienced. The Daily Worker declared that Tresca was vying with Herbert Solow and Benjamin Stahlberg, both critics of Stalinism under CP attack, for stool pigeon honors. 39 Consigning him to membership in the left-wing plus lineup, the Daily Worker dismissed Tresca's accusations as an anti-Soviet cock-and-bull story, and a tissue of lies. 40 Attacks come next from the CP's Italian National Commission and fellow travelers, notably Pietro Allegra, Girolamo Valenti, and Vito Marcantonio, identified in the Daily Worker as noted anti-fascists who ridiculed the rantings of Carlo Tresca as the actions of a discredited and disgruntled man. 41 Allegra was a prized acquisition for the Communists, as he had been Tresca's closest associate and friend for so many years. Relations between the two had become strained, both for personal and political reasons, after Il Martello was resurrected in 1934. They both had joined the Comitato di Azione contro il fascismo e la guerra, Action Committee Against Fascism and War, formed in July 1935, as anti-fascists attempted once again to forge a united front. The Action Committee soon fell under communist control. Tresca quit in February 1936, but Allegra did not. By then, Allegra had become a strong advocate of a united front under communist control and a fervent supporter of the Soviet Union. He ended his association with Il Martello and went on to become the general organizer for the Italian Anti-Fascist Committee, another communist front organization. After Tresca's interview with the New York Times, Allegra accused him of having enlisted on the side of the Trotskyists in the fight against the United Anti-Fascist Front of the People against Fascism in the United States, Spain, and Italy. 42 Valenti, the director of La Stampa Libera, was now working hand in glove with the communists as mandated by the Popular Front Pact between the Italian Communist and Socialist parties. He described Tresca as disgruntled and devoting his time to the fight against other sections of the labor movement, particularly against Soviet Russia and Loyalist Spain. Marcantonio, the communist sympathizer who was now out of political office and serving as president of the International Labor Defense, declared that Tresca was completely discredited in the eyes of the population of New York, therefore it is no wonder that the reactionary forces use him for their dirty jobs against the people. Pick out a stooge anywhere and you will find he has been discredited. 43 The Italian National Commission was not only critical but threatening, declaring that Tresca's isolation is a measure of elementary defense for all anti-fascism. Without any other preoccupation except that of protecting and safeguarding anti-fascism, we therefore launch a fraternal appeal to the militants of all groups or political parties, that in the common interest they make Tresca understand that police informers will no longer be tolerated in the political and labor movement. 44. For Tresca the message the communists intended to deliver was clear. Tresca continues to present himself in anti-fascist circles. Horrors! If he is alive, healthy, and not disposed to die either physically or politically to please the melancholy Pete Reno Allegra to prevent him from presenting himself, it is necessary to make an end of him, definitively. In a word, what is needed is a George Mink, member of the Communist Party of America and the assassin of comrades Bernieri and Barbieri. Demands to impose the isolation of Tresca, and affirmations that it would be a betrayal of antifascism and their conscience if they tolerated him any longer, were reminiscent of the words Mussolini used to spur the assassins of Mattardi to action, Tresca noted. Defiant as always in the face of threats, he declared, I await unwaveringly for the forswine of the bombastic National Commission of the Communist Party of America to take action. 45 Tresca continued to defend his actions and decry the hypocrisy of his critics. He affirmed that he had never been, consciously or otherwise, a tool of the government or in its service, as the communists charged. Moreover, in the past, when he had provided district attorneys with incriminating evidence against the fascists after the Harlem bombing in 1926 and to save Clemente Lista in 1932, anti-fascists, including the communists, had approved his actions. Why was providing evidence to solve the disappearance of points now considered an act of apostasy? Because the communists feared what he would reveal about OGPU NKVD operations on American soil, he answered. By giving an interview to the New York Times and testifying before a federal grand jury, he had reached millions. I used the federal jury as a platform to speak to the public. I used the federal jury to denounce to the world the monstrous crimes of the police system organized by Stalin. I fulfilled a duty. My conscience is clear. 46 Attacks on his integrity continued unrelentingly. The most savage came from Pietro Allegra in October 1938, a vengeful venting of bile in a pamphlet entitled Il suicidio morale di Carlo Tresca. Allegra claimed that he was attacking Tresca for reasons of public welfare and the interests of antifascism. Tresca's anti-communism is suicide for himself, is a true betrayal against the anti-fascist movement because he has created confusion, dissent, sabotage, and nausea in the ranks of antifascism and given hope to the fascist camp. If he Carlo Tresca has completely lost his sense of reason and decency, then, for reasons of public welfare and anti-fascism, it is a duty to put a stop to his deleterious, disgusting work as an enemy of anti-fascism. By attacking Tresca, Allegra was performing a civil and social act, a work of protection, of elimination from society, of beings who are hateful to themselves and to the society that gives them hospitality. 47 Despite their past disagreements, such an attack coming from Allegra must have hurt Tresca deeply. But convinced that Allegra had now become a communist puppet, evidenced not only by his writings, but by his complete silence when the communists murdered Bernieri, Tresca dismissed him contemptuously as a hired pen. When the communists can't utilize George Mink, the professional butcher, they use someone like Pietro Allegra, who on command hurls himself against the target indicated by Moscow, with a pen for a knife, a pen bathed in poison. However, if Moscow wants to make an end of me, it had better use George Mink rather than Allegra. 48 Was Tresca's life truly in jeopardy? Writing to Margaret de Silva on March 31, 1938, Trotsky warned, "The Kremlin beast is wounded but not dead. Its last convulsions can be terrible. I believe, for example, that Comrade Tresca is now one of the targets for the hatred and revenge of the G.P.U. 49 Tresca's entire career had been punctuated with threats upon his life, but he had never allowed them to interfere with his activities. He always believed that publicity afforded some measure of security, which is why he was so public in his accusations against Pope in 1934, and now when he charged the Soviet secret police with responsibility for Points' abduction. After the Points case, Tresca did not take any extraordinary precautions, even though he believed Mink had returned to New York. 50 However, at the insistence of de Silva, they moved from her brownstone in Brooklyn Heights to an apartment at 130 West 12th Street near St. Vincent's Hospital, so he could be close to his office. 51. Eladunita attacks. As if slander and threats from the communists were not trouble enough, Tresca had to contend once again with the Eladunatisti, who seized upon the Points case to reactivate their campaign to bring him down. Tresca attempted to stem their criticism by publishing a sympathetic letter Emma Goldman had written to him about the Points case. It's a rather disagreeable job to have to apply to a capitalist court to expose the Stalinist gangsters. All in all, I do not envy your job, though I think you should go ahead and expose the disappearance of Miss Points. 52 But the wrath of Eladunita's high priest Raffaele Schiavina, alias Max Sardin, was not assuaged by Goldman's empathy for Tresca. He denounced Pignaca for his act of collaboration with the police, an act of informing and of spying. 53 Collaborating with the police, Schiavina insisted, is the foulest form of collaboration with the state. 54 Tresca's good intentions were irrelevant. Whoever, out of hatred for the communists, resorts to the office of the bourgeois police, puts himself on a level with the most perverse communists, and does the work of a spy. 55 Tresca counter-attacked by accusing Pope Sardin of never fighting the communists with anything but words. He belittled him as a mole, traveling underground, who possessed the courage of a rabbit. 56 It is worth noting that Tresca always referred to him by his pen name Sardin rather than his real name Schiavina, which would have alerted the FBI to his clandestine presence in the United States. Il Martello then published a second letter from Goldman, who had been rebuked by Schiavina for supporting Tresca, which underscored the danger Tresca had courted by exposing Stalinist crimes. "It was not your appeal to the authorities that I approved of," she wrote, "but your courage in concerning yourself with such matters, knowing that by lifting the veil from the activities of the GPU you run the risk of losing your life." 57 As Schiavina's attacks continued, Tresca became more infuriated and his bromides more denigrating. He typically described Pope Sardin of the non-libertarian Apostolic Catholic Church as vile down to his marrow, and the most repugnant professional slanderer. 58 What Tresca wanted, above all, was a showdown with his adversary. He challenged Schiavina to debate him in public, but the rabbit still hides. 59 An exasperated Tresca wrote to Alberto Meschi at the end of 1938, "Now I await the comrades to afford me the opportunity insistently requested to find myself, face to face with Sarton. But the fine man flees. I have never succeeded in seeing him in front of me. Evidently he crosses the street whenever we might encounter each other by chance." 60 A year later, when anarchist groups in Chicago invited Tresca and Schiavina to meet and put an end to the polemic that had proved so divisive for the movement, Tresca responded, "Any time, any day of the week, anywhere in the United States." 61 Schiavina ignored the invitation. Nothing could deter the Eladunatisti from waging their campaign against Tresca, and he would remain their bête noire until long after his death. But even Italian anarchists who rejected Eladunati's portrayal of Tresca as a spy were dismayed by his action in the Points case, for by providing information to the government he had violated a sacred tenet of anarchism. Many old comrades severed relations with him. Thus, in the end, the Points case, rather than enhance his reputation as an anti-Stalinist, accelerated the decline of his career. 62. 21. Tresca, by the 1930s, had acquired celebrity status in New York City as the town anarchist. One major newspapers and prestigious magazines now portrayed him as a revolutionary icon, a flamboyant and larger-than-life character, a die-hard rebel of the old school who no longer posed a menace to society. Always amenable to public notoriety, Tresca willingly provided vivid accounts of his tumultuous career, stimulating the pens of noted columnists Joseph Mitchell of the New York World Telegram, Archer Winston of the New York Post, and the radical intellectual Max Eastman, who described his friend in a two-part portrait for The New Yorker. Tresca relished his title of town anarchist, and was delighted to remind America that he had been at the violent center of more labor trouble over a period of 30 years than any other known agitator. 3 journalistic accounts of the town anarchist were usually accompanied by a description or photograph which captured the flamboyance and dash of this defiant rebel, with his signature goatee hiding the scar on his cheek, the glowing eyes beneath his steel-rimmed glasses, his 5.5-gallon black felt hat, and the pipe or cigar habitually clutched in his teeth. But the photographs and exciting stories reflected only the town anarchist. Tresca, the private man, his personality, lifestyle, family, and friends generally eluded published portrayals. Carlo was always lovable, recalled Louis S. Gannett. That was the quality that surprised many people, meeting him for the first time, when they had heard only of his fighting quality. Perhaps they heard him labeled anarchist or revolutionary, and they came prepared to see a man of hate. That Carlo, at his fiercest, was not. He loved people, and people of all kinds responded to his world-embracing smile, to his caressing smile, to his caressing voice, to the obvious enjoyment of life and love of mankind that bubbled out of his whole big personality. 4. Many friends and associates, in fact, considered the soft side of Tresca to be more representative of the man than his political activism. Roger Baldwin related that his closest ties with Tresca were established not in the sphere of social activism but in their personal interaction, Carlo with his explosive humor, his hearty laughter, his bantering comment. His gusto was contagious. We were always cheered up by a session with him, however badly the world was going. Unless one knew him well. It was hard to guess that underneath his joy in living lay such profound convictions as to human freedom and progress. 5. Added to these qualities was a childlike playfulness and mischievousness that belied his image as the fierce revolutionary. His daughter Beatrice remembered with fondness an incident involving her and Edna Ferber at a speakeasy on Bedford Street in Greenwich Village in 1929. Beatrice had just been hired at her first teaching position, and Ferber had just published her novel Cimarron. Happily discussing their achievements over dinner, the two women were suddenly thrown into a panic as 2 policemen burst into the speakeasy announcing a raid. A scandal, they feared, would envelop them both if they were hauled off to jail. Then they noticed Tresca laughing so hard that he nearly fell off his chair. He had paid the beat cops to raid the speakeasy as a prank. 6. Tresca was no saint, however. His behavior was often contradictory and worthy of censure, as he was the first to admit. But Tresca's mantra for his personal and political life was unequivocal: I have to be who I am. 7. This lifestyle credo produced an independent firebrand who devoted his entire life to the cause of social justice, as well as a self-indulgent egoist who placed his own desires and needs above those of family, friends, and lovers. Yet Tresca's frequent neglect of those closest to him did not arise from indifference. He loved his daughter and siblings deeply, as he did at least temporarily several of the many women in his life. Nevertheless, he proved unwilling or incapable of making the compromises in his career and lifestyle that would have made for more harmonious and considerate relationships. The Tresca family. Tresca had demonstrated his cavalier attitude toward marital and family commitment by conducting numerous affairs with women other than his wife. This tendency would have manifested even if he and Helga interacted splendidly. But their relationship had been strained long before he became involved with Flynn. His philandering, to be sure, accounted for much of their marital discord. Nonetheless, as his daughter Beatrice candidly acknowledged, Helga was a very difficult person with whom to live. If anything, given his self-indulgent nature and lust for women, it is a wonder that Tresca remained with Helga for as long as he did. As he explained to Max Eastman in 1934, I no like married life. I like one woman and then time passin' I like another. I make many good friendship with women because I always say ver frank, don't trust me. My character ver emotional. I have gran and real passion now, but when dat gone, I gone too. 8. Beatrice believed that Tresca's love for Flynn had been genuine, but she always clung to the belief that his breakup with Helga might not have been permanent. She frequently recounted a conversation she had with her father years later, in which he indicated that he had never understood Helga's reaction to his affair with Flynn, implying that, if she had been patient, he would have returned to her eventually because she was his wife. This might have been true, or he might have made these remarks for her benefit. She herself admitted this was the only occasion she ever heard her father say anything that smacked of a double standard about marriage and infidelity. 9. But the fact remains that Tresca did not return to Helga. He abandoned his wife and child alone and penniless in a foreign country. As a grown woman, Beatrice came to accept his unorthodox lifestyle and frequently irresponsible behavior, chiefly because, unlike Helga, he was always open and honest about his personal deficiencies. Helga, at the time, was emotionally devastated by feelings of rejection and full of resentful over her abandonment, for which she blamed Flynn more than her husband. But she might not have welcomed him back in any case. Flynn was the proverbial last straw. Helga filed suit for a divorce on May 23, 1913, claiming desertion and non-support. The following year, Tresca filed his own suit for divorce and custody of Beatrice on the ground that Helga was not a fit mother, a charge without basis. While the case languished in court for the next few years, relations between Tresca and Helga remained acrimonious. Whenever he visited his daughter, a battle would invariably ensue, usually over the $4 a week of child support that he rarely provided. In 1915, Beatrice was sent to live with a French-Swiss couple in St. James, Long Island, from whom she learned to speak French. When she returned a year later, Helga was living with Tullio Bellotti, a waiter, later maitre d', whom Tresca had met during the hotel workers' strike of 1913 and of whose relationship with Helga he approved. After both divorce suits were denied by the courts the same year they were filed, Beatrice continued to reside with Helga and Bellotti in their apartment at 686 3rd Avenue near 43rd Street. Helga and Bellotti lived together happily in common-law marriage, but in the late 1920s, she had another fling with Joe Eder, who had returned briefly to New York from California after his long retirement from the labor movement. The relationship between Helga and Tullio survived, and the three eventually settled in better accommodations in Queens. 10. Tresca always retained respect and affection for the woman who officially remained his wife until 1942, when a divorce decree was finally granted. Helga, whose anger subsided but never resolved completely, retained contact with Tresca because they shared a daughter. Eventually, she, Beatrice, Bellotti, Carlo, and the rest of the Tresca family would spend Christmas holidays together at Brother Ettari's home. The chief source of contention between Tresca and Helga over the years, aside from his perennial failure to provide adequate child support, was how Beatrice should be raised. Beatrice depicted Helga as an inflexible and self-righteous person, determined to raise her daughter as a proper bourgeois. Tresca's approach was genuinely libertarian, believing that Beatrice should be allowed to grow up as a free spirit and lead whatever kind of life she chose for herself. He never attempted to constrain her development within the narrow boundaries of conventional morality and family values. Helga was always worried about Tresca's bad influence, and was very jealous that Beatrice felt much closer to her father. As Beatrice put it, Helga provided material support, but I received my spiritual sustenance from my father. Helga remained a stern and resentful person until her death in her 90s. Yet her influence ultimately prevailed, as Beatrice became a bourgeois mama, experiencing a fulfilling life as a wife, mother, and teacher, living until her late 80s. Little is known about Tresca's relationship with his siblings in America other than that they were close and often stormy, a balance typical of most Italian families. The ever-friendly, cigar-smoking Mario had little education and was severely handicapped by nearsightedness. He lived with his brother Ettari and worked at getting out the mail in the Martello office and sometimes in drugstores around Chatham Square in Lower Manhattan. He doted on Beatrice, adored Helga, and played cards with Tullio. Ettari, a highly respected physician in the Italian immigrant community, was the family's anchor. He supported Mario and rescued Carlo from financial trouble on countless occasions. Tresca's abuse of Ettari's generosity eventually caused a rupture in their relationship. Tresca's sister Anita was married to Ecobedo de Pamphilus, who owned a print shop that printed Il Martello in its early days. She never forgave Tresca for deserting Helga. 11 As for extended family, Tresca was very close to Giuseppe Canzanelli, Beatrice's father-in-law and an old friend from Sulmona. The Martello Group. Giuseppe Popolizio, a close associate for 30 years, related to the author that those who loved Carlo Tresca did not know him, those who were close to him, hated him. 12 This characterization stands in jarring contrast to the accolades Popolizio heaped upon Tresca in his other letters and writings, and was probably influenced by old wounds. Carlo, even though he praised and cared for me, betrayed me many times. 13 Popolizio's assertion is contradicted, moreover, by the accounts of numerous comrades who were equally close. 14 Yet, however exaggerated his claim, there is no doubt that Tresca did alienate even to the point of hatred some of his closest friends, although not necessarily for the reasons they professed. Between the wars, Tresca's political associates or my boys comprised a disparate bunch that included anarchists, syndicalists, socialists, Republicans, and even a former communist. At one time or another, this entourage included Pietro Allegra, Luigi Quintiliano, Umberto Nairi, Mario Cafiso, Alberto Chiappelli, Fort Villana, Vincenzo Alvano, Pascal Scipioni, Domenico Rosati, Giuseppe Popolizio, Mario Buzzo, Giuseppe Marassia, Frank, Ciccio, Cancellieri, Tony Riberich, Vincenzo Leonetti, Brother Mario, and others too numerous to list. Attracted to Tresca's genial personality as well as his politics, these comrades formed a group of devoted friends as well as political associates. During the 1930s, Tresca's boys were augmented by a dozen or more comrades who populated the Il Martello office on a daily basis. To outsiders it appeared that Tresca had a small army at his disposal. In reality, many of these men hung around the office because they were unemployed. But this misperception often dissuaded political enemies from entertaining thought of violence against Tresca. 15. Trouble within the Martello Group developed in the mid-1930s and was thickest at its center, involving Tresca, Allegra, and Quintiliano. The latter once described the trio as the Three Musketeers. 16. That was never the case. Tresca was the boss and Allegra and Quintiliano were his lieutenants. 14 years Tresca's junior and a tailor by trade, Quintiliano was Il Martello's administrator in the 1920s. He wrote regularly for the newspaper, but never had his own column, as did Allegra. Quintiliano was always entrusted with important tasks, such as fundraising tours, service on important committees, and as Il Martello's contact with the Sacco Vanzetti Defense Committee. Nevertheless, Tresca could hardly have bolstered Quintiliano's sense of importance and equality by routinely obliging him to take Beatrice home by taxi to Queens after she visited her father at his office. The frequency of Quintiliano's escort service led to false rumors that he and Beatrice were having an affair. 17 More important, when Il Martello resumed publication in 1934, Quintiliano was replaced as administrator by Pascal Scipioni, although he remained an editorial associate. Eventually, the friendship between Quintiliano and Tresca became strained, and he ceased to collaborate with the newspaper. But Quintiliano never expressed ill will toward Tresca publicly, and he certainly did not hate him. Not so Allegra. 18 Allegra had been Tresca's closest comrade since their pre-war days in western Pennsylvania. Allegra's commitment to Il Martello was total. He wrote a weekly column, never took a salary, and contributed thousands of his own money to keep the newspaper afloat. For many years they had marched in tandem whatever the cause, with Allegra often serving as Tresca's surrogate. Nevertheless, though well respected for his honesty and commitment, Allegra probably would not have been chosen for key positions, such as General Secretary of the FNA, if not for Tresca's influence. Thus Allegra had always stood in Tresca's shadow. His first open conflict with Tresca occurred after Il Martello was resurrected in 1934, but his permanent break with the newspaper and Tresca came in 1938, with Tresca's attacks against the communists in Spain and after the disappearance of points. 19 Allegra insisted that the motive for his attack against Tresca was political. Nonetheless, his pamphlet Il suicidio morale di Carlo Tresca reeks of personal vendetta. His charge that Tresca was an enemy of antifascism was outrageous and ludicrous. Most of Allegra's other accusations amount to a grievance list of petty incidents and minor transgressions. Yet some of Allegra's assertions struck a resonant chord, underscoring tendencies that even Tresca's admirers lamented. 20 A major sore point for the Martello group was Tresca's administration of the newspaper. They had taken him at his word, after Il Martello resumed publication in 1934, that the group would assume ownership and administration while he functioned solely as director. The change was intended as a means to lift the weight of financial responsibility from Tresca's shoulders while he still ran the operation. But the big issue of contention remained financing the newspaper and how Tresca contributed to its financial woes. Financing his newspapers and maintaining his lifestyle at the same time constituted a major problem for Tresca. Publishing operations as well as his personal income were dependent upon subscriptions, contributions, speaking engagements, and funding events like plays and picnics. These sources were rarely sufficient to keep his newspaper afloat, so Tresca regularly borrowed from friends and relatives, money he knew he could not repay. For years Allegra, Ettore, and others tolerated the strain on their own resources, rationalizing the losses as their contribution to the newspaper's survival. Not infrequently, however, Tresca took advantage of their generosity in ways that were unethical and even illegal. Poor Ettore not only sustained the loss of money he lent to his brother, but he sometimes had to cover the checks Tresca wrote under his name. 21 Creditors of every kind were always demanding repayment. Giuseppe Popolizio related a scene he observed personally. A woman with 3 children in tow visited Tresca at his Il Martello office, withdrew a revolver from her purse, and threatened to blow his brains out if he did not repay the $150 he owed her. Another debtor sent a gangster to threaten to shoot Tresca if he failed to pay up. Finding Tresca absent from the office, the gangster fired several shots around the office, wounding Popolizio in the leg. 22 Tresca was also suspected of sometimes retaining for himself a portion of the contributions intended for his newspaper or for political defense campaigns. The Sacco Vanzetti Defense Committee, ill-disposed toward Tresca in any case, more than a few times expressed such concern. 23. The possibility that Tresca withheld some funds as a commission cannot be dismissed. Easier to substantiate was Tresca's personal use of funds intended for Il Martello. Major Italian radical newspapers were generally the property of a political party or labor union. The directors, editors, and staff of these newspapers received a stipend or worked on a voluntary basis. Anarchist newspapers did not have such formal affiliations, they belonged to the movement, but the men who published them received compensation or worked gratis as with other radical newspapers. Tresca's situation differed in that the newspapers he published were legally his, despite lip service to the movement. And in Tresca's mind, nothing differentiated his own needs from those of his newspaper. In the good times of the late 1920s, Tresca paid himself a handsome weekly salary of $50, but his spending habits were uncontrollable. Popolizio related that Il Martello once had $40,000 in its treasury thanks to the careful administration of Umberto Nairi, but after Nairi left in 1924, Tresca supposedly squandered the money. Popolizio also described how brother Mario, who possessed the only other key, would rush to the post office to collect the checks and cash that had accumulated in Il Martello's postal box. If Tresca arrived first, the money would disappear, to be spent primarily on women. Such tales of Tresca's financial profligacy were so commonplace among his comrades that, even if exaggerated, they cannot be dismissed as false. 24. But Tresca could not indulge in irresponsible spending on women or anything else during the early years of the Depression. To sustain Il Martello, he took no salary for himself from January 1930 to July 1931 and mired himself deeper and deeper in personal debt. 25. Although he lived in a pleasant house with his lady friend of the moment, discussed below, Tresca at times had so little spending money that the line separating funds for Il Martello or himself was obliterated by sheer necessity. One time, when he received a windfall donation of $26 for Il Martello, Tresca used the money to buy himself a new pair of shoes and get his beard trimmed. He had neglected his beard because he was too embarrassed to go to the barbershop lest anyone see the holes in the soles of his shoes. Tresca at this juncture in his life was actually poor. 26. The contradictory nature of his personality and behavior was such that while Tresca could be utterly irresponsible with his spending habits, he was always extraordinarily generous, a trait considered one of his finest attributes by everyone who knew him. On one occasion during the Depression, an unemployed friend of Popolizio's implored him to arrange a visit with Tresca so the latter might help him. After conversing for a half hour, Popolizio's friend left the office, happily relating that Tresca he had given him $5. When Tresca emerged a few minutes later, he asked Mario if he knew the identity of the man who had just left. Mario was flabbergasted that his brother had given $5 to someone unknown to him. Tresca responded that it did not matter whether he knew him or not, I had $5 and I gave it to him, if I had had more, I would have given him more. 27. Sam and Esther Dolgoff, Jewish anarchists of the Vanguard group that briefly published an English page in Il Martello, remembered one evening dining with Tresca when they saw a veteran of the Spanish Civil War who had been tortured and still looked in poor condition. Tresca walked over to the man and inconspicuously put $25 in his pocket without saying a word. 28. Whenever he provided direct monetary assistance, in fact, Tresca would always proffer the bills in a discreet handshake so as to avoid embarrassment to the recipient. 29. Dolgoff called Tresca a one-man social agency. People in need of assistance with all kinds of problems depended on him for help. Tresca was a soft touch. He just could not turn anyone down. 30. Tresca's women. Tresca's reputation as Don Juan was widespread throughout the Italian and American circles he frequented. What distressed so many friends and comrades, however, was not only his inveterate womanizing but his inability to observe boundaries that should not be crossed. He first demonstrated this tendency by having an affair with a teenage girl in Philadelphia. But later, Tresca surpassed even that level of irresponsible sexual indulgence, causing incredible pain to someone he had once loved. When Tresca was released from Atlanta Federal Penitentiary in May 1925, his 13-year relationship with Flynn had come to an end. She described their life together as having been tempestuous, undoubtedly because we were both strong personalities with separate and divided interests. 31 But the real cancer devouring their relationship for many years had been Tresca's endless infidelities. In their early years together, as she related in a poem written years later, Flynn deluded herself that Tresca was faithful. Many a secret tryst was safely kept by his glib alibi, "I go to Pittsburgh." Eagerly I believed, glad for the task well done. But reality inevitably dawned, and the pain she so vividly remembered commenced. Gone are the nights of lonely waiting and of tears of anxious worry and a comrade's fears. 32 Flynn maintained that they would have separated sooner than 1925, if not for their mutual interest in the Sacco Vanzetti case and Tresca's own legal battle in 1923 to 1924. After his sentencing for violating federal obscenity laws, we walked out on the street together and stood outside in front of the Woolworth building. I felt badly because Carlo had just been taken to the Tombs jail and I knew we were parting our ways when this ordeal was finished. A man had come to my office with a package of love letters Carlo had written to the man's wife, of such a nature that I had no choice. 33 Little did she suspect at the time how much more grief Tresca would cause her. It was typical of Tresca that he could walk away from his relationship with Flynn without experiencing any discernible regret yet still remain very concerned about her welfare. In 1926, after returning to New York after a frenzied round of activity and the end of an unhappy affair with the Passaic strike leader, Albert Weisbord, Flynn was exhausted and despondent. Learning of her predicament, Tresca invited Flynn to get away from New York and take a vacation with him. Flynn had made her peace with Tresca by now and was sorely tempted by his offer, explaining to her friend Mary Heaton Vorse that he's an old dear and to tell him my troubles and weep on his shoulder doesn't seem to bother him and helps me a lot. 34 Around this time, however, Flynn learned that Tresca and her sister Sabina, Bina, had conducted a love affair behind her back while the three shared an apartment in Greenwich Village. Bina was not involved with the radical movement, inclined instead to run in bohemian circles in Greenwich Village, where she pursued her interest in literature and the theatre. 8 years younger than Elizabeth, who by now had gained considerable weight and looked older than her years, Bina was thin, attractive, vivacious, and readily susceptible to Tresca's romantic appeal. She got pregnant in May 1922. To keep her pregnancy a secret from Elizabeth and the Flynn family, Tresca sent Bina to stay with his family in Italy, but fearful of what might happen after Mussolini took power in October 1922, she returned to New York, where she gave birth to a son named Peter on January 6, 1923. The boy's surname, Martin, was that of Bina's estranged husband, James J. Slim Martin, to whom she was still legally married. 35 Tresca and Bina did not resume their affair after his release. Bina, by this time, was working as an editor for Ranch Romances magazine and faced difficulties raising a young child alone. Peter was sent to a boarding home for infants in Alfred, New York, and then entrusted to the foster care of a German couple in Queens. Every other Friday, the woman would bring Peter to visit his father in Manhattan, where Tresca would take him to the speakeasy above John's restaurant to play with Danny, the son of the owner, John Pucciati. Despite their infrequent and superficial interaction, Peter loved Tresca very much and retained fond memories of him as a warm and kindly man who brought him presents, the best of which was a roll-top desk, which made him feel grown up. 36 In 1927, Bina married Romolo Baba, an ex-wobbly and successful businessman whose legal defense Tresca had assisted in 1919, and who demonstrated his appreciation by slandering him as a police informer. 37 Peter's visits with his father became rare. Baba hated Tresca because of his affair with Bina, and detested Peter, whose physical resemblance to his father was a constant reminder. In 1931, having lost all his money in the stock market crash, Baba found work in Arizona before bringing his family with him for a fresh start. On the day Bina and Peter left New York, Tresca accompanied them to the train station. Peter remembered them saying goodbye to each other with a stream of tears, hugs, and passionate kisses, their feelings of mutual affection not yet expunged. Tresca and Peter never saw each other again. 38 Although it was only after his release from prison that she learned of Bina's affair with Tresca, Flynn did not discover that he was the father of her sister's child until a year or so later. Flynn was emotionally devastated by this revelation, and became ill and more depressed than ever. To recover, she placed herself under the care of her friend Dr. Marie Equi in Portland, a lesbian and noted radical on the West Coast. What developed was an unhealthy relationship that lasted with only a brief hiatus for 10 years. Trapped by inertia and a sense of obligation, Flynn ended up nursing Equi, who became an invalid after 1930 and expected Flynn to become her lifetime caretaker. When Flynn finally extricated herself from Equi's grip in the summer of 1936, she returned to New York to pursue a new political career in the CP. She continued to serve the party until her death in 1964. 39 By the time Peter and Bina exited his life, Tresca was in the final throes of a relationship that was bizarre even by his own standards of unorthodoxy. In the fall of 1927, Tresca had become involved romantically with Minna Harkava, an Estonian-born communist and sculptress of minor repute whose works have been displayed in museums in New York and Moscow. She immortalized Tresca in a bronze bust, one copy of which stands in Sulmona's Piazza Tresca, the other in the Botto House in Haledon, New Jersey. What made the relationship with Harkava so strange was that it included the Stalinist Moise Algin, an important figure in the CP who edited the party's Yiddish-language newspaper Freiheit. With the bills paid by her rich husband Louis Harkava, Tresca, Algin, and Minna lived in a ménage à trois at 5 St. Luke's Place, a pleasant house in the southwestern part of Greenwich Village, just a few doors down the street from the residence of Mayor Jimmy Walker, with whom Tresca chatted from time to time. 40 Tresca and Algin were a study in contrasts. Algin was a vitriolic little Stalinist who adhered slavishly to every aspect of Soviet policy, the kind of fanatic Tresca loved to torment. The ex-communist Benjamin Gitlow, a frequent visitor, described the turbulent ambience at 5 St. Luke's Place. The sculptress poured the coffee, Algin stuck his nose into a daily worker or a Freiheit, Carlo gave the sculptress a squeeze and a compliment, shot a glance at Algin and opened up with the remark, "When will the party line change and the American Führer Earl Browder get the hook?" An argument generally started, in which Tresca blasted away at the communists, while Algin, livid with rage, attempted to answer back. The sculptress tried to maintain a semblance of peace in the family. 41. When he was not driving Algin to the brink of apoplexy, Tresca participated in discussions with the numerous communists who frequented the Harvaki household, including agents of the Soviet secret police. These encounters considerably enhanced Tresca's knowledge of communist affairs in the United States and the Soviet Union, information he would later utilize in his attacks against the Stalinists. But political discussions were not enough to sustain his waning interest in Harvaki, and in 1931 he ended the relationship. The writer James Farrell remembered a story circulating at the time, perhaps apocryphal, which related that after Tresca's departure, Harkava picketed the Martello office. 42 Tresca's breakup with Harkava may have been accelerated by his involvement with Margaret de Silver, the woman who would remain his devoted companion until his death. Margaret came from a wealthy family of Quakers living in Philadelphia's elite main line. Her father was an executive for the Baldwin Locomotive Works. After graduating from Vassar College, she married Albert de Silver, a lawyer and co-founder, with Roger Baldwin, of the Civil Liberties Union, later the ACLU. Basically a liberal with a penchant for socialistic causes, Margaret served for many years as a member of the ACLU Board of Directors. She and her husband had met Tresca and Flynn. The two women later became implacable enemies. In 1923, when the ACLU assisted Tresca with his obscenity case, Margaret was widowed in 1924, when Albert accidentally fell off a moving train. Several years of loneliness and depression followed. She met Tresca again in 1931. Knowing that Margaret frequently used her inherited wealth to subsidize artists, writers, and political causes, Tresca asked her to contribute some money to help him revive Il Martello. A relationship quickly developed, and Tresca moved into her house at 98 Joralemon Street in fashionable Brooklyn Heights. Uncertain of how her three children Harrison, Burnham, and Anne would react to his presence, she gently informed Harrison that an old radical friend has come back into my life. 43 Many Italians who had no knowledge of Margaret, other than the fact that she was wealthy, made cynical assumptions about the basis of their relationship. The labor leader Vanni Montana maintained that with Margaret Carlo had cured the chronic anemia of his purse. 44 While it is true that Margaret occasionally assisted Il Martello, Tresca always sought to keep the newspaper afloat by his own efforts, as she herself attested. Her wealth was certainly no disincentive, but the relationship between them was by all accounts one marked by love, warmth, friendship, great fun, and intellectual and physical compatibility. Tresca was always demonstrably affectionate toward Margaret, addressing her with unusual terms of endearment like "my little Scammerza," a pear-shaped cheese. On one occasion before World War II, when Margaret was visiting Europe, Tresca sent her a postcard of a cow, saying that it had reminded him of her. For most women, being compared with a cow would hardly qualify as a compliment. However, coming from Tresca, it was cows were his favorite animal. Since Margaret was quite fat and Tresca, too, had acquired considerable girth by the late 1930s, Beatrice wondered how the two whales could possibly have functioned in bed. But evidently their sex life was excellent, as Margaret confided to a friend. This did not prevent Tresca from continuing his philandering ways, a tendency Margaret tolerated and even found amusing, according to Peter Martin, with whom she became very close after Tresca's death. 45 Tresca provided Margaret with the kind of happiness she had not experienced for years and made vital contributions to the emotional well-being and development of her children. Margaret, her sons attested, was not a good mother in any conventional sense, as she lacked maternal feeling and never really wanted the responsibility of 3 children. She abdicated control of the household to her maid Josie, who qualified as a member of the family. Harrison and Burnham attributed their adolescent insecurity, loneliness, and lack of direction to Margaret's inability to cope with family problems or to nurture her children in a manner essential for healthy maturation. Anne, the youngest, was a fragile and dysfunctional child with whom Margaret could not cope. She eventually manifested schizophrenic symptoms in adulthood. All 3 children were delighted when Tresca entered Margaret's life and filled the emotional void within the De Silva family. He was extraordinary, Harrison recalled. He put me at ease, and at the same time made me feel important. 46 His role was not that of a stepfather but rather that of a friend to whom the boys could always go for comfort and advice. Tresca also made a special effort to reach Anne. He hired someone to give Anne lessons in Italian and would take her to restaurants, where they spoke only in Italian to each other and to the waiters. These were rare moments of happiness for her. 47 Together with a loving companion and her adoring children came a degree of material comfort that Tresca had never before experienced. With Margaret he lived in a stately 3-story brownstone in Brooklyn Heights and then an elegant apartment at 130 West 12th Street in Greenwich Village, having moved in 1939 or 1940 at the insistence of Margaret, who feared for his safety traveling back and forth to Brooklyn. Their favorite leisure spots were Martha's Vineyard and Cape Cod, frequented during summer by upper-middle-class and cosmopolitan Anglo-Saxons. Recalling the social ambience at Martha's Vineyard and Cape Cod, Nancy MacDonald indicated that Carlo was an exotic flower to the wasps. He made them feel wicked. 48 Even in a center of nonconformity such as Provincetown, Tresca stood out, walking about as he often did wearing pajamas and a carabinier's cape. Cooking, skinny dipping in the ocean, hosting parties, and playing poker were Tresca's and Margaret's usual activities. Among the habitués with whom they associated at these vacation haunts were Roger Baldwin and Max Eastman, whom Tresca had known and worked with for years. But most were Margaret's friends, including the writer John Dos Passos, the journalist Herbert Solow, the novelist Don Powell, the political activists Nancy and Dwight MacDonald, Eastman's wife Elena Krylenko, who painted a portrait of Tresca, and many other figures such as James Thurber, Thomas Hart Benton, and Canby Chambers. Margaret's circle of friends in New York included among others James T. Farrell, Edmund Wilson, philosopher Sidney Hook, John Dewey, journalist Haywood Broun, and Norman Thomas. The lifestyle changes resulting from Tresca's relationship with Margaret, therefore, were not just material. Associating with individuals of prominence and high caliber from the world of American politics, art, literature, journalism, and education was a source of great enrichment and satisfaction for Tresca, so different from the sectarian acrimony and backstabbing he had experienced for so long in the world of the sovversivi. As an integral member of Margaret's circle of friends and associates, Tresca found the admiration, respect, and appreciation he justly deserved but was now losing among Italian radicals. All factors considered, Margaret was an ideal mate for Tresca, and the 12 years he spent with her were in many ways the happiest and most fulfilling of his life. 49. War clouds on the horizon. War was an ineluctable function of capitalism, Tresca had always insisted. As early as 1934, he predicted that Europe and Asia would soon plunge into the abyss of bloody conflagration. The capitalist nations, understanding the reciprocal relationship between war and revolution, were trying to postpone war lest it unleash a revolt of the masses that was their uppermost fear. Postpone but not eliminate, because the Great War had demonstrated how the workers could be manipulated into fighting for the material interests of capitalists so long as they were provided with an ideological dimension to arouse their ardor. The ideological dimension destined to be exploited was the notion, representing the accepted wisdom of the European and American left, that the next war would be fought in the parlance of the Popular Front between democracy and fascist dictatorship. For Tresca, the assumed polarity between democracy and fascism was a myth. Plutocratic democracy and totalitarian fascism were both capitalist systems under the skin, and Soviet communism was just state capitalism masquerading as socialism. The inevitable war that was simmering to boil by the late 1930s would be caused not by antithetical ideologies but by rival imperialism, democratic, fascist, and communist. One with the Rome-Berlin axis of November 1936 now transformed into a de facto alliance, Germany's absorption, Anschluss, of Austria a fait accompli, Japan's invasion of China a rape in progress, and Franco's victory in Spain an imminent certainty. Tresca's May Day message of 1938 warned of the dangers threatening to engulf Europe and Asia. There on the horizon, he wrote, burns not the flame of revolt but the sinister flame of war, a war of conquest in Spain and China that tends to spread, devouring and destroying that which until now was called civilization. To deny the gravity of the moment would be hypocrisy. Tresca saw disillusionment everywhere around him, especially in regard to the staying power of fascism in Italy. During the early 1920s, anti-fascists had believed that Mussolini's regime would not endure because of its economic failings, the irresolvable conflict between church and state, and the acute rivalry between the army and the fascist militia. But, by 1938, those who still waited in messianic expectation for the contradictions of the regime and the rivalries among the rulers to create the motor of demolition of fascism are deluded. Tresca certainly was not one of them. He concluded his May Day message with a typical exhortation. Tomorrow still belongs to those who, laden with chains, look to the future and prepare and resist. In heroic resistance still can be found the force of will to challenge the bourgeois world in the name of the working class. We who still and always have faith declare that resistance is the sure guarantee of victory. 3. Although still expressing unbreakable faith in the working class and the viability of direct action, Tresca could find nothing on the international scene that encouraged hope that war might be avoided by means of popular resistance. he was particularly disturbed by the extent to which Mussolini had come under Hitler's spell, a development that was progressively reducing Italy to a state of vassalage under Germany and exposing the Italian people more directly to the inevitable disasters of war. A glaring example of this insidious trend was the anti-Semitism that became Fascist Italy's official policy after the publication of the Manifesto of Fascist Racism in July 1938. Enactment of anti-Semitic laws surprised most Italians and even many fascists, although there was no dearth of anti-Semites among fanatical PNF members like Roberto Farinacci. Tresca denounced the new policy, asserting that whoever knows the Italian people knows indeed that nothing is more contrary to its nature than this absurd pseudo-scientific doctrine that comes from Germany, and that is a sure sign of human civilization's regression and barbarization. Mussolini had embraced anti-Semitism, Tresca maintained, because absorbing Nazism into Italian fascist ideology and its governmental system was a function of the Duce's commitment to Hitler the abnormal maniac. For that a few months later the Western democracies would sell out Czechoslovakia to Hitler at the Munich conference was no surprise to Tresca. The only ones surprised and dismayed by Munich were Stalin, the Communists, and the Popular Frontists, who for 3 years had preached collective security and defense of democracy while the social revolution was crushed in Spain. Like Spain and Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia was an expendable pawn in the imperialist game. According to Tresca, Neville Chamberlain, the British Prime Minister and chief architect of appeasement, had not been deceived by Hitler at Munich. Chamberlain's objective had been to give a clear message to Hitler that Britain would not oppose the dismemberment of Czechoslovakia. What motivated Chamberlain and the British conservatives to make concessions to Hitler was the spectre of revolution and the desire to protect the British Empire. They did not object to the fascistization of Europe so long as the empire was not threatened. Tossing the Czechoslovakian lamb to the German wolf was a means to deflect Hitler toward the Soviet Union, where with British blessings he could conquer Lebensraum, exploit the resources of Russia, Ukraine, and the Caucasus, and destroy Bolshevism in the process. Only when Hitler directly threatened British imperial interests would perfidious Albion draw the line and go to war. Meanwhile, it was necessary to extinguish the flame of social revolution wherever it existed, a job Britain would leave to Stalin and the Popular Frontists. 5. Munich, Tresca argued, was merely a link in the chain of events reflecting the imperatives of British imperialism. In 1938 and 1939, as from its inception, Tresca underscored the direct connection between British imperialism and the Spanish Civil War. British conservatives from the outset had worked for a Franco victory. The workers' revolt in Barcelona had accelerated the heartbeats of workers everywhere, therefore, the flame of social revolution had to be extinguished. The fall of Barcelona to insurgent forces in January 1939 was as much the fault of British imperialism as Soviet duplicity and counter-revolutionary policies. France, now a vassal state of Great Britain, was almost equally culpable. Léon Blum, the man most responsible for the Popular Front in France, had betrayed the Spanish people in 1936 by holding back assistance. Édouard Daladier, who won the April 1938 election with the aid of communists and socialists, betrayed the Czechs at Munich. Hence the Popular Front was as responsible as the French imperialists, they are all betrayers. 6. World War II. A 9-month hiatus in the publication of Il Martello, May 1939 to February 1940, prevented Tresca from giving his first impressions of the Nazi-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact, August 22, 1939, and Hitler's invasion of Poland on September 1, 1939. His earliest observations of the military progress of the war proved remarkably prescient. Despite Hitler's early successes in Poland and Western Europe, Tresca predicted that the Allies, with their greater industrial resources and manpower, would ultimately win, albeit by means of a protracted conflict that would cost millions of lives, even more than were lost during World War I. Not surprisingly, Tresca and the Il Martello group declared themselves irreconcilable opponents of the war. They maintained that the war between capitalist nations is the natural and logical consequence of the bourgeois regime, Therefore, to put an end to wars, it is necessary to destroy the system that generates them. 7. However, Tresca would reject the traditional anarchist view that all governments are alike, an abstract notion he knew was a denial of reality. And he soon parted company with most anarchists by declaring openly his desire for the triumph of the Allies, because a victory for Hitler would mean disaster for the entire world. This departure from anarchist orthodoxy did not prevent Tresca from suggesting, would it not be better if the decision were removed from the blood-drenched battlefields and be decided by all the people by means of a liberating revolutionary uprising? 8. Indeed, Tresca avowed that, as an anarchist, he would do whatever he could to transform the war of international imperialism into an international civil war for social revolution, the only solution to world problems. 9. Early commentary on the war. After its revival in February 1940, Il Martello's collaborators provided very thorough coverage of the military aspects of the war, while Tresca focused more on specific issues and personalities. As he had done since the mid-1930s, Tresca wrote more about Stalin and the Soviet Union than Hitler and Germany. For Tresca, Hitler and Nazism were more easily explainable; they were degenerate products of capitalism. Stalin and the Communists, no less tyrannous than the Nazis, bore the additional stigma of having betrayed the 1917 revolution and oppressed the Soviet peoples thereafter. Hitler's personality and motivation were less perplexing to Tresca than Stalin's. The Führer was an abnormal maniac who lusted for the conquest of all Europe. 10. Stalin was more complex and elusive, his crimes prior to the war more egregious, and his duplicity unmatched even by the Führer. 11. Insisting on the inherent evil of the Communist Tsar and his brutal regime, Tresca wrote that no other party has served the cause of reaction as much as Stalin's party. No other state during the last 20 years has contributed more to destroy ethics, character, and every form of morality than the government of Stalin. 12. Tresca's hatred for Stalin and the Soviet system, and his instinct to always favor the underdog, prompted him to focus considerable attention on the Russo-Finnish War of December 1939 to March 1940. Certainly no admirer of Carl Gustav Mannerheim and the Finnish authoritarians, Tresca was nevertheless repelled by the spectacle of the Soviet colossus attacking its small neighbor, and incensed by the servility of communists everywhere, Stalin's Foreign Legion, who justified Stalin's every move with outright lies and hypocritical rationalizations. Thus he ridiculed the contortions of the Daily Worker, which initially identified Finland as the aggressor, and then flip-flopped with the lame justification that the Russians had invaded their neighbor to liberate the Finns from their capitalist masters. 13. Mussolini's debacles. Once the Sitzkrieg on the Western Front finally turned into Blitzkrieg in the spring of 1940, Tresca had the pleasure of delivering his martellate against Mussolini and his parallel war. The Duce had waited until Germany brought France to her knees before invading his Latin neighbor on June 10, 1940, 6 days before the French capitulated to the Nazis. To the distress of many Italian Americans, President Roosevelt aptly characterized this act of treachery as a stab in the back. Tresca was even more scathing in his condemnation, declaring that Mussolini has waited, cat-like, until France had its back forced against the wall by Hitler's legions. Now that he is convinced he can demand, like a hyena, a share of the spoils, now that there are only bodies over which to pass, he orders his men to march. 14. Actually, to Mussolini's chagrin, there were few bodies over which to tread. After advancing only a few miles into French territory in the Maritime Alps, 32 Italian divisions were stopped in their tracks by a mere 5 French divisions, a humiliating defeat that would be duplicated many times during the next 3 years. Mussolini was not Tresca's only target. He did not exempt the Italian people from blame. Fascist Italy had dishonored itself before the civilized world, but so had the Italian people, who demonstrated the collective cowardice of a brutalized people. They had failed to break the chains that bound them. They attacked at the whim of the Duce, committing the cowardly deed of attempting to kill a wounded and already defeated enemy. 15. Although still hoping that Mussolini would go down in defeat, Tresca softened his criticism of the Italians when the Duce's ill-timed and ill-equipped invasion of Greece ended in disaster in November 1940. Besides the winter weather, poor equipment, incompetent leadership, and inferior numbers that contributed to defeat, Tresca observed that the Italian army lacked the human factor indispensable for victory. They did not believe in the cause for which they were fighting. Italian soldiers, even under fascism, retain the distinguishing feature of the Italian soul, a sense of independence and individuality. The Italian remained a man under his uniform, unlike the Germans, who were automatons blindly following orders. 16. The Italian army's defeat in Greece, a portent of Mussolini's future demise, was followed by a succession of defeats at British hands in the Mediterranean and North Africa. Once again, Tresca ascribed Italy's military reverses, in part, to the same lack of morale and commitment that contributed to her debacle in Greece. Tresca further observed that with each defeat, Mussolini drew closer to Hitler, staking his regime and life on the belief that ultimate victory would go to the Germans. But the more Mussolini tied his fate to Hitler's, the more he transformed Italy into a German satellite that would ultimately suffer the consequences of subjugation. Manifesting his love and fear for Italy, Tresca declared, "If we were patriots, we would ask for the head of Mussolini for high treason." 17. Although confident that the combined industrial might of the Allies would ultimately defeat the Axis powers, Tresca was not optimistic about Allied intentions for post-war Italy, particularly those of Winston Churchill. Tresca remembered that Churchill had once counted himself among Mussolini's great admirers, writing to the Duce in January 1927, "If I had been an Italian, I am sure I should have been entirely with you from the beginning to the end of your victorious struggle against the bestial appetites and passions of Leninism." 18. Tresca's suspicions about Churchill's intentions toward Italy were justified even before Italian forces in Libya advanced into Egypt to attack the British in June 1940. On a BBC broadcast addressed to the Italian people in May 1940, the British Prime Minister declared that one man and one man alone was leading Italy to war against the wishes of the Savoy monarchy and the papacy. 19. Anyone familiar with Italy knew that Churchill's one man alone characterization was a blatant distortion of history. For Tresca, however, Churchill's assertion was not simply a misstatement of the facts, its nefarious purpose was patently obvious. By blaming Mussolini alone for all the suffering Italy would endure, Churchill's intent was to fool the Italian masses into forgetting that the real cause of fascism was capitalism. Also clear to Tresca was Churchill's ultimate objective, the preservation of Italy's monarchical and ecclesiastic institutions by fostering a new clerico-fascist regime without Mussolini and men in monochromatic shirts, one that would prevent communist domination of the country after the war. 20. Looking to Great Britain or even the United States to establish a new order in Italy would therefore constitute a grave error. Anti-fascists had to remain vigilant against the machinations of Churchill and all others who would betray the Italian people yearning for liberty. 21. Liberty, he declared, must be conquered. 22. To the very end of his life, Tresca clung to the dream of the Italian people liberating themselves from fascists and allies alike, and marching to victory under the red flag of revolution, a dream he would not live to see shattered. Operation Barbarossa. The Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union, Operation Barbarossa, on June 22, 1941 was a crucial turning point in the war, pitting Germany against the world's second greatest industrial power, whose military potential would eventually spell doom for the Teutonic aggressors. But unlike so many critics of Soviet communism, who suppressed their opposition for the duration of the war, Tresca remained unrelenting in his attacks against Stalin and the Soviet regime. He hastened to point out that for Stalin to strengthen the resolve of his people, he had needed to characterize the conflict as the Great Patriotic War to defend Mother Russia. Stalin's appeal to Russian nationalism was for Tresca incontrovertible proof of the moral and political bankruptcy of Soviet communism. Yet he hoped that Stalin's patriotic war would not end in a Pyrrhic victory for the Soviet working class. Distinguishing between states and peoples, Tresca expressed sympathy for the plight of the Soviet masses caught in the path of the Nazi onslaught, but he hoped that the Nazi-Soviet war would result in more than military victory for Stalin and his oppressive regime. The Russian people are in need of help, he wrote, but they must be helped to liberate themselves not only from the grip of the German invader, but also from the equally suffocating grip of the bureaucracy and the GPU, that is, from the sinister and ferocious police force of Stalin, the new and more terrible Nero. We are not interested in saving Stalin's Russia as it is. We are strongly interested in seeing Russia saved by the revolution. 23. The tergiversation that characterized Soviet policy, first with the Nazi-Soviet pact, and then with the Nazi invasion, inevitably became a target for Tresca, who delighted in underscoring the hypocrisy of Stalin's worshippers. At the time of the Nazi-Soviet pact, communists everywhere in accordance with Moscow's latest dictates had ceased to condemn Hitler and Nazism as the fomenters of war, attributing blame instead to British imperialism. But now, as German panzers thrust relentlessly into Soviet territory, the British suddenly metamorphosed into Russia's heroic ally in the crusade for liberation and democracy. Roosevelt, previously denounced by post-pact Stalinists as a warmonger for his support of Britain, was now beseeched to aid the beleaguered peoples of the Soviet Union. Tresca noted, moreover, that the 180-degree shifts in party line executed by the Stalinists in 1939 and 1941 did not cause them the slightest embarrassment. They are habituated to doing so, they are hardened to lies and hypocrisy. 24. Nor did Tresca exclude the possibility of yet another volte-face, namely, Stalin's concluding a separate peace with Hitler. Everything is possible, among gangsters. In that case, they Stalinists will take off the Republican cockade and don again the livery of the abject servants of one of the bloodiest despots history has ever recorded. 25. The War and the United States. As early as 1938, Tresca had predicted that Roosevelt would bring the United States into the coming war. 26. Like Woodrow Wilson before him, Roosevelt would maintain an official anti-war policy prior to the election of 1940, but intervene subsequently when American economic interests became seriously threatened, most likely by Japan. As war between the United States and Japan became imminent, Tresca revealed a surprisingly new attitude toward Roosevelt, demonstrating once again how in matters of great importance he was not bound by ideological orthodoxy. The differences between the Democratic and Republican parties, Tresca believed, were more cosmetic than real. They both shared the same political lineage as descendants of capitalism. Their party platforms were practically the same beneath the rhetoric, and although Republicans advocated orthodox economic liberalism, the reforms of the New Deal had left too deep a mark to be dismantled. Accordingly, the Republican candidate, Wendell Willkie, promised to continue and improve the New Deal reforms. Even their foreign policies were not that different. Both parties spoke the language of non-intervention, but Tresca believed either one would go to war if American interests demanded. Yet despite the similarities between the parties and their platforms, Tresca hoped for a Roosevelt victory. Not that Tresca had suddenly come to support or like Roosevelt. He gave the president his due as the most politically astute man in the American political world, but still believed the New Deal, with its social and economic reforms, has chloroformed the proletariat and further enriched the wealthy. 27. Nor did he harbor any special antipathy for Willkie, whom he considered just another tool of Wall Street. What aroused Tresca's concern was the nature and objectives of Willkie's supporters, particularly the America First Committee and other isolationist contingents, which included many conservatives, anti-Semites, and Nazi sympathizers like Charles Lindbergh, Henry Ford, Herbert Hoover, General Motors Vice President James D. Mooney, Thomas Watson of IBM, and Ernest Weir of Little Steel. Tresca believed that for these reactionaries, isolationism was a guise for fascism. They wanted Europe under German talons and full cooperation between Hitler and the United States, objectives that could be realized completely only if the United States were fascistized. These fascist Americans were the real fifth column in America. 28. Roosevelt's victory in November 1940 brought Tresca great pleasure. Willkie's election would have frozen my blood, Roosevelt's re-election warmed it up. And I say this in all frankness and sincerity, because to keep one's emotions hidden in these times is hypocritical. I am not a hypocrite. When I saw all the fascist and Nazi legions and the followers of Father Coughlin, looming behind Wilkie, my reaction was spontaneous. I hoped for Roosevelt's victory. 29. Representing a moral and material defeat for the Axis, Roosevelt's victory could not be regarded as a matter of indifference even to those who believed one capitalist president was as bad as the next. As a matter of fact, Tresca insisted, even those who foolishly repeat those phrases know in their hearts that there is a difference. There was a difference between Roosevelt and Wilkie, just as there was between Britain and Germany. And so, Tresca declared, as the foremost task of humanity in this tragic hour, is to strike fascism and Nazism dead. I, who am part of humanity, live day by day hoping for the most of sensational defeat of Hitler, Mussolini, and Stalin. 30. Endorsement of Roosevelt's victory and hope for a British triumph represented unorthodox views that Tresca admitted he had embraced only after an inner struggle between the conflicting imperatives of reason and sentiment. Reason told him that the war was the result of imperialist rivalries, but sentiment caused him to prefer one of the fighting camps rather than the other. Tresca urged others to consider that it is not necessary in this hour so bestial, gloomy, and threatening to place our emotions in a straitjacket of dogma, doctrine, and immutable principles. Let them free to express themselves. Who knows? In this dark hour that passes, sentiment will enlighten us more than reason. Who today, forced to live in this great madhouse, considers himself so sane as to affirm I stand for reason, I am infallible. 31. Turning his attention to the Far East, Tresca maintained for years that conflicting economic interests in Asia would produce a casus belli between Japan and the Europeans and Americans, and he accurately predicted that once Japan set its sights on French Indochina and the Dutch East Indies, the United States would intervene against her, as she did with embargoes on exports to Japan of oil, aviation fuel, iron, and scrap steel in July 1940 and July 1941, action amounting to economic warfare. Tresca considered it one of the ironies and contradictions of capitalism that during the years preceding Pearl Harbor, the United States had exported these essential elements of war-making to her Asiatic enemy. Although he could not have known that Pearl Harbor would be the initial target, Tresca mocked the notion that Japan's attack against American territory had come as a surprise to the American government. Japan's previous aggression against Manchuria, China, Southeast Asia, and her tripartite pact with Germany and Italy had left no doubt as to the warlike intentions of the Empire of the Rising Sun. He also predicted from the outset that time is the ally of the United States, whose formidable resources will be utilized for one end, the defeat of the Axis. 32. The events of 1939 to 1941 did not require revision of anarchist principles, Tresca argued, but his support for the Allied cause was now strong and unwavering. We hate Nazism, fascism, totalitarianism, we hate them all with the force of insuppressible passion. We hope, in the depths of our conscience, that victory smiles on the enemies of Italy, Germany, and Japan. Yesterday we said, on British bayonets rests the hope of conserving what past revolutions have given us, of resuming the march until the bastions of suffocating totalitarianism will fall. Today we say, on American bayonets rests, for all of us whose backs are against the wall in this difficult hour, the hope that one day we will again see the light. 33. Despite his sincere desire for an Allied victory, Tresca continually expressed the hope for a transformative war, namely, the post-war eruption of a class war that would destroy bourgeois hegemony and create a free libertarian society. Did Tresca not see the contradiction between these two objectives? Did he seriously believe in the possibility of a social revolution emerging from the war, or was he merely engaging in formulaic anarchist rhetoric? As a realist, Tresca feared that the fate of Europe would be determined by the occupying armies of the victors, an outcome that surely would preclude social revolution along libertarian lines. On the other hand, dreams of liberty and equality died hard for anarchist revolutionaries, and for Tresca, the dream may still have been a source of spiritual sustenance. All was not well with Tresca as he approached his 60th birthday on March 9, 1939. His health was generally poor. He was 40 or 50 pounds overweight, his teeth were bad, his lungs weakened from emphysema due to more than 40 years of smoking, and his face and chest occasionally hurt from injuries sustained in an automobile accident 6 years earlier. One more pressing than his physical ailments, however, was the burden of Il Martello, which he described to his friend Alberto Meschi in France as a real and very heavy cross, a sponge that dries me out. 2. The newspaper had operated continuously in the red since its revival in 1934. Subscriptions and circulation were both declining, in part because of the Points affair, and in part because of the now indelible misperception that Margaret was bearing the cost of publication. Tresca had drawn no salary since 1934, and had even contributed more than $2,000 from his own savings. In July 1938, he filed a petition for bankruptcy, claiming assets of $98.24 in cash and liabilities of $4,420.24 in unpaid debts, some of which dated from 1918. 3. Tresca's only recourse was publishing irregularly, only 36 issues in 1938, and to revert to a bi-weekly publication. 4. The Tresca Jubilee. To raise funds for Il Martello and bolster Tresca's spirit, a number of his Italian friends and Herbert Salo organized a banquet to commemorate his 60th birthday and his 40 years of activity. The Tresca Jubilee was held on April 14, 1939, at the Irving Plaza on 15th Street and Irving Place. The hall, which normally accommodated 500 people, had to be renovated to make room for the more than 800 guests expected. The walls were festooned with placards listing the prisons where Tresca had served time, the strikes he had led, and the defense campaigns he had organized. 16 union locals were represented by more than 100 labor officials. The famous individuals who attended came from every walk of American cultural and political life: John F. Finnerty, Isaac Shore, Edmund Wilson, Don Powell, James Farrell, Anita Brenner, Paul Berlin, Benjamin Stahlberg, Louis Gannett, Ludwig Lohr, Eugene Lyons, Suzanne LaFollette, Sidney Hook, Benjamin Gitlow, Max Eastman, and Harry Kelly. Scores of other well-known figures, unable to attend, telegraphed their congratulations to Tresca, including John Dewey, John Dos Passos, Norman Thomas, Oswald Garrison Villard, Ernest Hemingway, Roger Baldwin, David Dubinsky, Margaret Sanger, Emma Goldman, and Leon Trotsky. 5. Trotsky, grateful for Tresca's efforts on the Dewey Committee, wrote, "Dear Comrade Tresca, in spite of all the profound differences which neither you nor I have the habitude to deny or attenuate, I hope you will permit me to express the deepest esteem for you, as for a man who is in every way a fighter. Your 60th birthday is being celebrated by your friends, and I take the liberty of counting myself among them. I hope that your moral vigor and revolutionary ardor will be conserved for a long time to come." 6. Tresca's thank you note to Trotsky read, "You are right, in spite of all the profound divergences, we do respect each other." 7. Conspicuously absent at the Jubilee were important Italian radicals like Valenti, Quintiliano, Allegra, all of the communists, the syndicalists, the Eladunatisti, and most other anarchists. There was no better indication that at this stage of his career, Americans were more appreciative of Tresca than the sovversivi, and he of them. As Tresca indicated to Meschi, "I live here closer to American elements than to our Italian elements, and, without exaggeration, close to the best American elements." 8. Nevertheless, while his estrangement from many old comrades was irreversible, Tresca was drawing closer to Italian trade union leaders than ever before, particularly Luigi Antonini. Certainly, by the late 1930s, Tresca had mellowed to some degree, and his past feuds with figures like Antonini seemed less important in light of the terrible events taking place throughout the world. But Tresca's rapprochement with Antonini and other labor leaders had tangible causes as well. Antonini had recently impressed Tresca by expressing his anti-fascism more publicly than in the past. And thanks to Antonini, the fascists' monopoly on Italian radio broadcasting was finally broken. On November 23, 1940, at Antonini's invitation, Tresca spoke for the first and only time on WEVD. Tresca often had sought opportunities to speak on radio in the past, but had always been refused access. The explanation for denying him airtime echoed a familiar refrain, "You are too radical." 9. There was also another, more practical and self-serving aspect to Tresca's increasingly cordial relations with labor leaders he had previously scorned. Antonini, Giovanni Sala, Serafino Romualdi, and Louis Nelson were among of the few sources of revenue he could now tap to sustain Il Martello. The union leaders, in turn, welcomed Tresca as a valuable ally. 10. Recourse to union leaders for financial assistance was not intended solely for his own needs. Tresca was still an important benefactor for political refugees who needed money, visas, and other life-saving aid. Tresca, for example, was serving as an advisor and fundraiser for the New World Resettlement Fund for Spanish refugees. As he wrote to Trotsky in August 1939, "The necessity of taking personal charge of the life of so many of my personal friends and comrades, refugees after the Spanish defeat, has put me at the point of exhaustion." 11. On his own initiative, Tresca badgered Antonini and other union leaders with requests more like demands to aid several Italian anti-fascists who had fought in the Collana Italiana and the Garibaldi Brigade, but who were now isolated and poverty-stricken as exiles in France and Switzerland. Similarly, Tresca sought financial aid for destitute anti-fascists in the United States and legal aid for those facing deportation to Italy. 12. Not surprisingly, Tresca's humanitarian activities on behalf of anti-fascist refugees were considered suspect by J. Edgar Hoover, but the FBI took no action. 13. The Anarchist Conference of April 1 to 2, 1939. While continuing his activities on behalf of refugees, Tresca was soon caught up in another spate of internecine conflict. Italian anarchists from 7 states convened in New York on April 1 to 2, 1939 for one of the movement's rarest events, a conference. The purported objective was to establish harmony within the movement, invigorate its militancy, and publish a newspaper in Philadelphia, L'Intesa Libertaria, Libertarian Understanding, that would represent all anarchists, a utopian dream if ever there was one. 14. Tresca welcomed the project and challenged Schiavina and his crowd to attend. They ignored the conference, but their participation was not required for the movement's cannibalistic tendencies to manifest. Some delegates demanded that Tresca be barred from attending. For others, particularly the Gruppo Bernieri of New York, the objective was to wrest Il Martello from Tresca or destroy the newspaper altogether. Tresca expressed his willingness to step down from the directorship, a clear reflection of his frustration, if that was the wish of the Martello Group. It was not. Yet Tresca and the Martello Group promised to support L'Intesa Libertaria, and suspended publication of Il Martello after the May 14 issue. But L'Intesa Libertaria folded after publishing only 4 issues published between April and June 1939. 15. Il Martello resumed publication on February 28, 1940, with Tresca back at the helm as director and sole owner. Energized by the war in Europe, Tresca increased his share of writing editorials, feature articles, and a new column, Appunti a lapis, pencil notes. But within a year Il Martello was facing another crisis. Returning to work too soon after a severe bout of influenza, Tresca suffered 4 nasal hemorrhages that required blood transfusions, a lengthy hospital stay, and several months of recuperation. A photo of Tresca, his nostrils packed with gauze, appeared in the New York Post, together with the typical quip, "I don't think I die. I must be strong to fight. Mussolini is on his last leg." 16. Against the advice of his doctors, Tresca resumed his publishing activities at the end of April 1941, only to encounter even greater financial difficulties as donations and subscriptions continued to decline and circulation reached a low of 2,100 copies by 1942. 17. Resurgence of anti-fascism. At the outbreak of the war, Italian-American fascists and pro-fascists were still ardently committed to Mussolini and campaigned for non-intervention among the ranks of the isolationists. Within a year, however, the mutually beneficial relationship between Mussolini's regime and the Italian-American Camorra Coloniale began to waver, as fear of potential retaliation by American authorities began to spread. Typical was the Sons of Italy, which officially condemned Nazism, fascism, and communism in 1941. For Tresca, such 11th-hour conversions to anti-fascism were hypocritical and opportunistic. 18 The Italian ambassador reached the same conclusion, as he observed the growing disloyalty and the craven behavior of the Prominenti. In his reports to Rome, Ascanio Colonna revived the doubts that fascists in Italy had always harbored about the sincerity of the Italian-American bourgeoisie. It will be necessary, once the war is over, to re-examine in light of recent events the many problems relating to the Italian-American community, those pertaining especially to the Prominenti, who, noisy in easy times, exploit the Italian-American masses for their personal ends, and have been the first to defect and turn against their country of origin when put to the test. 5 months after Colonna's report, in an act of monumental folly, the Duce declared war against the United States, thereby sealing the doom of Italian-American fascism and hastening the political metamorphosis of its faint-hearted supporters. Even before Mussolini's Italian-American empire began to crumble, the war had generated more vitality and determination among anti-fascists than at any time since the mid-1920s. The movement had changed in vital aspects, however. Anti-fascism in the 1920s and early 1930s was primarily an immigrant working-class movement led by radicals associated with the labor unions or subversive political parties and ideologies. But, by the time the war began, the sun was setting on this movement. Except for Antonini and a few other union leaders who still wielded power in the Italian-American community, old guard leaders like Tresca, Valenti, and Vaserca had largely been superseded by a group known collectively as the Fuoricidi, political refugees who were well-educated bourgeois professionals, politicians, and intellectuals, mainly of liberal democratic persuasion, who had arrived in the United States only a few years earlier. Some were Jews who had left Italy after passage of the anti-Semitic decrees of 1938, others were exiles of long standing in France who fled to the United States when the country fell to the Nazis in 1940. On September 24, 1939, a group of Fuoricidi founded the Mazzina Society, the most important anti-fascist organization to arise in the United States during the war. The principal leaders of the Mazzina Society were the historian Gaetano Salvini, the former diplomat Count Carlo Sforza, the liberal journalists Alberto Cienxa and Alberto Tarchini, and the academics Giuseppe A. Borghese, Lionello Venturi, and Max Ascoli, who replaced Salvini as president in June 1940. Several newspapers were published consecutively as official voices, Mazzina News, Il Mondo, and Nazione Unite. Headquartered at 1775 Broadway in New York, the Mazzina Society established groups in 50 cities but remained an elite organization, with not more than 900 members. It survived financially with the support of Italian labor unions and Ascoli's rich wife. The Mazzina Society's primary objective was to mobilize the American public and its political leaders against totalitarianism, monarchism, and clericalism, with a view toward establishing a secular, democratic government in post-war Italy. Its interest in the Italian-American community was limited to the elimination of fascist influence over its people and institutions and marshalling support for democracy in Italy. However, the Fuoricidi possessed few links to immigrant workers or their American-born children save through the few union leaders who were members. 21 As Ascoli acknowledged, we were quattro gatti 4 cats, i.e., a handful. In no way did we represent anything really substantial in the Italian-American community. 22. Tresca and the Pearl Harbor anti-fascists. Ascoli and others among the Fuoricidi considered Tresca the grandfather of the Mazzina Society, but for several years, Tresca refrained from joining in order to retain his freedom of action. Tresca was above all a fearlessly independent man, Ascoli explained. He was very close to the Quattro Gatti of the Mazzina Society, but he was essentially his own man. 23 Tresca was ambivalent about the organization because it was too moderate and bourgeois for his taste, striving to create a republican and democratic Italy, while he still yearned for the revolutionary control of workers who would overthrow the old order. He valued the high-profile leadership the Mazzina Society brought to the anti-fascist cause, and he greatly respected men like Salvini, even though they were not revolutionaries. But he questioned the anti-fascist credentials of some members, and was outraged by the posturing of others who acted as though anti-fascism had never existed in America until the Mazzina Society. He contrasted the militancy they exhibited now, in a safe and favorable environment, with his own activities in the 1920s, when anti-fascists had to contend with American authorities as well as fascists. Most of all, Tresca faulted the Mazzina Society for its claim to speak for the Italian-American community, despite its having almost no connection with the immigrant working class. All of Tresca's criticisms were correct to some degree. Nevertheless, his writings about the Mazzina Society clearly reflected the resentment of an old warrior who believed his contribution to American anti-fascism was unappreciated and his leadership role usurped by newcomers. 24 Accordingly, while a de facto ally, Tresca fought his own parallel war against fascism from 1940 to 1942. His primary objective remained what it had been from the outset: eradicate the cancer of fascism within the Italian-American community. Excising the disease, Tresca affirmed, required exposing the activities in the fascist fifth column in the United States and Canada. Tresca's writings during this renewed offensive revealed the extraordinary depth and breadth of his knowledge about Italian-American fascism. Not even Salvini, who amassed 6,000 index cards with information about fascist individuals and organizations, possessed Tresca's intimate familiarity with the enemy. Tresca shared this information not only with his usual audience but with FBI agents investigating potential subversion and sabotage by Mussolini's followers. 25 As Tresca related to his friend Canby Chambers. The Secret Service are funny. Before the war, they put me in prison. Now they are in my office every day. Good old Carlo, they say. Tell us who are the leading fascists in this country. So I tell them. Good old Carlo. Now tell us, where is Mussolini's shortwave sending station? You are the FBI, and you do not know. I ask. I am Carlo Tresca. I know it is in New Jersey off Cape May. They laugh. They think I am Keating. But they get the radio, pretty soon they get the men. 26. Tresca demonstrated anew that the nerve center of the fascist fifth column was the New York consulate. Tresca exposed the consulate's more nefarious activities, those hidden from public view, including the disruption of anti-fascist group activities and the intimidation of individual anti-fascists and non-compliant immigrants. These nastier tasks, Tresca revealed for the first time, were the special province of Cavaliere Caradossi, an agent of the fascist secret police, the OVRA, attached to the consulate since 1926. Tresca exposed Caradossi's possession of a list of Italian Americans working in war materials production, whom he would seek to recruit for sabotage in the event the United States went to war against Italy. Tresca assured his readers, however, that we will keep an eye on him, we who do not fear his ire and his intrigues. 27 The nest officially closed when Mussolini declared war against the United States and withdrew all diplomatic personnel. Well before that day, as Ambassador Colonna had observed, fascist and pro-fascist organizations and individuals began scurrying for safety. In reality, most of them had little to fear, especially if they were American citizens and politically well connected. Prior to the war, the American government paid scant attention to Italian-American fascists, much less the more cautious pro-fascist prominenti. Investigations conducted in the late 1930s by the House Un-American Activities Committee and the Dick Stein-McCormick Committee of New York discounted the possibility that Italian-American fascists might represent a subversive threat. 28 Some degree of danger threatened in 1942, when 600,000 non-citizen Italian Americans were classified as enemy aliens. Not more than 4,000, however, were detained, and only 210 mostly die-hard fanatics like Domenico Trombetta were interned for the duration of the war. 39 No matter if they had sung Giovinezza for 20 years, the majority of Italian-American fascists and pro-fascists had only to hum a few bars of the Star-Spangled Banner to qualify for forgiveness. Tresca did everything he could to thwart the rehabilitation of these elements, mainly by exposing the identity of individuals and organizations unknown to American authorities and the clever methods by which they obscured their true nature in order to survive the crisis unscathed. A prime example was the Morgantini Club in the Bronx, which had been intimidating anti-fascists on Vecchiotti's orders. Like many fascist organizations, the Morgantini Club possessed direct ties with the criminal underworld. The club's president, Renzo Abbondandolo, was the former private secretary and accountant of mobster Vito Genovese, alias Don Vitone. The latter, in fact, had direct ties to the consulate in New York. Genovese had contributed generously to the Opera Assistenziale during the Ethiopian War, and in gratitude, plus some monetary compensation, when Genovese fled to Italy in 1936, one step ahead of New York's special prosecutor, Thomas E. Dewey, Vecchiotti furnished him a passport containing false information that facilitated his escape. For his financial contributions to the fascist cause in America and later in Italy, Genovese was made a Cavalier of the Crown in 1938. His old factotum, Abbondandolo, an American citizen, had no wish to rejoin Don Vitone in Italy. Instead, he ensured his own security and the Americanization of the Morgantini Club by stepping down as president and recruiting new, untainted officers. 30 The biggest target of Tresca's latest campaign, predictably, was Generoso Pope. By 1940, Pope was under attack by nearly all important anti-fascists except Antonini, who played a key role in whitewashing the publisher's pro-fascist past and accommodating his rehabilitation as a Democrat. Having established a truce in 1935, Antonini stopped attacking Pope in exchange for Pope's favorable press coverage of Local 89. Antonini hoped to utilize Pope for his own ends. 31 The publisher's newest adversary was the Mazzina Society, which sought to wrest editorial control of Il Progresso away from its fascist editors and transform it into an anti-fascist organ. 32 Tresca, on the other hand, was bent on utterly destroying Pope's reputation within the Italian-American community and preventing his reascent to power and respectability. Pope had been the linksio and joining the nest with the mass of Italians, the man most responsible for spreading the fascist bacillus. That Tresca might forgive him was out of the question. 33 Tresca demonstrated how Pope had still supported the fascist regime and Axis policies when Mussolini entered the war as Hitler's partner, justifying Italian intervention and depicting Great Britain as Italy's enemy and the instigator of conflict. Once again, he deplored Pope's hypocritical advocacy of democracy for the United States and fascism for Italy, an old argument based on the premise that Italy was still too backward for democracy. I, who have never professed Italianita every hour of the day, Tresca wrote, think that Pope is a defamer of the Italian people when he maintains that they must be governed by castor oil. 34 Pope's commitment to democracy was a sham, amounting to nothing more than his commitment to Tammany Hall and the political and economic benefits derived therefrom. Tresca also renewed his long-standing charge that this phony Democrat relied on the Malavita to do his dirty work. And, as usual, his exposé of Pope was laced with his choicest vituperative and characterizations of the millionaire publisher as the illiterate quadruped, whose editorials were always written by Falbo or other fascists on his staff. 35 Tresca's campaign against Pope included embarrassing revelations about the roles played by important political figures, including Mayor LaGuardia, in sanitizing his past and assuring his future. Tresca did not hesitate to put out that LaGuardia, for the sake of political expedience, had never criticized Mussolini publicly prior to the war. In 1941, when the State Department finally began to scrutinize the activities of Italian fascists, Tresca chided LaGuardia for putting Pope on the committee sponsoring I Am an American Day. Pope has made the most of it. He has used the invitation as evidence of the fact that he is an American. He is not. He is, and he is proud of it, a fascist to the core, and LaGuardia knows it. 36 Tresca also revealed how LaGuardia came to Pope's assistance a year earlier, expunging his name from an official memorandum describing fascist activities in New York. 37 Tresca may have been unaware that while political necessity compelled the mayor to court Pope publicly, LaGuardia had previously urged Roosevelt to have the FBI investigate Pope, warning that in the event of war it would be necessary to take some extraordinary means of changing the editorial and news policy of Pope's newspapers. 38 LaGuardia's request had followed repeated complaints to the Justice and State Departments from the Mazzina Society, denouncing Pope as a fascist agent whose newspapers still supported Mussolini. This potential firestorm must have been discomforting for Roosevelt as he contemplated the loss of Italian-American votes were he to deal aggressively with Pope. Meeting at the White House. In April 1941, Roosevelt advised Pope to get off the mistaken path he had been traveling, and warned him of the Mazzina Society's recommendation that Pope's fascist editors be discharged and replaced by anti-fascists, with Tarchini serving as editor-in-chief. Pope heeded the warning only to the extent of eliminating pro-fascist articles from Il Progresso's English-language section, replacing them with obsequious pledges of loyalty to Roosevelt. The Italian-language section continued its praise of the Duce. 39 Roosevelt's warning did not deter Pope from trying to silence his critics. First, he asked Antonini and Bellanca to intercede on his behalf and request that Giuseppe Lupis, the editor of the Mazzina Society's organ, Il Mondo, cease attacking him. The request was categorically rejected. Pope turned next to the NYPD's Alien Squad, one of whose detectives, Mario Focca, was a personal friend and former employee. The Alien Squad sent Detective Stanley Guazdo, an anti-Semite, to visit Mazzina Society headquarters and intimidate its leaders with the threat of an official investigation. A similar attempt at intimidation was conducted by Richard Rawlins, a former investigator for HUAC and for the Anti-Nazi League, who was now employed as the confidential secretary of Congressman Samuel Dick Stein, a local politician comfortably nestled in Pope's pocket. Rawlins delegated the mission to one Frank Lee and Casimir Palmer, the latter a sometime undercover agent for the FBI, but their friendly conversation with the Mazzina Society's office manager, Alfredo Cohn, failed to achieve the intended results. 40 While his minions were attempting to intimidate his critics behind the scenes, Pope arranged a public defense in the U.S. House of Representatives, with Dick Stein serving as his foil. A Tammany Hall hack, Dick Stein had been a co-founder, with John W. McCormick, of the House Un-American Activities Committee in 1934, which investigated un-American subversion but ignored Italian fascist activities. Now on the Immigration Committee, Dick Stein championed Pope before the House on March 25, 1941, describing him as an upright, honest, law-abiding American citizen whose honesty and integrity cannot be questioned by anyone who knows him. 41 Pope has always condemned fascism and the Mussolini movement, and is loyal to the American philosophy of life and to American principles. 42 He reiterated on June 17 that Pope was not a fascist, his attackers in the Mazzina Society were. Heaping lie upon lie, in distorted profusion, Dick Stein added a little red baiting to the mix, claiming that Max Ascoli, in particular, was busy conducting communistic propaganda, amongst Americans of Italian origin. 43 Dick Stein also targeted Tresca, introducing into the congressional record a purported copy of Tresca's New York police file, and denouncing him for anarchism and subversive activities. 44 Dick Stein's performance provoked Tresca to respond with an English-language editorial entitled, "Mr. Dick Stein, you are a jackass." Tresca admonished the congressman, stating that whatever the motive of your action might be, the fact remains that in making ridiculous, idiotic, and asinine speeches in the U.S. Congress in behalf of a man like Pope, a fascist at this very moment, when legislators ought to devote their minds to solving hard-pressing problems of social and economic nature. You have debased the standard of the House of Representatives and yourself. Tresca mocked Dick Stein's description of him as an anarchist. Hooray for Mr. Dick Stein. Columbus discovered America, and you discovered me. Anarchist. So what? Mr. Dick Stein. There are several asses in Congress, but you are the most ridiculous one. 45 Further revelations about Pope's duplicitous editorial policy placed him in renewed jeopardy. He was about to cede control of editorial policy to a committee composed of Mazzina Society leaders when Roosevelt cut the ground out from under them. After another powwow in July 1941, the president furnished Pope with one of his Dear Gene letters, expressing full confidence in him, and requesting only that he dismiss the most blatant fascists on his staff. Thus assured of Roosevelt's continuing support, Pope made no concessions to the Mazzina Society, never transformed Il Progresso into an anti-fascist organ, and continued to receive preferential treatment from politicians in Washington and New York eager to sanitize his past. 46. Tresca and the Mazzina Society. Tresca finally joined the Mazzina Society in May 1942. This caught the interest of the Foreign Nationalities Branch of the Office of Strategic Services, OSS, the forerunner of the CIA. An OSS profile described him as follows. Tresca was one of the elder statesmen of the Italian-American radical movement and fancied his role. He was the leader of an insignificant number of anarchists who were, for the most part, politically ineffectual. However, because of the violence of his publication, he personally could not be dismissed as powerless and had often to be reckoned with as a decided force. His attacks have been in wholesale lots, and against members of organizations often known for violent deeds. Persevering in his assaults, he was fearless and unswerving and most pointed in his expression, not given to cooperation or appeasement, not to compromise. A great individualist, he held tenaciously to his hatreds. 47. The OSS profile further indicated, it is possible that Tresca was brought into the Mazzina Society not so much for the love the Mazzina membership bore him as for the venom which he bore in his heart for the communists. 48. The OSS was correct. With Pope and other ex-fascists having no chance of gaining admission, Tresca's goal of excluding totalitarian elements from the Mazzina Society was directed primarily against the Stalinists, whom he was still attacking fiercely despite the Soviet Union's status as an ally of the United States and Britain. 49. Tresca was particularly unsparing of Vittorio Vidali, whom he reviled as one of Stalin's most villainous praetorians. After escaping from Spain in 1939, Vidali had taken refuge in Mexico, where he became a key figure in the local communist movement. Given his reputation as an OGPU murderer, Vidali was automatically suspected of complicity in the assassination of Trotsky in August 1940, a crime for which he professed his innocence. 50. Vidali was later suspected of murdering his own lover, the photographer Tina Modotti, at the order of the OGPU, because she had become disillusioned with communism and might reveal damaging information about party activities in Europe, Spain, and Mexico. 51. Tresca repeated the charges with little doubt as to their veracity. 52. Vidali's new objective in the spring of 1942 was penetration of the Mazzina Society. From Hitler's invasion of Poland to the Nazi-Soviet pact, the Communists showed no interest in the Mazzina Society other than to condemn it as an instrument of British imperialism. Their main focus during this period was Generoso Pope, whom they courted unctuously in order to gain control of Il Progresso. 53. After Germany invaded the Soviet Union, the Communist Party line reversed itself one more time, calling for a new united front of all anti-fascists. Vidali, together with Francesco Frola, created the Alleanza Internazionale Antifascista Giuseppe Garibaldi in Mexico for the purpose of organizing Italian anti-fascist refugees in Latin America. The next coveted prize was the Mazzina Society, which promised even greater possibility of influencing post-war Italian politics. Preliminary feelers for a rapprochement were extended by surrogates like Marcantonio and Bellanca, but their efforts quickly encountered opposition, especially from Tresca. 54 Informed of communist intentions by his contacts in Mexico, Tresca wrote an editorial, "The Praetorians of Stalin move against the Mazzina Society," warning that Vidali's orders were either conquer or destroy the Mazzina Society. The professed objective of the communists, once again, was a united front. But the method is the same, Tresca reminded. You don't want unity with us? Then you are agents of Hitler and Mussolini. Opposing the Stalinists was dangerous, you don't fool around with the GPU. In the name of unity too many crimes have been committed by Stalin's agents throughout the world. Nevertheless, to Vidali he issued a challenge, "Don Carlos Shameless Sormenti, we know you well. We will not let you pass." 55 Communist admission to the Mazzina Society was vigorously debated at its National Congress held at the New York School for Social Research on June 13 to 14, 1942, with more than 600 delegates attending. 56 A Declaration of Principles, placed on the agenda by Salvini, advocated a Wilsonian peace, punishment of leading fascists after the war, and the barring of monarchists and communists from the Mazzina Society. 57 When discussion turned to the issue of admitting the communists, Tresca generated a stir by producing a letter written by Vidali to Allegra, now a writer for Communist L'Unità del Popolo. Purloined by someone friendly with Tresca, the letter urged that Randolfo Pacciardi, the Republican and former commander of the Garibaldi Brigade in Spain, be persuaded to support unity with the communists. Tresca continued, "Unity is spoken of here as it was spoken of during the time of the Spanish Civil War. But we have seen in practice how the communists interpret unity. If the communists were sincere, I would extend my hand for common action. But if they were, they would demonstrate it by not seeking to enter the Mazzina Society." 58 Salvini's proposal to bar the communists passed by a margin of nearly 3-1. Tresca took sole credit for the victory in a letter to Marceau Pivert in Mexico City. "The Stalinists tried to get the control of the Mazzina Society here in the U.S. I blocked them." 59 Tresca's bragging was typical of his unfortunate tendency to self-aggrandize, but at this stage of his career, it revealed his almost desperate need to prove that he was still a major figure in the anti-fascist movement. Exaggeration aside, Tresca had indeed played a significant role in keeping the communists out of the Mazzina Society, even if he had to share credit with others. The Manhattan Club incident. The whitewashing of Pope, meanwhile, continued unabated. One means of demonstrating his conversion was to include him in patriotic endeavors and ceremonies. Such an event took place on September 10, 1942 at the Italian-American War Bond banquet organized by Paolino Gerli at the Manhattan Club in New York. Attending that evening were numerous prominenti and public officials who had supported Mussolini in the old days: Edward Corsi, chairman of the N.Y. State Industrial Commission, City Treasurer Almerindo Portfolio, Paolo Rao, a U.S. Customs judge, Monsignor Joseph Cafazzi, Pope, and others. A handful of genuine anti-fascists were also present. According to his friend Alberto Chiappelli, Tresca was invited to this gathering by Gerli, an importer who had towed the fascist line out of business necessity but who had regularly contributed $50 to $100 to Il Martello as insurance. Gerli hoped that Tresca's presence would bestow a blessing on his own rehabilitation. 60 The invitation also might have been a scheme to create the false impression that his presence at the gathering meant that Tresca had sanctioned Pope's rehabilitation. 61 Tresca went to the banquet out of a sense of gratitude to Gerli, but was wary of attending a function that might include Pope. Assured beforehand that Pope was not among the invited guests, Tresca arrived at the Manhattan Club a half-hour late, as usual accompanied by Chiappelli. They seated themselves at a table with their backs to the dais. Tresca asked Chiappelli to turn around inconspicuously and tell him who was present. Chiappelli identified the guests one by one. When he mentioned Cafazzi, The fascist priest, Tresca, made an Italian hand gesture that signified warding off the evil eye. Seated next to Cafuzza was Pope, whose name prompted Tresca to mutter to his comrade, "Where have I fallen tonight, into a nest of fascists? This is no place for me, I'm leaving." Chiappelli managed to calm Tresca and persuade him to stay. Some minutes later, a well-dressed man entered the dining room and sat next to his girlfriend, Assistant U.S. Attorney Dolores C. Facconti. The man was Pope's gangster henchman Frank Garofalo. Now furious, Tresca declared in a loud voice, "Not only the fascist Pope, but even his gangster is here." He then stormed dramatically out the room, but not before instructing Chiappelli to remain and to report later about the repercussions. Contrary to some accounts, Tresca's insult did not result in an angry exchange of words with Garofalo in the foyer. But rumors buzzing in Italian circles after the banquet suggested that when Garofalo overheard the table gossip about Tresca's outburst, he said to Facconti, "Within a week I'll show Carlo Tresca who I am." 62 Frank Garofalo, Don Ciccio, was no ordinary thug. Born in 1891, the son of a leather worker in the mafia-ridden town of Castellamare, Sicily, Garofalo by now had become the right-hand man of mafia chieftain Joseph Bonanno. Standing 5'7" and weighing 160 pounds, with rugged but not displeasing features, Garofalo cut a dapper figure, dressed as well as Cary Grant, according to his mob boss. Bonanno also described Garofalo as a self-educated man who could talk about literature and history. His manners were impeccable. What I especially admired about him was his self-taught facility in English. He was an urbane and sophisticated man with a fondness for good opera, good food, and good conversation. 63 But Garofalo did not become Bonanno's right-hand man because of his expensive suits and ability to select French wines. An associate of Charles Lucky Luciano, Garofalo had been involved in criminal activities, bootlegging among others, for many years, although he never came under police scrutiny. In fact, his clean record enabled him to obtain a license to carry a gun. And like most intelligent mafiosi, Garofalo engaged in several legal enterprises that enabled him to pose as a legitimate businessman. Thus he had been a part owner of several clothing factories in Brooklyn and now operated the Colorado Cheese Co. at 176th Avenue A in Manhattan. 64 FBI reports refer to Garofalo as a sort of bodyguard for Pope and the latter's contact with the underworld element. 65 But how and when Garofalo's relationship with Pope was established is unknown. Among anti-fascists, Garofalo had gained notoriety in 1934, when at Pope's behest he visited La Stampa Libera, Il Martello, and other newspapers to threaten violence should they persist in attacking his boss. Among his other responsibilities was settling labor disputes with Pope's employees. 66 Garofalo's affair with Facconti predated the Manhattan Club incident by a year or more. A graduate of Fordham Law School, Facconti was appointed Assistant U.S. Attorney, Southern District of New York, during the early 1940s. 67 Her relationship with Garofalo began to raise eyebrows in February 1942, when she brought him into the Greater New York Lodge of the Sons of Italy as a new recruit. Garofalo's admission to the lodge was not desired by its members, but his reputation as a dangerous criminal dissuaded objection. The Sons of Italy episode and Facconti's relationship with Garofalo became known to the FBI that November, and Hoover, who disapproved, alerted the Attorney General about Facconti's conduct. 68 Although warned about Garofalo repeatedly by friends such as Edward Corsi, her Fordham classmate, Facconti staunchly defended him against allegations that he was a gangster, which qualified her as a master of self-deception or a liar misguided by love. 69 In either case, Facconti's role in the events following the Manhattan Club incident was critical. That Tresca had committed a dangerous blunder by insulting Garofalo was recognized by many who attended the banquet, if not by Tresca himself. The next morning Tresca received a phone call from the city treasurer, Almerindo Portfolio, asking him to remain silent about what had transpired at the Manhattan Club. A half hour later, Tresca received a phone call from Faconti, imploring him not to publicize the events of the previous evening or her presence there with Garofalo. Tresca agreed. Not satisfied, Faconti visited him later that day to discuss the matter further. Again she pleaded with him not to write anything about the banquet. Tresca reassured Faconti that he would not expose her affair with Garofalo, but warned her against associating with him, explaining that he was a criminal who did dirty work for employers like Pope. When she protested that Garofalo was an importer of Italian cheese and olive oil, with an establishment on Avenue A, Tresca insisted that the store was merely a front. Faconti wept and then kissed Tresca goodbye. Then Faconti foolishly told Garofalo about her meeting with Tresca. He beat her black and blue for humbling herself before Tresca. She later described Garofalo's violent reaction to her friend Corsi, who was the son of Tresca's old comrade in Sulmona, and whom Tresca had befriended despite his sympathies for Mussolini. Seriously alarmed, Corsi told Chiappelli to warn Tresca about possible retaliation from the gangster. Tresca paid no heed. 70. OWI and the Italian-American Victory Council. While the whitewashing and rehabilitation of Pope and other former supporters of Mussolini continued apace, the attention of anti-fascists shifted in late 1942 to a government project designed to rally trustworthy Italian-Americans behind the war against the Axis and garner support for American policies toward post-war Italy. 71. The direction of this undertaking was dictated by the political and strategic policy embraced by the State, Justice, and Treasury departments. An internal memorandum circulated within the government's Office of War Information, OWI, explained the policy. The government and for the present, the Communist Party, each for its own reasons, wants the broadest possible unity of Italians in America and of Italian Americans. This unity can better be reached on an anti-Mussolini than on an anti-fascist basis. Therefore the tendency is strong to support the position which Churchill has twice stated, namely, that one man, Mussolini, and he alone is responsible for Italy's plight. Therefore, for the present at least, nothing ought to be said against the monarchy which so easily capitulated to Mussolini in Italy or even against fascism. 72. Long before this policy became official, even before Italy entered the war, Tresca suspected the intentions of Britain and the United States toward post-war Italy. His suspicions were confirmed when Churchill, in a BBC broadcast to the Italian people in May 1940, declaring that one man and one man alone was leading Italy to war against the wishes of the Savoy monarchy and the papacy. 73. Tresca and anyone else familiar with Italian history knew that Churchill's assertion was a blatant lie. By blaming Mussolini for all the evils that had befallen Italy, Tresca argued, Churchill's intent was to fool the Italian people into forgetting that the real cause of fascism was war and capitalism. Churchill's ultimate objective was the preservation of Italy's monarchical and ecclesiastic institutions by fostering a new fascist regime without Mussolini that would prevent communist domination of the country after the war. Looking to Great Britain or even the United States to establish a new order in Italy after the war would constitute a grave error. Anti-fascists had to remain vigilant against the machinations of Churchill and all others who would betray the Italian people yearning for liberty. 74. But opposition from anti-fascists like Tresca and the leaders of the Mazzina Society did not deter Washington from embracing Churchill's strategy for gaining Italian popular support. To rally Italian-American support for America's post-war policies toward Italy, the Office of War Information devised a plan to organize victory councils that would serve as vehicles for news releases, educational programs, and Americanization efforts propaganda, in a word. The project was entrusted to the OWI's Foreign Language Branch, FLB, headed by Alan Cranston. Cranston's initial hope was to deal only with Italian Americans untainted by fascism. But, as he explained to OWI head, Elmer Davis, the more powerful departments of government sabotaged this possibility from the outset. He lamented that the Justice Department had interned only a handful of fascist leaders when the war began, and that it had permitted Italian newspapers to continue publishing pro-fascist propaganda. The Treasury Department appointed Italian war bond committees dominated by fascists. When anti-fascists in New York refused to serve on a committee that included Pope, the Treasury appointed Pope and a dozen other Italians with fascist records to a committee containing not one anti-fascist. 75 Cranston had no choice, therefore, but to include Pearl Harbor patriots still entrenched in positions of influence. This meant, of course, that Tresca and the other anti-fascists whom Cranston asked to assist with the Victory Council's project would not cooperate. In the end, Cranston and the OWI discovered that achieving unanimity of mind and purpose among Italian Americans on matters concerning anti-fascism and post-war Italy was an impossibility. 76 Far more controversy and public exposure occurred in December 1942 and early January 1943, when Cranston and his assistant Lee Falk held several meetings with anti-fascist leaders to recommend that the Italian-American Victory Councils include communists. The most vocal opponents to the idea were Antonini and his factotum Vanni Montana. Hoping for a different response from Tresca, Lee Falk invited him to a preparatory meeting on January 14. Tresca asked his friend Umberto Gualtieri, vice president of the Mazzina Society's New York chapter, to accompany him and observe the proceedings. He insisted to Gualtieri that if communists and ex-fascists were present, they would leave the assembly. Tresca never wrote about the Victory Council project in Il Martello, however. His opposition to the inclusion of both ex-fascist Pope and the communists was well known to all anti-fascists, a position later misrepresented by Falk, who claimed that Tresca went on record in opposition to the inclusion of communists but agreed not to make an issue of it. Ultimately, suspicion and disenchantment on the part of most anti-fascists ensured that an IAVC chapter was never organized in New York. 77. The final days. On New Year Eve, 1942, Tresca phoned his daughter Beatrice at her home in Arlington, Massachusetts. Ordinarily, on such an occasion, Tresca would have been bursting with good cheer, often eating a substantial Italian meal and plenty of wine. On this evening he was somber and sober. "El ho scampato, I escaped it," he muttered as much to himself as to Beatrice. 78 The cryptic remark required no explanation. The it Tresca believed he had escaped was death. In January 1942, Tresca's brother Ettore, the much-beloved physician, died of cancer. 9 months later, his brother Mario succumbed to the same disease. Ettore's death had hit Tresca particularly hard because the two brothers had been on the verge of re-establishing their relationship after a long estrangement. To Antonini he confided, "I am going through a very serious spiritual crisis since the death of my brother. I have a crushing feeling. I feel like a wandering whom have lost his way." 79 Tresca never emerged from this depression. To people long accustomed to his radiant warmth and ebullience, Tresca seemed transformed into a brooding man oppressed with thoughts of imminent tragedy. Beatrice knew that her father was harboring an almost suspicious premonition that, somehow, with Ettore and Mario gone, he would not survive to see the dawn of 1943. 80 others had become aware of Tresca's depression as well. On January 8, when he visited the Cocky Press on Barrow Street, where Il Martello was printed, the proprietor observed that Tresca was distracted and grim, leaving without his customary jests, saying to the Italian linotype operators in a gloomy tone, "Well, I'm going. I guess this is goodbye." 81 Added to Tresca's woes was the perennial problem of Il Martello's deficits. Hoping to raise funds, Tresca and his Martello group hosted a lunch at John's restaurant on Saturday afternoon, January 9, for a group of knit goods workers headed by Louis Nelson of Local 155. The gathering turned into a tribute to Tresca. Nelson declared, "To us, Carlo Tresca is not just an Italian anti-fascist. He belongs to all of us, to the entire labor movement. He has spent his life fighting for the workers regardless of race or creed." Tresca smiled yet appeared sad at hearing his past glories praised. Was he thinking of the many struggles he had engaged in and whether he might yet march with his flock into the promised land, pondered Arturo Giovannitti. Sensing his friend's somber mood, the poet interrupted the tributes that focused on Tresca's past, declaring, "We are not making a eulogy. Our friend, Carlo, he is with us today and will be with us for many years." Perhaps doubtful of his friend's prediction, Tresca pronounced what was to be his last public statement: "When I see young people who carry on the struggle against fascism and totalitarianism, then I am glad. For I know that my life work has not been lost, that the seeds I have sown are bearing fruit." 82. Murder in the dim out. 24. The assassination. Tresca awoke on Monday, January 11, 1943, fully expecting to divide his day between the two disparate worlds he inhabited: the upper middle class and cosmopolitan elite of American writers, artists, intellectuals, and political activists, and the Italian anti-fascist subculture, where old guard fighters like him had been relegated to secondary roles by the fuoricity who dominated the Mazzina society. That afternoon Tresca enjoyed a leisurely lunch with Margaret de Silver, her son Harrison, and John Dos Passos at John's restaurant at 612 8th Avenue near 40th Street. The proprietor and several other diners observed that Tresca was in a good mood, even joking with the chef about the spaghetti. After lunch, Tresca went to his Il Martello office at 5th Avenue and 15th Street, where he planned to meet that evening with several members of the Mazzina Society and form a committee to undertake cultural, educational, and propaganda activities among Italian Americans. His expected guests included Vanni Montana, Antonini's factotum, and the educational and publicity director of Local 89, Giovanni Sala, an ACWU official, Giovanni Profena, Gian Mario Lanzelotti, and Giuseppe Calabi, a Jewish lawyer and refugee from Milan. The timing of the meeting was unusual for Tresca, who rarely stayed at his office past 6 p.m. because of Margaret's concern for his safety. On such occasions, he was usually accompanied by Vincenzo Leonetti, the genial iceman and sometime longshoreman, or Tony Reberich, the tough Triestine tailor, who served as his unofficial bodyguard. That evening neither Leonetti nor Reberich went to the office, probably because Tresca had informed them that he was expecting the committee members. The only other person present at the office was Luigi Ciccone, a member of Il Martello's staff, whom Tresca told to go home at around 8 p.m., believing his guests would arrive momentarily. The only person who showed up was Calabi. They had waited for an hour, as Tresca attempted unsuccessfully to reach the others by telephone. By 8:30 p.m., the four members had neither arrived nor telephoned to explain their absence. Fed up with waiting, Tresca and Calabi left the office at 8:38 p.m., intending to have dinner at a nearby tavern. They exited on the 15th Street side of the building, as was Tresca's habit, walked about 75 feet to 5th Avenue, and crossed to the northwest corner of the intersection. The time was 8:40 p.m. The streets of New York were dark because of the wartime dim out. As Tresca and his companion waited for the light to turn green, a short, heavy-set man emerged from the shadows and fired 4 shots, disrupting the rhythm of the street sounds. One bullet hit Tresca in the left side of his back, penetrating the lung. A second struck him under the right eye and entered his brain as he turned toward his assailant. He died instantly. The gunman jumped into a waiting automobile that sped westward on 15th Street, disappearing in the night. A score of policemen and onlookers quickly converged on the grisly scene. Although unharmed, Calabi was too shocked to relate what had happened. Rumors spread that the slain man was the poet Arturo Giovannitti, whose office was only a half-block away. Like his good friend, Giovannitti was a familiar figure in this neighborhood of radical and labor organizations. He, too, sported a goatee and stood a portly 6 feet. A waiter who worked at the tavern which had been Tresca's destination informed the police that, if the slain man was Giovannitti, they were certain to find the ornate cane that he carried everywhere. Instead of a cane, they found a clay pipe within arm's reach of the body, the pipe that was as much a part of Tresca as his broad-brimmed hat. Soon 2 patrolmen arrived who identified the slain man as Tresca. The next morning every New York daily newspaper featured headlines reporting that the venerable old anarchist, Carlo Tresca, had been murdered in the dim out. Tresca's funeral became an issue of contention among the Italian groups who wished to take charge of the arrangements, prompting his infuriated daughter Beatrice to demand that they decide upon a site or face exclusion from a private family ceremony she would arrange in Boston if they persisted in squabbling. Finally, after Tresca's body lay in state at the Campbell Funeral Parlor on Madison Avenue, the Il Martello Group and the Italian-American Labor Council selected the Manhattan Center on 34th Street and 8th Avenue for the tributary ceremonies. Its huge auditorium could scarcely accommodate the 5,000 people who turned out to pay their respects. Tresca's gray metal casket rested on the ballroom platform. Unlike the funerals of so many Italian radicals, whose ideals were defiled in death by conventional Catholic relatives, there was no religious paraphernalia on display, the proximity of which would doubtless have caused Tresca to rise from the dead in protest. Instead, his casket was enveloped with red carnations, the floral symbol of revolutionaries. The lapel of his black suit was similarly adorned. Seated on the platform with Margaret, Beatrice, and family friends was a large contingent of notables representing the non-communist left and the labor movement. Luigi Antonini described Tresca as one of the greatest anti-fascists and a man with a sole purpose, which was to rid the world of fascism. He urged that everyone continue the fight Tresca had represented. David Dubinsky, president of the Il Guio, expressed the hope that Tresca's murder would not become another Krivitsky case, a reference to the suicide, in a Washington hotel 2 years earlier, of the disaffected former chief of Soviet military intelligence in Western Europe, a deed generally attributed to the NKVD. The level of emotional intensity increased when Tresca's old revolutionary comrades rose to speak. Harry Kelly, the American anarchist and labor organizer, declared that if Carlo knew I would be speaking to you today, he would say, "Harry, say to them that I stood for a free society where men and women for the first time, perhaps for ages, will be able to say and have what they please. When that society comes, we will remember and appreciate the work of Carlo Tresca." Angelika Balabanov, the grand old lady of European socialism, who had known both Tresca and Mussolini as exiles in Switzerland, described him in Italian as one of Italy's great martyrs, slain by those who are afraid of enlightenment, truth, and reason. Norman Thomas, who soon headed a Tresca memorial committee that would press the DA's office for years to solve the crime, declared, "Here lies Carlo, the victim of a hired assassin, the victim of some political group." Tresca was a man of great courage, he was a fighter who despised cruelty. Who more than any other man was responsible for checking the black shirt groups from treading the streets of New York? Vincenzo Vaserca, comparing him to the great heroes of literature, said he was always ready to fight, he loved to live dangerously. Arturo Giovannitti, the bard of Italian-American radicalism, was the last speaker. Through a flood of tears Giovannitti declared in Italian, "Carlo Tresca made a religion out of the fight for freedom. He will never die in the minds of the lovers of liberty. Carlo Tresca, in this solemn moment, we swear to destroy the totalitarian concepts against which you so courageously and nobly fought." 1,000 voices responded to Giovannitti's exhortation, "Giuriamo. We swear." For after the eulogies ended with a battle cry, the mourners filed past the coffin, bidding farewell to the fallen tribune of the Italian immigrant working class, many of them genuflecting and making the sign of the cross. Although an atheist and inveterate priest-hater, Tresca would have understood the sincerity of these religious gestures. After the final viewing, a funeral cortege of 15 floral cars and 75 passenger cars drove from the Manhattan Center to the northwest corner of 15th Street and 5th Avenue. The spot where his slain body had lain was blanketed with red carnations. The cortege proceeded next to Tresca's apartment, and then to his favorite eating place, John's Restaurant. The final destination was the Fresh Pond Cemetery in Queens where his body was cremated. Tresca's eulogists had failed to mention that the flamboyant rebel undoubtedly would have preferred such a dramatic death to a quiet, peaceful, and unheralded departure. Tresca always had believed and predicted that his enemies would kill him sooner or later. His dire prediction reflected the life of a man who, during his tempestuous career, had narrowly escaped an assassin's razor, a sheriff's bullet, a lynch mob's rope, and a fascist bomb. Ironically, at a time when his political career was in decline, the violent manner of his death propelled Tresca back into the public eye, generating more notoriety and sympathy than he had enjoyed in many years. To Italian Americans, in particular, Tresca's murder was a poignant reminder, not only of the tempestuous career he had had, but of his heroic efforts absolutely unequaled among his co-nationals to win social justice and liberty for the working class, endeavors unappreciated more often than not during his lifetime. Recollections and tributes. Tresca's murder generated a voluminous outpouring of recollections and tributes from old friends and colleagues, many of them published in a special edition of Il Martello entitled Omaggio alla memoria imperatora di Carlo Tresca, homage to the imperishable memory of Carlo Tresca. Defining Tresca politically, even as an anarchist, presented a challenge to those who had worked with him closely for years. All agreed that Tresca dealt with real-life situations pragmatically rather than in accordance with preconceived and abstract doctrines, a tendency that precluded his being a theorist or an ideologue. Roger Baldwin, president of the ACLU, wrote that he was far from any traditional picture of an anarchist. Indeed, I always thought the word libertarian fitted him much better. For he always reacted at once to any challenge to liberty. 6. The American philosopher Sidney Hook maintained that despite his ideological professions of class war, he was primarily a humanitarian, and essential decency, not dogma nor doctrine, guided his political actions. 7. Norman Thomas also understood the relationship between Tresca's humanitarianism and lack of dogmatism. He loved men better than the abstraction, mankind. He loved life too much to be forced into any Procrustean of dogma. He had a great faith without bitter intolerance. 8. Angelica Balabanov maintained that the dominant thinking of Carlo Tresca was protest against social injustices, rebellion against oppression of the weak, and an ardent hope for the triumph of liberty and human brotherhood. 9. None of Tresca's former associates perceived him as an intellectual, in the conventional sense of the term, but they all agreed that his intelligence and political acumen were outstanding. The writer John Dos Passos, who came to know Tresca in the 1930s, wrote that he had the best Italian type of brains, the Machiavellian type, cool, clear, always ready to move, in the light of reason. His comments on men and politics were the shrewdest I heard anywhere. 10. Oswald Garrison Villard wrote that Tresca possessed an astonishing knowledge of men and affairs. Upon them his comments were always as illuminating as they were deep and searching, and they gained no end of the quaintness of his English and the twinkle in his eyes. 11. Edmund Wilson observed how Tresca would calculate political problems with a logic of trenchant intellect and an insight of intimate experience which made him one of the most interesting and profitable of all the commentators to consult. 12. Some of the signature aspects of Tresca's career as a revolutionary, his friends and colleagues agreed, were his absolute fearlessness and courage in a struggle. Matteo Siragusa, a socialist who had known him since 1906, described Tresca as an indomitable fighter, always in the front ranks, courageous to the point of foolhardiness. He filled out the many gaps in our movement with his exuberant nature so many times, always leaving, wherever he saw action, an indelible impression of his complex, unique, and powerful personality. 13. Action for Tresca, they recognized, was indispensable for his spiritual well-being. His pursuit of action as an independent, without official affiliation or support, evoked for some an image of Tresca as a revolutionary artist. This image was captured by Lionello Venturi, one of the founders of the Mazzina Society. Rebellion, insurrection, revolution had not only a social objective for him, but also a beauty in and of itself. Tresca, in his fashion, in his deeds, was a poet. It was poetry that enabled him to elevate his action above the level of mere politics, and it was his amateur status that enabled him to hear the poetry of action. 14. Carmine Galante. Investigation of Tresca's murder was the responsibility of the New York Police Department and the Manhattan District Attorney's Office headed by Frank S. Hogan. Assistant D. Jacob Grummet, head of the Homicide Bureau, was entrusted with the general supervision of the case. Working directly under Grummet were Adas Eliezer Lipsky, Louis A. Pagnucco, Vincent J. Dermody, and 3 others. Attached to the DA's office were 6 special investigators. 13 police officials and detectives from various squads were assigned to the case under the direction of Deputy Chief Inspector Conrad Rotheng-Ast, as were 10 detectives from the grand jury squad. Other elements involved included the Alien Squad, the Police Technical Research Unit, the Manhattan and State Departments of Correction, the State Parole Commission, the U.S. Bureau of Narcotics, and the Special Investigation Bureau of the U.S. Alcohol Tax Unit. 15 With this small army of law enforcement officials mobilized for the investigation, expectations for a speedy resolution of the crime were high. The police investigation began promisingly enough. The autopsy and an empty cartridge case found at the scene revealed that the fatal bullets had been fired from a .32 caliber automatic, which was never recovered. Detectives also discovered a loaded .38 caliber revolver behind an ashcan less than 100 feet from the Fifth Avenue entrance to Tresca's office building. The weapon bore no fingerprints, and efforts to trace its ownership failed. However, its presence suggested that a second gunman was waiting for Tresca, in the event that he exited from the Fifth Avenue side of the building. A few hours later, police found a dark 1938 Ford sedan abandoned on 18th Street, just east of 7th Avenue, 5 blocks from the murder site. The Ford matched the description given of the getaway car by Calabi and 2 Norwegian attaches who had witnessed the escape. The automobile, with all 4 doors open and the keys still hanging in the ignition, had been abandoned in haste just a few paces from the entrance to the 7th Avenue subway, a convenient escape route. Suspicions were heightened when Tony Reberich identified the Ford as the vehicle that had nearly run him and Tresca down 2 days earlier as they walked past the new School for Social Research on West 12th Street near 6th Avenue. No fingerprints were discernible, but police traced the vehicle to the Confield Motors Co. in Manhattan that had sold it on December 24, 1942 to one Charles Pappas of Brooklyn, who paid $300 in cash and brought his own license plate so he could drive the vehicle immediately. But Charles Pappas of Brooklyn proved to be non-existent. 16 The method of obtaining a getaway car and the likely presence of a second gunman near the scene led police to conclude that Tresca's murder had been the well-planned work of professional criminals. This conclusion was reinforced when the district attorney's office announced the apprehension of a prime suspect just 2 days after the murder. Recently out of prison, Carmine Galanti had made his weekly report to parole officer Sidney H. Gross at 7:30 p.m. on the evening of January 11. Suspecting Galanti of new criminal activities, Gross had arranged for his colleague Fred Burson to follow him after his next visit to the parole board at 80 Center Street. At 8:10 p.m., Galanti rushed from the building after meeting with Gross. Burson trailed behind unnoticed. When Galanti reached Lafayette Street, he entered a dark-colored sedan which sped away north. Burson was unable to follow because the wartime shortage of gas and rubber obliged parole officers to relinquish their official vehicles, but he managed to copy down the license plate number of the speeding vehicle. The next morning, David Dressler, executive director of the State Division of Parole, was reading about the Tresca murder when he realized that the license of the suspected getaway car matched the one submitted to him by Burson in his report on Galanti. Dressler telephoned to Hogan, and the search for Galanti was on. 17 Galanti's hangouts in Little Italy were known to the NYPD, so he and his friend Joseph Di Palermo were easily apprehended on Elizabeth Street at 10:30 p.m., Tuesday night. Later suspected of being Galanti's accomplice, Di Palermo gave a statement and was released. Galanti was held in custody for parole violation. Police did not inform him that he was a suspect in Tresca's murder. 18 Born in East Harlem in 1910, Galanti was a brutal young thug in the Castellamarese gang in New York, which had roots in the mafia-ridden town of Castellammare del Golfo in Sicily, birthplace of gang leader Giuseppe Bonanno, his consigliere Frank Garofalo, and Galanti's parents. Growing up in Brooklyn, Galanti had become a seasoned criminal by age 14, and after many arrests, he was convicted of armed robbery in 1926 and sentenced to serve 2.5 to 5 years at Sing Sing prison, where he was diagnosed as neuropathic, with a pathological personality. 19 Nicknamed Lilo and the Cigar, Galanti was known even among his criminal associates as a vicious killer without emotions. 20 Paroled in 1928, Galanti was charged with complicity in the murder of a patrolman killed during a payroll robbery in 1930, but the charge was dropped for lack of evidence. Immediately rearrested, this time for a holdup of a Prudential life insurance branch in East New York, Galanti was again set free. Finally, on Christmas Eve, 1930, Galanti fought a gun battle with 2 policemen in Brooklyn who had sought to question him. Captured after a wild chase, he was identified as one of the gunmen who had robbed the Lieberman Brewery in Brooklyn. Pleading guilty to a lesser charge of unarmed attempted robbery, Galanti was sentenced to 12.5 years, plus the 2 years and 5 months for violating parole on his 1926 conviction. He spent the next 8 years at Sing Sing and Clinton prisons and was paroled in May 1939. At the time of his arrest in connection with Tresca's murder, Galanti was working occasionally for the United Sportswear company owned by his gangster friend, Giovanni Diaguardi, Johnny Dio. He supposedly held another job as a driver's helper for the Knickerbocker Trucking Company, although he never did any actual work. 21 After his arrest on January 12, Galanti was brought to the office of the Homicide Bureau for questioning. Galanti realized that the assemblage of top brass present for his interrogation could not possibly be interested in his parole violation. Former Ada Eliezer Lipsky recalled that the scene was like something out of the movies. 22 Inspector Rotheng bore down on the suspect with questions and admonitions. Galanti merely looked up at his adversary and said, "What do you think I am, a child?" 23 At a later interrogation, when Ada Pagnucco caught him in a contradiction, Galanti lost his temper, shouting, "Don't you put words in my mouth." He refused to answer any more questions. 24 Coercing a confession out of Galanti was out of the question, as he was well accustomed to police brutality and had never broken. In underworld parlance, Galanti proved he was a stand-up guy, one who remained true to the Italian underworld's code of silence omerta. Ada Lipsky concluded that Galanti would have gone to the electric chair rather than provide information. 25 Galanti insisted that after leaving the parole office, he took the Lexington Avenue subway uptown to Times Square, shuttled over to the 7th Avenue line, and went a few stops uptown to the Hollywood Theater on Broadway, where he saw the movie Casablanca by himself. He soon changed his story, indicating he saw the film in the company of his girlfriend and future wife, Helen Marelli, whose reputation he sought to protect because they had spent the rest of the night in a hotel room. He asserted that they entered the theater just as the credits appeared on the screen, i.e., a few minutes after curtain time, 8:30 p.m. Interrogators noted the impossibility of reaching the Hollywood Theater in time for the opening credits if he had taken the subway route he indicated. But even a late arrival could not explain Galanti's vagueness about the details of the film, particularly one as memorable as Casablanca. Although Galanti's girlfriend corroborated his story, her roommate told the DA's office that she, not Carmine, had spent the evening of January 11 with Marelli. That Galanti obviously had instructed Marelli in advance to verify his presence at the movie around 8:30 p.m. impressed his interrogators as highly damaging. Nevertheless, when challenged with all the inconsistencies in his alibi, Galanti merely shrugged his shoulders and professed his innocence anew. 26 When nothing more could be extracted from Galanti, a weary de Hogan announced to the press, "This fellow has spent years in prisons. He's prison-wise and a tough nut to crack." 27 Without a confession, the case against Galanti would depend upon eyewitness testimony. A dark complex Ionid man, 5'4" and 142 pounds, Galanti definitely fit the general description of Tresca's murderer. but the Norwegian attaches who had seen the murderer dash across the street could not identify Galanti in a lineup. The automobile salesman who sold the getaway car to the mysterious Papas indicated that Galanti was not the same man. The key eyewitness, Kulaby, neither identified nor excluded him as the shooter. Lipski and the other ADAS were perplexed by Kulaby's failure to make a positive identification given that he had been standing under a street lamp, just a few feet from Tresca's killer. The reason for his equivocation was never revealed to the public. Identifying Galanti had posed a moral dilemma for Kulaby, especially because murder was a capital offense. A practicing lawyer for 30 years in Italy, Kulaby knew how easily ideas and impressions can be suggested to a witness. Because he had seen a photo of Galanti in the newspapers before the lineup, Kulaby would not exclude the possibility that his judgment might have been compromised. Had it not been for the newspaper photos and the severity of the sentence, Kulaby admitted he would have identified Galanti as the killer, according to Lipski. Unable to proceed without a confession or eyewitness identification, the DA's office announced that pending further investigation Galanti would be held in the Tombs prison as a parole violator. 28 In cases involving a tight-lipped suspect, it had become standard procedure for the DA's office to employ the services of Emilio Nick Funicello, a professional stool pigeon. A not unsympathetic figure, who Lipski incorporated into his crime novel, The Kiss of Death, Funicello in 1932 had been sentenced to life imprisonment as a fourth-time offender for a robbery that had netted him $1.50. After his wife died and his 2 children were placed in an orphanage, Funicelli turned jailhouse informer in November 1937, in order to get out of prison. He served thereafter as a direct pipeline between the Tombs and the DA's office, and the information he obtained won many a conviction in court. In fact, Funicello became so skilled at his craft that law enforcement officials came to regard him a part of the establishment. 29 Placed in the same cell with Galanti, Funicello slowly won Galanti's confidence and eventually heard 4 versions of the murder. Galanti admitted shooting Tresca, and identified his 2 accomplices as Buster and Pap, one of whom pointed out the intended victim. But Galanti's jailhouse confession did not reveal the motive for the murder nor the identity of its instigator. True to form, when confronted with Funicelli's allegations by the DA's office, Galanti reaffirmed his original story and then clammed up. No further attempts to trick Galanti into making a confession were undertaken. 30 The police, meanwhile, had arrested one of Galanti's friends, a 23-year-old bootlegger named Frank Nunzio. A key found in the glove compartment of the getaway Ford was traced to an 8-car garage leased by Nunzio near Elizabeth Street, where police suspected the vehicle had been hidden prior to Tresca's murder. Nunzio conceded that the Ford had been kept in his garage prior to the crime, and that he had changed the lock after its departure, suspecting some criminal purpose. But the police never revealed whether Nunzio identified the person to whom he rented the garage space. Nunzio was held in jail as a material witness until November 1943, when the Court of General Sessions ordered his release. Nothing more was heard about Nunzio. 31 By now, with little to show for its 8-month investigation, the DA's office, as a halfway measure, charged Galanti with parole violation and transferred him to Clinton Prison at Dannemora. The decision to indict Galanti for Tresca's murder or to await new revelations still had to be made. The DA's case was weak. Unless a stronger statement was forthcoming from Kulaby, the only evidence that could be presented at trial consisted of Galanti's presence in the getaway car less than 2 hours before the murder, the discrepancies in his alibi, and the alleged admission of guilt provided by Funicello. But on April 13, 1944, the Court of Appeals rejected the testimony of Funicello in another case, describing him as a seasoned reporter of oral admissions of high criminal guilt who could boast of no less than 1,000 felonies sick of his own. 32 The impeachment of Funicello by the Court of Appeals precluded the DA's using him against Galanti. At this critical juncture, as former Ada William J. Keating wrote, Hogan and Jack Grummet and Lee Lipski and Louis Pignucco and all the others, were trying to decide whether it would be worse to prosecute Galanti and risk an acquittal or not prosecute him and have their ears burned interminably. 33 According to Lipsky, he, Pignucco, and Grumit wanted to seek an indictment but Hogan did not. 34 Without the testimony of this jailhouse informer, Hogan preferred to retain the option of prosecuting Galante at a later date, as there was no statute of limitations for first-degree murder. Thus began the long and futile wait for new developments to arise. Meanwhile, on December 22, 1944, Galante was released from Dannemora after the New York Supreme Court Justice Andrew W. Ryan ruled that the parole board lacked the authority to detain him any longer. 35. Theories and investigations. 25. No one who knew Tresca believed for a second that Galante was anything other than a professional criminal who had been paid to assassinate the old anarchist. The district attorney's office and the NYPD held the same opinion. 1. The key issue in the case was the identity of the person or persons who had hired Galante to commit the crime. What was so remarkable about the investigation, however, was the degree to which the DA's office and the NYPD focused primarily on Galante and undertook only feeble attempts to determine the real culprits behind the murder. The abject neglect of this crucial dimension of the case led to widespread belief that political motives had ensured that the true instigators of the murder would never be revealed or prosecuted. Careful study of the investigation confirms this conclusion. From the outset, the investigation was disadvantaged by almost total ignorance of Tresca's political world. Astonished at the plethora of enemies Tresca had accumulated, Hogan announced after 2 weeks, it seems at one time or other, in politics and personalities, that Tresca was agent everything. 2. Virtually all the information relevant to Tresca's activities as well as the theories purporting to identify the instigators of his murder were provided to the DA's office by the victim's friends and associates, and for years thereafter, investigators uncovered little of importance to augment the input of these accusers. Theories. The majority of Tresca's friends and comrades believed the murder was politically motivated, although opinions split as to the originators of the deed, some believing the communists responsible, others attributing blame to ex-fascists. Specific accusations pointed to Vittorio Vidali among the communists and Generoso Pope and Frank Garofalo among ex-fascists and their gangster henchmen. The most vociferous and persistent accusers of Vidali and the communists were Luigi Antonini and Vanni Montana. Their belief may have been sincere, but there was no doubt that their accusations fostered a political agenda, having become the leading anti-communists in the Italian-American community by 1943. Their efforts were part of a broader campaign to prevent communist hegemony in Italy after the war. The OSS, keenly interested in the post-war politics of Italy, easily recognized the additional motivation behind Antonini's and Montana's accusations, concluding that they seized on the assassination immediately with a plan for making maximum capital out of it. 3. Montana spent several hours at the DA's office immediately following the murder, recounting Tresca's opposition to communist infiltration of the Mazzina Society, the Italian-American Victory Councils, and their long-range plans to control Italy. Hogan was more confused than enlightened by Montana's account, as an OSS report revealed, because it was difficult to get something definite to support certain statements which Mr. Montana had been willing to make. 4. Antonini, meanwhile, went to the press to level his charges. If I had to choose between the fascists and the communists, I will give the communists 95% or that they did it, and the fascists 5%. 5. The fascists, Antonini explained, at this time are running and it is not a good time to do anything of the kind. 6. The communists, in contrast, are in a better position to do it in revenge on this man. 7. Antonini's accusation prompted outrage and counterattack from Italian communists and American leaders of the CP8. Antonini seized upon their reaction to escalate his anti-communist campaign by accusing Vidali outright of instigating Tresca's murder. Vidali's motives were the violent attacks Tresca had directed against him since the Spanish Civil War, his incessant denunciations of Stalinists and the Soviet Union, and his exposés of NKVD crimes such as the Points kidnapping. 9. Most telling, Antonini insisted that Tresca himself had identified Vidali as his likely assassin during a lunch a few weeks before the murder. Tresca allegedly told him, Luigi, the friend is here. What friend? Enea. Enea Sormonti, Vitali's pseudonym in the United States. Are you sure? Very sure. He is here, and I smell the stink of death in the air. 10. Antonini supported his claim by noting that Tresca had expressed similar remarks about Vitali's presence in New York to several other friends, which was apparently the case. 11. While Antonini and Montana continued to accuse the communists, Tresca's former colleague Ezio Tatti and the noted socialist Girolamo Valenti emerged as the principal proponents of the competing theory that attributed responsibility to Pope and Garofalo. Tatti was a problematic figure. An anarchist writer who had spent 17 years in fascist prisons, Tatti arrived in the United States in 1939 as a stowaway, and like so many penniless refugees, sought out and received help from Tresca. After a few years of wandering from place to place, Tatti secured a position on Il Martello's editorial staff. 12. Ironically, when first interviewed by the DA's office, Tatti accused the communists of the murder because Tresca had attacked them for years and prevented their infiltration of the Mazzina society. 13. Yet 3 weeks later Tatti joined forces with the Italian communist newspaper L'Unità del Popolo and its editor Ambrogio Donini, allegedly because he believed the DA was trying to frame the communists for Tresca's murder. 14. The more likely explanation was opportunism. The communists were the only group that would accept him. Antonini and Montana, who dubbed him the Little Serpent, reported that Tresca had become disenchanted with Tatti shortly before his death and had dismissed him from Il Martello. 15. Tatti gave a speech at the Rand School on February 14, 1943, later published as a pamphlet entitled The Tresca Case, charging that Tresca's assassination had been orchestrated by Pope and Garofalo. He recounted Tresca's long campaign against Pope, especially his 1934 exposé of Pope's intimidation of rival newspaper editors, and he identified Garofalo as Pope's gangster emissary. Tatti reminded his listeners of Tresca's own words in regard to the Pope/Garofalo death threats: "If I am murdered, look for Generoso Pope." Tatti also described Tresca's efforts to prevent Pope's political rehabilitation and his insulting remark directed at Garofalo during the Manhattan Club banquet in September 1942. Tatti claimed to have been in the office of Il Martello when city treasurer Almerindo Portfolio phoned to request that Tresca not mention the Manhattan Club incident, and when Facconti visited to beg Tresca to remain silent about her relationship with Garofalo. He claimed that after Portfoglio's phone call Tresca became concerned and telephoned agent Joseph Genco at the FBI. 16. Tatti further revealed the little-known fact that Galanti's alleged employer, the Knickerbocker Trucking Co., retained Samuel DeFalco, a city councilman and chairman of the Democratic Club, whose membership included many gangsters, as its legal counsel. DeFalco, it just so happened, was Pope's nephew and godson. 17. Shortly after Tatti's Rand House speech, an unpublished memorandum re-assassination of Carlo Tresca was circulated among Italian anti-fascists and other friends of the deceased. Unsigned but written by Girolamo Valenti, the editor of La Parola, the memorandum covered much the same ground as Tatti's indictment of Pope and Garofalo, albeit in more accusatory language and with greater emphasis on the conflict between Tresca and Garofalo. Valenti advanced 3 conclusions: Galanti participated in the murder and could identify his accomplices, Tresca's murder could not have been committed if not sanctioned or ordered by Garofalo, and Pope was either directly implicated, in that he expressed a wish for Tresca's death, or tacitly approved of the plan to murder him by offering no objection to the plan. 18. A third theory regarding Tresca's murder was posited by a Brooklyn gangster named Ernst the Hawk Rapallo more than a year after the crime. Facing a lengthy prison term, Rapallo obtained a reduced sentence in exchange for giving the Brooklyn DA information about underworld crimes, one of which was Tresca's murder. Rapallo asserted that Mussolini and his son-in-law and foreign minister Count Galeazzo Ciano had ordered the murder, and that the intermediary who arranged the shooting was the notorious mafia leader Vito Genovese. Rapallo indicated that Tresca was killed because of new attacks against the Duce and fascism in Il Martello, noting also that Tresca had been on the Mussolini's death list since 1931. 19. Hogan and the investigation. Investigating Tresca's murder posed a major dilemma for Manhattan Frank Hogan. The crime was indisputably one of the most famous in New York City history, and the clamor for justice transformed the case into an instant cause célèbre. Yet the very prominence of the case became a disincentive to prosecute Galante. FBI agents who conferred with Hogan and his adas were very unimpressed with the quality of the DA's investigation. So much so, that the Bureau concluded that Hogan's decision to postpone indefinitely any prosecution of Galante was not based on the evidence or its lack. To FBI field agents, the Tresca case appeared to have many political ramifications. Therefore, it is within the realm of possibility that due to these political ramifications the New York State authorities have considered it advisable to soft-pedal the instant investigation. This view was supported by an FBI informant's opinion that the district attorney's office is not anxious to prosecute anyone for the Tresca murder. The FBI ultimately concluded that the New York State authorities are inclined, for reasons presently unknown to the Bureau, to give this matter the brush off, even though they undoubtedly have in their possession sufficient information to present the facts on Galante to a grand jury. 20. William J. Keating, a former AIDA in Hogan's office, wrote that rarely have politics and the fear of criticism been more rampantly disadvantageous to the operation of a prosecutor's office. 21. Hogan's primary concern was not justice for Tresca but fear of the political consequences should a trial of Galante end in acquittal. Elected to replace Thomas E. Dewey in 1941, Hogan was unwilling so early in his career to risk losing such a high-profile murder case. The safer course, as Keating explained, was to have his ears burned interminably. Keating's assessment was later confirmed by former AIDA Lipsky. 22. That Hogan would have much preferred the Tresca case to go away was evidenced by his shocking unfamiliarity with the details of the investigation. 23. Such detachment might have been customary in a run-of-the-mill murder case assigned to a DAS, but a high-profile assassination like Tresca's presumably should have merited a more hands-on approach from the DA. Virtually all aspects of the investigation were delegated to subordinates with no apparent input from Hogan or none evident in the DA files. According to procedure, Eleazar Lipsky was in charge of the investigation because he had been the first AIDA to arrive at the crime scene. In reality, the investigation was headed by AIDA Louis Pignucco, who was far more experienced than Lipsky, having become an AIDA in 1938, and because he was the only AIDA who spoke Italian. Pignucco's role would become one of the most controversial aspects of the case. 24. Whether a conviction could have been won if Hogan had risked prosecuting Galante cannot be determined. The investigators attached to the DA's office, the detectives of the grand jury squad who reported to the DA's office, and other NYPD detectives assigned to the case amassed a great deal of information about Galante and his mob associates from confidential sources, direct surveillance, interviews, phone taps, and mail interception. The detectives of the grand jury squad in particular operated like vacuum cleaners, sweeping up gangster gossip by the pound. However, no attempts were made to distinguish between the plausible and the preposterous. Valuable information pertaining to Little Italy mobsters and their activities was mixed indiscriminately with numerous assertions that can only be described as ludicrous. 25. But hearsay evidence of this nature might not have played well in court in any case. Investigating the Communists. Efforts to determine communist culpability never proceeded very far. The theory that Vidali was the agent of Tresca's assassination was weakened at the outset when it became known that he had an airtight alibi. On the night of Tresca's assassination, Vidali, along with 300 other guests, was attending a banquet at the El Lido restaurant in Mexico City to honor Mexico's ambassador to Russia, Luis Quintanilla. 26. Vidali's alibi was secretly confirmed by the FBI, but Antonini's vigorous assertions that Tresca himself had asserted Vidali's presence in the area compelled Hogan to regard the possibility of his involvement nevertheless. Pressure to explore the Vidali connection emanated also from the conservative press. The journal American, a Hearst publication, announced, linked Tresca slaying to OGPU agent. This headline was followed a few days later with a photo of Vidali's brutish face and the caption, "Do you know him?" 27 Asked by reporters if he wished to question the OGPU agent, Hogan answered with words reflecting his indecisiveness, "If Contreras Vidali's pseudonym during the Spanish Civil War is around, he certainly will be questioned." 28 Hogan knew full well by now that Vidali had been in Mexico City at the time of the murder. Nevertheless, if only to exclude the possibility of communist involvement, the DA's office might have sought to question Vidali in Mexico City. Instead, Hogan declined to send anyone to interview the Soviet agent, much to the relief of Ada Lipski, who was frightened at the prospect of venturing into such dangerous territory. Nor did Hogan do so much as wire Mexican authorities for confirmation of Vidali's whereabouts and activities. 29 Hogan's hunt for Vidali extended no farther than a farm in Landisville, New Jersey, where Vidali was alleged to have been seen prior to Tresca's murder. The source of this information was Antonini and Montana. But from the Italian owner of the farm, detectives learned only that Vidali had been there in 1927, while hiding prior to his deportation. No one in the area had seen him since. 30 Pursuit of evidence linking Vidali to Tresca's murder stopped at this point. According to Lipski, the DA's office quickly gave up on the communist angle because of their unshakable belief that Galante was the trigger man. The possibility that the communists might have hired Galante through intermediaries was rejected on the grounds that they would not have trusted a common criminal to kill Tresca. The communists had their own assassins to perpetrate political murders. 31 Renewed consideration of the communist theory flickered briefly at the beginning of 1944, when the DA's office awoke to the possibility that another NKVD gunman, George Mink, may have been involved in Tresca's murder. The FBI was thinking along the same lines, and bureau agents conferred with the DA's office to ascertain what evidence, if any, might connect Mink to the murder. Pignucco informed the FBI that the NYPD was not pursuing Mink, and that he was convinced that Mink was not the murderer and that the Communist Party had nothing to do with it. 32 Always desirous of incriminating communists, the FBI came away from the meeting highly dissatisfied. After an interview with Lipski, who had explored the Mink theory, the FBI concluded, from the nature of the conversation with Mr. Lipski, it appeared to Special Agent name censored that the Assistant District Attorney had only made casual inquiries concerning the whereabouts of Mink and that he had not made a detailed investigation to determine if Mink was actually connected with the Tresca case. 33 Lipski acknowledged that he derived his information about Mink only from books written by ex-communists, such as Benjamin Gitlow's I Confess. 34 The publication in 1949 of Gitlow's second book, The Whole of Their Lives, prompted demand from Tresca's friends that Hogan once more explore the veracity of his accusations. 35 The former Secretary General of the Communist Party charged that Tresca was murdered by the Communists because of his long-standing feud with Vidali, his revelations concerning the disappearance of points, and his opposition to their admission into the Italian-American Victory Council. 36 The only new information he provided was speculation that the Charles Pappas who purchased the getaway car might have been the strong-arm man of the Communist Fouriers Union Goon Squad. 37 When questioned by Pignucco on December 8, 1948, Gitlow admitted that he had no definite information regarding Tresca's murder. Nor did Gitlow have anything new to add when Pignucco questioned him before the grand jury 2 months later. 38 The DA's investigation of the communist theory was suspended permanently. Investigating Pope and Garofalo. With little evidence to suggest communist complicity, the information marshaled by Tatti and Valenti regarding Pope and Garofalo cried out for serious consideration. But the DA's office never explored this theory with even minimum conviction, giving credence to suspicions that powerful political forces were obstructing the logical course of investigation. All evidence available suggests that Pope was never regarded as a possible suspect. He was never questioned by the DA's office or the police. 39 The only time Pope set foot in the DA's office, perhaps accompanied by Garofalo, was to inquire about suing Tatti for libel. Hogan decided not to pursue a libel charge against Tatti prior to prosecuting someone for Tresca's murder. 40 Nor was a flicker of suspicion raised when Pope's nephew and godson, Samuel S. de Falco, went to the DA's office to represent Galanti's alleged employer, the Knickerbocker Trucking Company. 41 The NYPD was no more inclined to investigate Pope than was the DA's office. Pope possessed his own supporters within the police force, such as the two detectives from the Alien Squad assigned to the Tresca case, Stanley Guazdo and Mario Focca. In 1941, Guazdo, a Nazi sympathizer who believed that Jews could not be true Americans, had been the detective recruited by Congressman Dick Stein to threaten the Mazzina Society with investigation unless its attacks against Pope ceased. Detective Focca was a friend and former employee of Pope. This information was obtained directly from Guazdo by Casimir Palmer, a former Scotland Yard investigator turned undercover informant for the FBI, who furnished it to de Hogan in February 1943. Hogan never acknowledged Palmer's letter. 42 The DA's office and NYPD were only slightly more disposed to consider Garofalo a suspect. Lipsky later asserted that Garofalo was the most likely instigator of Tresca's murder, avenging himself for Tresca's insult at the Manhattan Club. 43 He maintained, however, that the authorities could not tie Garofalo and Galanti together as criminal associates. 44 Did Lipsky and Pagnucco fail to read the numerous reports of their own investigators, which left no doubt as to the connection between the two mobsters? One detective wrote that Carmine Galanti at one time used sick to help Giuseppe Bonanno deliver liquor while working for Garofalo. 45 Another reported, erroneously, that Garofalo and Galanti were cousins. 46 Even more elusive for the DA's office than Garofalo's ties with Galanti was his relationship with Pope. 47 Lipsky later maintained that while the DA's office knew that Garofalo and Pope were linked, the precise connection could not be determined. 48 The entire anti-fascist movement knew that Pope and Garofalo were joined at the hip, and that the mobster did Pope's dirty work as an intimidator of business rivals and dissatisfied employees. Likewise, they knew all about the long-standing enmity between Tresca and Pope and the inflammatory incident involving Tresca and Garofalo at the Manhattan Club. The DA's office had been apprised of these facts at the outset, yet collusion between Pope and Garofalo in the murder of Tresca was apparently never considered a possibility. When Garofalo was brought in for questioning, Dolores Facconti allegedly insisted that she be present at the interrogation because she did not trust the DA's office and feared that her lover might be framed. It is not known whether the DA granted her request. 49 Only some fragmentary notes remain of Garofalo's interrogation at the DA's office on January 14, 1943. Facconti was also questioned that day, and no mention of Pope is evident. 50 A single report on Garofalo's chat with the NYPD indicates that his interrogators learned only that he was involved in several legitimate business enterprises and had a permit to carry a gun. No mention of a Garofalo-Pope link was made. 51 The same is true of the reports filed by the detectives assisting the DA's office. They seemed incapable of connecting the dots. They discovered, for example, that both Galanti and Garofalo were friends of the fascist gangster Vincenzo Martinez, who had worked for Il Progresso. Yet detectives refrained from concluding that if Garofalo knew Martinez, he undoubtedly knew Pope as well. 52 And had they casually perused the pages of Il Progresso, they would have discovered numerous photos of Garofalo and Pope attending social and political functions together. Did these lapses in the investigation result from incompetence and ignorance of Garofalo's criminal activities? Or was there a tacit understanding among ADAS and the NYPD to ensure that any criminal connection between Garofalo and Pope the Untouchable was never to be revealed or investigated? Preventing public disclosure of the Pope-Garofalo connection proved impossible. The famous news columnist Walter Winchell wrote in the Daily Mirror, "The story that won't be hushed, despite police and others arguing it isn't true, is the one naming the real murderer and instigator of Tresca slaying. Men on other newspapers are telling it. They add that their editors won't even hint at it. The legend says that Tresca's murder was instigated by another publisher, who runs a foreign language sheet, and that the killer was his bodyguard." 53 Although Winchell refrained from naming Garofalo and Pope directly, no one knowledgeable about the case could mistake the identity of the men to whom Winchell alluded. The DA's office, however, did not see fit to question Winchell as to how he came by this information. With important people now insinuating the involvement of Pope and Garofalo in Tresca's murder, the DA's office placed Garofalo under surveillance for more than a year, recorded his correspondence in New York and Florida, where he visited that summer, and perhaps tapped his phone. Pignucco at one time contemplated a subterfuge that would enable investigators to enter Garofalo's apartment and search through his effects. 54 But beyond tailing him and tracing his mail, little seems to have been done to confirm Garofalo's link to Galante and Tresca's murder. Suspicions of a cover-up mounted, and faith in the integrity of the DA's office plummeted. These sentiments were particularly rife among Italian anti-fascists. Giuseppe Lupis, the former editor of Il Mondo, who, like Tresca, furnished the FBI with information about fascist activities, went directly to Mayor LaGuardia to tell what he suspected regarding Pope and Garofalo rather than talk to the police. He feared the information would get back to Garofalo if provided to the NYPD. 55 Even if such suspicions were unfounded, the inability or unwillingness of New York authorities at every level to investigate the Tresca case with necessary zeal and objectivity was affirmed by the FBI, whose informants indicated by the spring of 1944 that the NYPD no longer considered Garofalo a suspect. 56 The Genovese theory was investigated with even less enthusiasm. It was 1944 when Ernest the Hawk Rapallo claimed that Genovese had Tresca murdered at the behest of Mussolini and Ciano. Perhaps the unlikelihood of this scenario factored into the inaction of the DA's office, but Ada Pignucco waited 2 years before interviewing the Hawk. On this occasion, Rapallo altered his story somewhat, claiming that his friends Gus Frasca and George Smurra had told him that they had been Galante's accomplices in Tresca's murder, and that Frasca on another occasion had identified Genovese as the instigator, supposedly because he feared Tresca would expose his activities. Questioned again in 1953 by Ada Vincent Dermody, Rapallo admittedly that the story he had told to Pignucco in 1946 was false. He still maintained that Galante was the assassin, but admitted that his earlier statements, accusing Genovese of ordering the murder, were based solely on underworld hearsay. 57 A variation of Rapallo's story, proved by Genovese's sometime chauffeur Nino Mirabini in 1946, held that Tresca and Genovese had crossed swords as early as 1936, when Genovese approved a plan by 2 fascist associates to open a maritime club for Italian sailors. When Tresca allegedly sent word that he would oppose the opening of a fascist club, Genovese retreated, stating that he did not want trouble with Tresca. By 1940, according to Mirabini, Tresca had earned Genovese's enmity anew by writing letters to fascist officials, informing them of his criminal activities in the United States. Thus Genovese ordered Tresca killed in 1943 to prevent further revelations concerning his operations. 58 Remarkably, in light of these allegations, the possibility that Genovese might have had his own motives for wanting Tresca dead never seems to have dawned on the DA's office. When Genovese was returned to the United States by military authorities in 1946, 59 to stand trial in Brooklyn for the murder of Ferdinand Boccia in 1934, the New York DA's office evidently made no effort to interrogate him in connection with Tresca's murder. Finally, another gangster-inspired lead ignored by Hogan's office was the claim made to the Brooklyn DA by John Sorlucchio, ex-head of the liquidated Black Hawk Gang, that he and his accomplice, Joseph DeSama, had pointed out Tresca to the gunman, and received $2,000 for his service. 60 While an admission of this nature may have amounted to nothing more a gangster's attempt to reduce his jail time, Tresca supporters believed that Hogan's failure to comment publicly on the Sorlucchio/DeSama and Rapallo allegations was proof that by 1946 the Tresca case had been relegated to a scarcely simmering back burner. The FBI and the Tresca murder. One day after Tresca's assassination, J. Edgar Hoover received a memorandum from the director of the Alien Enemy Control Unit, Edward J. Ennis, requesting that he authorize the FBI to investigate the crime because of possible fascist involvement. Hoover denied the request. Investigation of the case, he explained, lay within the jurisdiction of local law enforcement agencies rather than the FBI. 61 In report after report, Hoover emphatically denied that the FBI was investigating Tresca's murder, a dictate dutifully repeated by his obedient agents. Nevertheless, orders were repeatedly issued to collect as much information as possible about the case, orders diligently carried out. Moreover, meetings and information exchanged between the FBI's New York office and de Hogan's office occurred frequently over the years. That the FBI conducted an unofficial but unpublicized investigation of the Tresca murder cannot be doubted. 62 The power and the prestige of J. Edgar Hoover in 1943 were so enormous that FBI intervention in the Tresca case would never have been challenged, jurisdictional considerations notwithstanding. The FBI's contradictory approach to investigating Tresca's murder case thus raises questions as to Hoover's motives. Hoover's entire career pivoted around the enhancement and perpetuation of his power and the independence of his fiefdom. The difference between investigation and information gathering may have reflected Hoover's desire to avoid exposing certain individuals and criminal enterprises. 63 Hoover informed the Alien Enemy Control Unit that to date nothing has come to the attention of this bureau which would indicate that fascist elements are responsible for the murder of Carlo Tresca. 64 Hoover's assertion was false. The FBI director had been notified by Assistant Director Percy L. Foxworth on January 12 that Frank Garofalo had motive to assassinate Tresca, and Hoover knew from previous reports about the Manhattan Club incident that Garofalo and his lover Dolores Faconti were both linked to Generoso Pope. 65. FBI files also indicate that the Bureau was fully aware of Pope's history as Mussolini's most important supporter among Italian Americans prior to Pearl Harbor. The FBI was equally knowledgeable about Tresca's long campaign against Pope and his more recent efforts to prevent the political rehabilitation of the millionaire publisher. Yet Hoover and the FBI never considered Pope a suspect. One factor accounting for this disinclination was transparent. Since he was one of New York's most important and high-profile supporters of Roosevelt, Pope's exposure as a murder suspect would have proven embarrassing for the president. FBI revelation of Pope's activities and associations might also have proven costly for Hoover himself. A public probe would have revealed Pope's connections to criminal elements, such as Garofalo, Martinez, and Frank Costello, the noted mobster who was godfather to Pope's son Generoso Jr. Turning up these stones might have exposed Hoover's egregious failure to investigate the mafia, which he denied even existed as a national crime syndicate. Furthermore, exposure of the Pope-Costello connection might have revealed Hoover's own friendship with Costello, a fellow gambler who sometimes accompanied the FBI chief to the racetrack and advised him on betting. Thus Hoover's veto of an official FBI investigation may have been motivated by the desire to protect himself as well as Pope. 66 Garofalo had appeared on the FBI's radar screen in 1942 because of his affair with Faconti, a relationship that perturbed the puritanical Hoover. Hoover also knew about the Manhattan Club incident involving Tresca and Garofalo. 67 Yet despite information indicating that Garofalo had good motive to assassinate Tresca, the FBI deemed Garofalo to be politically harmless but to be criminally dangerous. 68 However, when another FBI informant, probably the anti-fascist Giuseppe Lupis, asserted that Tresca's murder had been directly instigated by Frank Garofalo and that Generoso Pope was one of the beneficiaries of the act, 69 Hoover ordered the special agent in charge of the New York office to endeavor to discreetly determine the up-to-date status of this case, noting that the Bureau was particularly interested in determining whether Frank Garofalo is still considered a suspect in this case by the investigating authorities in New York City. 70 Whether Hoover's purpose was to determine Garofalo's possible guilt, or to have advanced warning of any embarrassing information that might be uncovered by his agents, cannot be determined. But even if Hoover's motives were well-intentioned, the fact remains that the FBI never conducted a serious investigation to determine whether Garofalo was responsible for Tresca's murder. Not so Vittorio Vidali and the Communists. FBI documents reveal that the possibility of communist responsibility for Tresca's murder whetted Hoover's appetite for a red hunt. Within a fortnight of the crime, the FBI director instructed the American Embassy in Mexico City to collection information about Vidali, his whereabouts, and his activities. 71 The FBI's investigation quickly ascertained that on the night of Tresca's murder Vidali had attended a banquet at the Lido restaurant in Mexico City, as he had claimed. Nor was any record of his entrance into the United States found at border crossing points along the American-Mexican border. 72 But Hoover's interest in Vidali did not wane. His marginal comments on FBI reports typically read, "I think we ought to get all we can on Sormonti Vidali. And keep after this." 73 Hoover considered Vidali the most important suspect, and he explained to the embassy in Mexico City that the Bureau was presently conducting an expeditious and intensive investigation of Contreras Vidali's activities in both the United States and in Mexico. 74 The investigation uncovered nothing incriminating about Vidali, and by October 1945 the FBI's New York Field Division considered the Tresca murder case closed. 75 Receptivity to the communist theory was rekindled in 1950, well after the Bureau had received a memorandum from Norman Thomas, calling attention to Gitlow's allegations concerning George Mink. The FBI had previously interviewed Gitlow on several occasions but concluded after further interrogation that Gitlow's latest book contributed nothing new to the information already in the FBI's possession on Vidali and the communists. 76 But failure to discover a convincing link between the communists and Tresca's assassination did not terminate the FBI's accumulation of information. Its last substantive report on the crime was filed in April 1950. Nor did FBI interest in Vidali end with the Tresca case. The Cold War prompted the FBI to continue gathering information about Vidali's activities until 1956, by which time the communist gunman has become a deputy and senator representing Trieste in the Italian parliament. 77 In this instance, the FBI's lack of jurisdiction failed to deter Hoover's hunt for communist culprits. The Tresca Memorial Committee and Ernst Group. Tresca's friends and associates suspected from the outset that the DA's office was reluctant to pursue Galanti's conviction and expose the instigators of the crime. After 2 months of frustrated waiting, the Tresca Memorial Committee, TMC, was formed in March 1943, under the chairmanship of Norman Thomas. Mainly Tresca's and Margaret's American friends, the members of the TMC were prominent individuals whose voices reached high places, and who could not be easily ignored by the DA's office. Among the better-known individuals affiliated with the TMC were John Dewey, Sidney Hook, Sidney Hertzberg, A. Philip Randolph, Oswald Garrison Villard, Edmund Wilson, and Bertram D. Wolfe. Margaret was involved in every aspect of TMC's work and its principal financial supporter. Serving behind the scenes, John Nicholas Biffel handled all the publicity out of the TMC office at 119 East 19th Street. Biffel also conducted most of the investigative legwork and wrote the TMC's pamphlet Who Killed Carlo Tresca? Published in October 1945. Another important contributor to TMC's independent inquiries was Margaret's good friend Herbert Salo. A second group that worked in tandem with the TMC included Tresca's lawyer Morris L. Ernst, John N. Finnerty, an attorney renowned for his successful campaign to free the famous labor leaders Tom Mooney and Warren Billings, Roger Baldwin, executive director of the ACLU, Dorothy Kenyon, attorney and former municipal court judge, and Edward Lindemann, faculty member of the New York School of Social Work. 78 Further assistance was provided by the Workers' Defense League's National Secretary, Morris Milgram, and its chairman, C. Dickerman Williams. The TMC, Ernst Group, and WDL pursued common objectives, to prod the DA's office, generate publicity, and uncover evidence relevant to the crime. Much of the TMC's and Ernst Group's dissatisfaction focused on Ada Louis Pignucco. Although Ada Lipsky was nominally in charge, the lead investigator from the outset was the far more experienced and talented Pignucco, and after Lipsky was transferred to the Court of General Sessions several months after the crime, Pignucco took over the case officially and continued in this role for the next 2 years. In August 1944, the Ernst Group presented Hogan with incontrovertible evidence that Pignucco had been closely associated with fascists and fascist sympathizers in the past, especially Pope. Pignucco had graduated from the City College of New York in 1929, where he wrote a senior thesis that heaped glowing praise on Mussolini and the fascist regime, and for which he was awarded a gold medal from the Italian government. He graduated from Fordham Law School in 1932, attended the Royal Technical Institute of Novara in Italy in 1933, received a DJ's degree from New York University in 1933, as well as an MA from Columbia University in 1936. That year he received an academic scholarship from Pope. After serving for 7 years as an interpreter in the Court of General Sessions, Pignucco was appointed ADA by the then District Attorney of New York County, Thomas E. Dewey, in 1938. As court interpreter and later as ADA, Pignucco participated with Consul General Vecchiotti, Pope, and other pro-fascist prominenti at various celebrations and political functions that lauded Mussolini and the fascist regime. Naturally, his association with Pope disqualified Pignucco as an objective investigator in the minds of Tresca's friends. 79 demands from the Ernst Group and TMC that Pignucco be removed from the case were stonewalled for months with assurances from Hogan that he was supervising the larger aspects of the Tresca case himself, while day-to-day efforts were directed by Jacob Grumet, the head of the Homicide Division. 80 assuring critics that Pignucco was a man of the highest integrity. 81 Hogan continued to defend his ADA and affirm the diligence of the investigation. He convinced nobody. Margaret de Silver, dismayed by Hogan's attitude and lack of progress, advised her associates to go over his head to Governor Thomas E. Dewey. 82 The Ernst Group and 117 prominent individuals prepared a petition requesting that Dewey appoint a special prosecutor to oversee the case. 83 Facing public humiliation should Dewey take such action, Hogan finally relented in October 1944, reassigning the case to Lipski, with Pignucco assisting to maintain continuity. 2 months passed and Lipski was still busy with other trial work. He began examining witnesses only after 1,200 persons gathered at Webster Hall on January 11, 1945 to demand action. By this juncture, however, Hogan and Grumet were convinced that no breakthrough would be achieved unless somebody squealed. Margaret posted a $5,000 reward for information leading to a conviction. 84 operations at the DA's office did not significantly change. Lipski by March 1945 was preoccupied with the murder of a coat manufacturer named Salvatore Bianco. From that time until last month, declared Norman Thomas at a Tresca memorial meeting in January 1946, a deep fog of official silence settled down over the Tresca slaying. 85 The only news forthcoming was that of Lipski's resignation from the DA's office in December 1945. He preferred private practice and writing crime novels like The Kiss of Death. Throughout this period, Pignucco had been the principal investigator. 86 Whether Pignucco allowed his old political sentiments and ties with Pope to influence his investigation will never be known. Norman Thomas remembered Pignucco actually weeping as he tried to convince him that he was free of fascist sympathies and how desirous he was to achieve results. 87 Lipski, years later, maintained that Pignucco had been completely unbiased and devoted to solving the case. 88 In all likelihood, Pignucco was no more disinclined to investigate Pope than Hogan or others might have been. Yet Pignucco remained reticent about the case. In 1974, now a judge in family court, Pignucco refused a request by the author for an interview regarding the Tresca case, claiming I am forbidden by the canons of ethics and the law to disclose any facts or information because the case remained unsolved. 89 Neither Lipski nor Grumet had any such compunction. 90 A follow-up request to discuss only Pignucco's political associations prior to the Tresca case went unanswered. Frustrated by the DA's lack of cooperation and success, Tresca's friends sought redress among higher political authorities, such as Mayor LaGuardia. In January 1943, LaGuardia had advised the FBI to interview Dolores Faconti for possible information about the murder, but proved surprisingly unwilling thereafter to apply pressure on Hogan's office or to provide other assistance, despite having known Tresca personally for more than 20 years. 91 3 times LaGuardia denied requests from Margaret De Silva for an interview. 92 When Aldino Filicani questioned whether the dark forces that murdered Tresca, a clear allusion to Pope, were obstructing the investigation, LaGuardia responded only with quotes from a report by Police Commissioner Valentine, affirming the fairness and thoroughness of the investigation. 93 An FBI informant suspected that LaGuardia was cool to any prosecution because he may have received political support from Garofalo's gang. 94 Such suspicions could not be confirmed, but LaGuardia's lack of interest in the Tresca case prompted Ernst to write to Valentine. If the mayor paid as much attention to a political crime in his great city as he does to old women who play pinochle for nickels, we would have a safer city in which to live in and you would have far more ease in running an effective police department. 95 Ernst, who was on a first-name basis with J. Edgar Hoover, had also written to Dear Edgar in April 1943, explaining that I knew Carlo for 20 years, loaned him money, loved him, and at times represented him. The crime, he assured the FBI director, was the most important political murder of this period. Ernst reminded Hoover that Tresca had provided valuable information to the FBI concerning fascist activities. He even sought to entice the old Red Hunter by intimating that Tresca's murder probably had been the work of the communists. 96 Hoover denied his request. Margaret De Silva, the TMC, and the Ernst Group attempted to involve the FBI at a later date, arguing that Tresca's murder might have international ramifications. They asked Hogan to request FBI intervention. He refused, contending that his men were just as competent as those of the FBI. They repeated the same request in 1947 to Mayor William O'Dwyer, but were rebuffed once more. 97 The Ernst Group then prevailed upon Congressman Will Rogers, Jr. of California to introduce a resolution to authorize the FBI to assist local police authorities in apprehending perpetrators of acts of violence for political reasons. 98 Opposed by the FBI, the resolution failed to pass in the House of Representatives. Appeals to Attorney General Thomas A. Clark were similarly rebuffed. 99 The DA's annual reports for 1946 to 1948, meanwhile, had omitted any mention of the Tresca case, prompting Thomas to ask, why is the district attorney officially silent about the Tresca case? Would he and his staff prefer to forget that killing? 100 The answer was obvious. After Pignucco left the DA's office in January 1951, no Aiden knew much about the case or showed any inclination to learn. The NYPD's investigation remained officially open throughout the 1950s and even into the 1960s, but amounted to nothing more than assigning a new detective to the case every few years, a bureaucratic formality that resulted in no action. The TMC continued its efforts to keep the case alive. Every year until 1954, they organized anniversary meetings to pay tribute to Tresca's memory and to publicize the DA's lack of action. If new information was uncovered or a different avenue of inquiry appeared promising, the TMC investigated, issued press releases, rallied influential people, and demanded action. This level of commitment inevitably declined after Margaret De Silva's death in 1960, and other individuals involved with the TMC and Ernst Group finally abandoned hope that the murderers would ever be brought to justice. Their assumption was correct. Who ordered Tresca's murder? 26. Part I, The Literature. The question of who ordered the murder of Carlo Tresca has never been answered with absolute certainty and probably never will. Since the first flurry of accusations leveled by Antonini/Montana and Tatti/Valenti, few inquiries into the crime have followed the example of the Tresca Memorial Committees Who Killed Carlo Tresca, published in 1945. Ghost written by John Nicholas Biffel, the pamphlet provided an objective and balanced exposition of competing theories without offering one of its own, either because of insufficient evidence or fear of interfering with the official investigation. Most interpreters since then have directly espoused the communist or fascist gangster theory, often with political partisanship clearly evident or without insufficient knowledge of Tresca's career and its historical context. Only one writer, Dorothy Gallagher, has written a comprehensive, thoroughly researched, and well-reasoned treatment of Tresca's murder, and readers would benefit from consulting her account. The discussion that follows examines some of interpretations previously advanced and provides the author's own conclusion as to the most likely culprits. Vidali and the Communists. It has already been suggested that Antonini and Montana, the first individuals to accuse Vittorio Vidali and the Communists, were motivated as much by their anti-communist agenda as by genuine belief, if not more so. The same was true of the ex-communists, Trotskyists, and professional anti-communists who wrote about Tresca's murder in the early years of the Cold War, example Julian Gorkin, the former leader of the POUM in Spain, and the ex-communist leader Benjamin Gitlow. This genre of anti-communist historiography included Tresca among other victims of the OGPU/NKVD, such as Camillo Bernieri, Andrzej Nin, Juliette Stewart Points, the Polish socialists Henryk Ehrlich and Viktor Alter, Ignaz Reis, Rudolf Klement, Leon Trotsky, and Walter Krivitsky. Further assertions of communist guilt, not surprisingly, were advanced during the Cold War. In 1964, Francis Russell, an amateur historian, whose claim to fame rested on his writings about Sacco and Vanzetti, declared on the basis of a priori assumptions and no research, Vidali took his revenge. He was the type who liked to take his revenge personally. Possibly he was the gunman waiting near the Fifth Avenue entrance to Tresca's office building. Almost certainly he was in the getaway car. 2. But primacy of place among professional anti-communists was held by Günter Reinhardt, a Walter Winchell protégé, whose resume boasted spying activities for the House Committee on Immigration and Naturalization, forerunner of HUAC, and the FBI. Reinhardt wrote a potboiler in 1952 entitled Crime Without Punishment. Combining sycophantic adulation of J. Edgar Hoover with never-before-told revelations about communist crimes, Reinhardt alleged he learned all about Tresca's murder while working undercover at CP social gatherings in Mexico City. On the basis of such first-hand information, Reinhardt asserted that Tresca was targeted for death because he represented a major obstacle to the united front the Communists sought to create in 1942, and to their infiltration of the OWI Victory Councils. Rather than utilize their own gunmen, the Communists contracted Tresca's assassination out to the Mafia, with Vidali negotiating the arrangements. Reinhardt claimed Tresca as a friend and purported to have worked with him on anti-communist assignments since 1939. Yet, after supposedly having learned about the assassination plans a few days before the deed was committed, Reinhardt somehow failed to put the picture together and neglected to notify the intended victim. 3. In short, giving Reinhardt's account any credence requires an act of anti-communist faith that few, save the converted, should be willing to make. The last writer to ascribe Tresca's murder to Vidali and the Communists was Vanni Montana. In his memoir, Amaro's Tico, published in Italian in 1975, Montana essentially rehashed the accusations that he and Antonini had made in 1943. Tresca opposed admitting communists into the Italian-American Victory Councils. The OWI was staffed largely by communist fellow travelers like Lee Falk. Tresca had indicated Vidali's presence in New York prior to his murder. The Communists, assisted by Antonini's rival Augusto Bellanca of the Aquila, waged a campaign to deflect suspicion away from the Communists and onto Pope and Garofalo. Montana circumvented one of the principal factors that argued against communist responsibility, the Garofalo-Galante connection, by resurrecting a rumor that attracted scant attention in 1943, namely, that Galante was not only in Garofalo's service but also in the pay of the Communist Furriers Union. Thus, like Reinhardt, Montana validated the Communists did it theory by connecting them to the Mafia. For while Montana lacked Reinhardt's creative imagination, his account nevertheless must be classified under the rubric of professional anti-communism. Pope Garofalo. Since Tatti and Valenti wrote their indictments in 1943, proponents of the Pope Garofalo theory have been few compared to the accusers of the Communists. They include Alan A. and Marcia J. Bloch, Furio Moroni, and Dorothy Gallagher. The Blochs placed their synoptic account of Tresca's murder within the larger context of fascism, organized crime, and foreign policy. They emphatically rejected the notion of communist involvement, attributing this interpretation to Cold War attitudes. The murder of Carlo Tresca reveals just how malevolent a force militant anti-communism has been. 5. The Blochs focused their spotlight instead on Pope, his pro-fascist activities prior to World War II, and his relationships with numerous professional criminals, including Galanti, Garofalo, and others they believed likely to have been involved in Tresca's murder. The Blochs attributed great significance to Tresca's opposition to Pope's admission to the Italian-American Victory Councils and the latter's ties to numerous criminals capable of eliminating the obstacle Tresca represented. They spotlighted not only Garofalo but Vincenzo Martinez, a former leader of the Fascist League and a staff writer for Il Progresso, whose business enterprises were located at 225 Lafayette Street, headquarters for many other racketeers and fascist associations. Convinced of a Pope Garofalo Galanti connection, the Blochs concluded, "It appears that the murder of Carlo Tresca was the malign result of the merger of organized crime and fascism and that the killer was Carmine Galanti, although it is not certain whether he murdered Tresca solely to please Garofalo, or to satisfy the mutual interests of Garofalo Pope, or those more complex ones of Pope Antonini, or most expansively the shared concerns of a considerably larger network of fascists and professional criminals." 6. Of similar persuasion, the Italian journalist Furio Moroni wrote an study, unpublished, of Tresca's murder based mainly on documents in the FBI and DA files. Moroni rejected the possibility of communist involvement on the grounds that no evidence supported the theory. Instead, Moroni argued along the same lines discussed in the previous chapter, namely, that J. Edgar Hoover's contradictory orders regarding the Tresca case indicated that he knew the identity of the instigators, Pope and Garofalo, and prevented his agents from conducting an official investigation in order to protect President Roosevelt and himself from scandal. Utilizing sources unavailable to earlier writers, Moroni described Antonini's campaign to rehabilitate Pope, the controversy surrounding Pignucco, the myriad bits of underworld gossip provided by the DAS investigators but never pursued by Pignucco, and Casimir Palmer's revelations regarding Pope. Curiously, after presenting material that supports no other conclusion, Moroni refrained from directly affirming the responsibility of Pope and Garofalo, thus ending with a whimper, a study that begins with a bang. 7. Vito Genovese. The first writer to advance the Genovese theory of Tresca's murder was reporter Ed Reed, whose original articles in the Brooklyn Eagle and the New York Post were rehashed in his book entitled Mafia, published in 1952. Taking his cue from Rapallo's earlier allegations, Reed claimed that Mussolini paid the Mafia $500,000 to assassinate Tresca, who had been on the Duce's death list since 1931. The engineer of Tresca's murder was the Mafia kingpin Vito Genovese, then residing in Naples, who had close ties with fascist officials. Genovese's contact man in New York, according to Reed, was probably Frank Garofalo. 8. After Reed's book, the Genovese did it version of Tresca's murder was frequently repeated and embellished by various mobsters claiming to be in the know. The infamous Mafia chieftain Charles Lucky Luciano asserted, "When the war was still going pretty good for Mussolini, Vito was always trying to prove what a good friend he was to that fascist son of a bitch. There was a newspaper publisher in New York by the name of Carlo Tresca. He was strictly anti-Mussolini and he was knocking the shit out of him in every edition of his paper. So what does that prick Genovese do? He tells Mussolini not to worry about it, that he, Don Vitone, would take care of it. And goddamn if Vito don't put out a contract from Italy on Tresca, with Tony Bender to do the job." 9. There was no love lost between Luciano and Genovese, and Tresca's murder irked Lucky because it had been unauthorized. "I made up my mind that someday I was gonna have a little talk with either or both of them guys, Vito and Bender. They knew the Union rule that nobody on the outside gets hit under no circumstances without a vote of the council. 10. By the time Luciano's testament was published in 1981, the Mussolini-Genovese version of Tresca's murder had long since become part of mafia folklore, and has been cited as gospel by innumerable experts on the mafia. Probably for this reason a recent, 2004, History Channel documentary on the mafia, entitled Godfathers, repeated the same story without a hint of tentativeness or doubt. A similar version, claiming the authority of archival research, albeit without accompanying notes, was posited by the prolific Italian historian Mauro Canale, who gained notoriety by advancing a much-challenged claim that the great writer Ignazio Silone was once a spy for the fascists. In an article modestly entitled All the Truth About Carlo Tresca, Canale traverses familiar ground, arguing that Genovese, thanks to his donations to fascist building projects like the Casa del Fascio in Nola, Sicily, enjoyed good relations with several fascist officials, including Carmincinus, the fascist chief of police, a tie also attributable to his friendship with Cinus's nephew, Renato Carmincinus, in the United States. Without establishing a motive, Canale concludes that Tresca's murder was arranged by Genovese at the behest of, or to please, he does not clarify which, fascist hierarchs. 11. Only one writer who has studied Tresca's murder provides an account that explores every theory with equal consideration, Dorothy Gallagher. Limited only by the author's inability to read sources in Italian, Gallagher's treatment of Tresca's murder and its background, accounting for one-third of her biography, provides the best researched, most comprehensive, and thoroughly detailed examination of the competing theories, one that is also well-reasoned and free of preconceptions. With proper deference to all the uncertainties surrounding the case, Gallagher concluded, if by now there is no doubt that Galante was the de facto murderer, the identity of the person on whose order he acted is still not clear. My own conviction is that the simplest explanation is the correct one in this case, and that Frank Garofalo fills the role of instigator. 12. Part 2, Author's Assessment. The Communists. Proponents of the Communists' did theory uniformly have argued that the motivation for killing Tresca derived from a combination of settling old scores, like the Points affair, and the need to eliminate his opposition to communist penetration of the Mazzina Society and the OWI Victory Councils. This proposition rests on a false premise. Although the old rebel remained unbending in his opposition and was still capable of making his angry voice heard, the Tresca of 1943 was not the Tresca of 1927. It is simply incorrect to believe that Tresca represented a solitary and insurmountable obstacle to communist objectives during the early 1940s. Tresca's desire to keep the communists out of the Mazzina Society and the Victory Councils was shared by the great majority of anti-fascists, some of them more influential at this time than Tresca. If their primary concern in 1943 was to eliminate opposition to their infiltration efforts, the Communists would have been far better advised to assassinate Antonini than Tresca. Nor can it be argued that by murdering Tresca the Communists were eliminating a symbol of opposition and thereby giving warning to other enemies to desist. The Communists did not require a crystal ball to foresee that murdering Tresca would inevitably generate the kind of negative publicity and opposition that would thwart their intended objectives, precisely what happened in the wake of Tresca's slaying. And for the same reason, murdering Tresca just to settle old scores dating back several years would have been counterproductive. The Communists may have been unscrupulous in pursuit of their political ends, but they were not stupid. Thus, without excluding them with absolute certainty, the Communists must be considered to have had insufficient motive to want Tresca eliminated in 1943. Fascists. The same holds true for Italian fascists. The theory advanced by underworld elements and hack journalists that Mussolini and Ciano paid a huge sum of money to Vito Genovese to have Tresca murdered is preposterous. By the end of 1942, with his armies defeated in Greece, North Africa, and Russia, and with members of his own party already plotting his overthrow, Mussolini's world was collapsing all around him. What earthly reason could account for the Duce's ordering such a meaningless deed? The same holds true for the fascist hierarchs to whom Canale alluded. Nor is it credible that Genovese issued orders on his own to have Tresca killed in order to ingratiate himself with Mussolini or fascist officials in high places, like Sinis, who by this time was himself plotting against Mussolini. Surely Genovese would have known that eliminating an ancient but powerless enemy in America like Tresca would hardly have enhanced his standing with the fascists in Rome. That Genovese may have wanted Tresca eliminated for his own reasons is a much more plausible thesis, although not for the reasons suggested in 1943 to 1944. The notion that Tresca, by means of anonymous letters, was making trouble for Genovese by revealing details of his criminal enterprises, e.g. drug smuggling, to the fascists in Rome flies in the face of everything known about Tresca. If he had accusations to make regarding Genovese's drug smuggling operations, he would have done so openly and in print. In this regard, the idea of a preemptive strike by Genovese against Tresca must be considered a possibility. Support for this hypothesis lies in the pages of Il Martello. It may be assumed that Don Vitone was displeased when Tresca in 1940 revealed his former ties to the fascist Morgantini Club in the Bronx and to Consul General Vecchiotti in New York. In that first mention of Genovese, moreover, Tresca made a cryptic reference to Genovese's moral sense, adding that his moral sense, if ever, is something to be discussed. 13 Was that a hint of future revelations about Genovese's criminal activities, perhaps the murder of the man whose wife he desired for himself? Tresca never commented further about Genovese, but it is certainly possible that his revelations of 1940 to 1941 alarmed Genovese enough to take preventive measures. The obvious factor that weakens this hypothesis is the considerable time lapse between Tresca's revelations in 1940 to 1941 and his murder in 1943. Pope. Much the same reasoning that minimizes the likelihood of communist culpability applies as well to Generoso Pope. The long duration and the intensity of the enmity between them cannot be denied, nor the fact that Pope probably rejoiced when his most vociferous enemy departed this world. But did Pope have sufficient motive to order Tresca's murder in 1943? Writers who considered Pope the prime mover in Tresca's murder generally have misinterpreted the context within which the act was perpetrated, and exaggerated the danger Tresca represented. Pope was most vulnerable to attack in 1940 to 1941, when leaders of the Mazzina Society were on the verge of forcing Pope's divestiture of Il Progresso because of his pro-fascist activities. At this juncture, Tresca was an enemy of secondary importance for Pope compared to Salvini, Ascoli, and Tarquini. His opposition to Pope's admission to the Mazzina Society only reinforced an outcome already determined by the anti-fascists at the helm. Nor was membership in the Mazzina Society as essential for Pope's rehabilitation as commonly thought. Once Pope complied with Roosevelt's advice of April 1941, to change his tune about fascism and Mussolini, the publisher's rehabilitation was virtually assured. With sanction from the White House, and with the power of Tammany Hall and Antonini behind him, Pope's road to respectability would be traversed with relatively few bumps along the way, such as rejection from the Mazzina Society. Tresca's opposition to Pope's membership in the OWI's Italian-American Victory Council must be considered from the same perspective. Credible sources indicated that prior to his death Tresca attended preparatory meetings and opposed the admission of Pope and the Communists to the IAVC. Yet Tresca never discussed the future IAVC in Il Martello, a rather curious omission if he attributed any importance to this new organization. Other information about Tresca and the IAVC is based on hearsay. An FBI informant, probably Luppi's, reported that it was the consensus of opinion that Tresca was holding off an attack on Pope until the time when it would be announced that Pope was being placed on the Office of War Information Victory Council. 14 Even if the FBI informant's information was accurate, and even if Pope had received advanced warning of Tresca's intentions, it was unlikely that Tresca would have attacked Pope with charges other than those he had leveled a dozen times before. Another story based on hearsay was related by the communist Ambrogio Donini, editor of El Unita del Popolo in 1943, who suggested that a few weeks before the murder, Pope sent Garofalo as his emissary to Ezio Tatti with a peace offering for Tresca. In response, Tresca supposedly threw Tatti out of his office in anger. Failure to obtain a truce with Tresca would thus have been interpreted by Pope as a guarantee that Tresca would continue to obstruct his admission to the IAVC. 15 But there are several problems with this scenario, not least of which is the questionable veracity of Tatti and the fact that Donini never mentioned it in his memoirs, despite his account of Tatti's joining the communists in the wake of Tresca's murder. 16 Would Pope have been so naive as to think that extending an olive branch to an implacable enemy like Tresca might have established peace between them? And would Pope have considered Tresca influential enough to preclude his admission even before the Italian-American Victory Council was organized? Membership in the IAVC, although coveted, was hardly a sine qua non for rehabilitation and power retention. And if not the New York IAVC, which died in embryo after Tresca's murder, other important organizations were readily open to him, complements of Antonini, such as the American Committee for Democracy created in the fall of 1943, for which he served as treasurer. 17 Nor were there any lack of high-profile public functions that enhanced his prestige within the Italian-American community. Pope was the Grand Marshal and principal sponsor of the Columbus Day celebrations in New York in 1943. The following year, Pope was appointed to the Board of Directors of American Relief for Italy Incorporated and received from the Navy Department an award for meritorious service as president of the Colonial Sand and Stone Co. for achievements in construction of wartime installations. 18 Tresca, in short, might have represented an annoyance but hardly an insurmountable obstacle for Pope and his accommodating allies. Adequate motive for Pope to order Tresca's murder in January 1943 was lacking. Garofalo. The same cannot be said for Garofalo. That there was long-standing enmity between Tresca and Garofalo is indisputable, although not as open as some contemporaries suggested. Tresca never identified Garofalo by name when he denounced the efforts of Pope and his henchmen to stifle criticism and rival publishers in his famous article of 1934. Nor did he attack Garofalo in print any time thereafter, not even after the Manhattan Club incident. But the absence of public attacks preceding and following the Manhattan Club incident would not have detracted from the seriousness with which Garofalo regarded Tresca's insult that night, or his anger over Faconti's pleading with Tresca on his and her behalf. For a mobster of Garofalo's stature, the right-hand man of Joseph Bonanno, maintaining his honor and prestige in the face of a blatant insult was essential, and exacting revenge by means of bloodletting was standard practice according to the underworld code by which he lived and was judged. Furthermore, Garofalo's relationship with Galante both before and after Tresca's murder suggests a connection that is hard to dismiss as coincidence. In the opinion of former Ada Lipski, Tresca's Manhattan Club insult and his criticism of Faconti for associating with a gunman represented sufficient motive for Garofalo to have paid Galante to murder Tresca. 19 This viewpoint became more widespread with Galante's ascendance in the underworld, and was publicly affirmed by John T. Cusack, District Supervisor of the Federal Narcotics Bureau, in 1958. 20 While the Genovese theory, as qualified above, remains plausible, the weight of evidence points to Frank Garofalo as the instigator of Tresca's murder. The tantalizing but unanswerable question is whether Pope was complicit in any way, despite not having a compelling need to have Tresca eliminated. Such was the closeness of their relationship that it would not be unreasonable to assume that Pope knew about Garofalo's intentions and had given his sanction, but this is by no means certain. If Garofalo had been a low-echelon thug employed solely for strong-arm purposes, it is hard to believe he would have had Galante murder Tresca without Pope's approval. Given his standing in the Mafia, however, Garofalo would not have required Pope's permission to do anything. Thus we can only conjecture that Pope may have known that Garofalo wanted Tresca dead and gave his blessings, or that he was not privy to his henchman's intentions and therefore free of complicity. We may never know for sure. Tresca and the Sacco Vanzetti case. Innocence or guilt. Addendum. The issue of Tresca's relationship with the Sacco-Vanzetti Defense Committee is germane not only to his career but to the question of whether Sacco and Vanzetti were truly innocent or one or both guilty. In 1962, the author Francis Russell, now deceased, in his widely read book Tragedy in Dedham, posited a split guilt theory, i.e., that Sacco was involved in the South Braintree crime, but not Vanzetti. Russell based his conclusion primarily on statements made by Tresca to his friend Max Eastman in 1942, to the effect that Sacco was guilty and Vanzetti innocent. The credence Russell placed in Tresca's remarks was based on the following suppositions: Tresca had succeeded Gallini as the acknowledged and admired leader of the Italian anarchists in the United States, he was the person most likely to know their innermost secrets, he had played the part of guardian angel or great uncle for the defense, and that if anyone should have had inside knowledge of the affair, Tresca was the man. 2. Tresca himself left no written record that would suggest he ever doubted Sacco's innocence. Several individuals who were on the closest terms with him during the period of the case have attested that Tresca always asserted the innocence of both Sacco and Vanzetti. Tresca's daughter Beatrice asserted that neither during the period of the case nor any time thereafter did her father ever say anything that would cast doubt upon Sacco's innocence. 3. Luigi Quintiliano, as secretary of the Italian Committee for Political Victims, conducted extensive fundraising tours during the early years of the case, occasionally encountering comrades and readers of Il Martello who asked his personal opinion in regard to a rumor casting doubt on Sacco's innocence. Quintiliano spent many nights discussing with Tresca what he had heard on his travels. Tresca dismissed the rumor and repeatedly assured Quintiliano of Sacco's innocence. 4. Giuseppe Popolizio, a personal friend and member of Il Martello's staff during the period of the case, insisted that if Tresca had suspected Sacco, I would have been the first to know about it. 5. Suspicion concerning Sacco resurfaced after the execution in 1927, with Fred Moore as the root source. Moore had begun to entertain doubts while still working on the case, suspecting that some of Sacco's alibi witnesses were unreliable. 6. He expressed these doubts to Roger Baldwin and Elizabeth Glendower Evans during the trial. Evans became outraged at the suggestion, and Baldwin believed that witnesses inevitably tailor their testimony. 7. Moore's suspicions undoubtedly deepened after his dismissal from the legal team in August 1924. Relations between Moore and the Italian anarchists on the defense committee had been difficult from the beginning. Moore considered them to be incompetent and obstructionist. The defense committee was always displeased with Moore because of his erratic behavior and huge expenditures, particularly on investigations to discover the real perpetrators of the South Braintree crime, a task the committee and the defendants deemed fitting only for the police, not anarchists. 8. Emilio Coda threatened to kill him if he persisted with his investigations. The final act that precipitated Moore's dismissal was his attempt to bypass the Italians on the defense committee by creating another organization, the New Trial League, that would accommodate his needs. 9. The person selected by the defendants and defense committee to convey the bad news to Moore was Flynn, who remembered that it was a devastating blow to him. 10. Now a broken man, harboring feelings of resentment and disillusionment, Moore conveyed his suspicions shortly after the execution to Upton Sinclair, who was completing research for Boston. His historical novel about Sacco and Vanzetti. Sinclair's own doubts had been raised after a brief introduction to Sacco's wife Rosina, who appeared suspicious and uncooperative. There was some dark secret in the Sacco household. 11. In fact, Rosina never discussed the case with any outsiders after the execution. When Sinclair visited Sacco's former counsel for more information, Moore indicated that he had come reluctantly to the conclusion that Sacco was guilty of the crime for which he had died and that possibly Vanzetti also was guilty. 12. Moore admitted that he had no proof to substantiate his suspicions, nor had he ever heard the defendants or members of the defense committee admit or intimate their complicity in the South Braintree crime. He justified his suspicions on the grounds that some anarchists did engage in expropriation for the benefit of the movement. 13. Alarmed by Moore's allegations, Sinclair conferred with ACLU leader Roger Baldwin to ask what he knew. To reassure himself, Baldwin discussed the matter with Tresca and Flynn, both of whom dismissed Moore's suspicions as unfounded. 14 Further confirmation that Tresca harbored no suspicions at this time was provided by Michael A. Musmano, an attorney who joined the defense team at the end of the struggle and who later became a Supreme Court justice in Pennsylvania. Musmano saw Tresca regularly during the months preceding the execution and later wrote, Tresca was always consistently and enthusiastically voluble in his assertion of the innocence of Sacco and Vanzetti. 15 Moreover, as late as 1939, while writing his own book about the case, after 12 years, Musmano again conferred with Tresca, who was just as devoted to the innocence of Sacco and Vanzetti then as when they were living. 16 Nevertheless, several Americans Norman Thomas, John Roche, and Max Eastman among others have attested that in the early 1940s, Tresca told them that Sacco was guilty and Vanzetti innocent. 17 Norman Thomas, the old socialist leader, acknowledged in a 1963 interview with the author that Tresca had made these remarks to him, although he, Thomas, was unable to elaborate. 18 A letter from Norman Thomas to John Nicholas Biffel, on the occasion of an anniversary celebration of the Sacco-Vanzetti case in 1967, provided further confirmation. How do you expect to handle the charges that at least one of them, Sacco, was guilty, as Carlo Tresca told some of us shortly before his own assassination? 19. John Roche and Max Eastman have provided brief accounts of the circumstance in which they heard Tresca make his claim regarding Sacco. Roche, later the dean of the Fletcher School of Diplomacy at Tufts University, related that at a gathering of the Youth Committee Against War, held at the home of Norman Thomas sometime in 1941, Tresca came bounding in enraged about something or other and took over the show. The subject of Sacco and Vanzetti came up, and Roche asked Tresca about it. The gist of his vigorous remarks was that Sacco had murdered a good comrade, Vanzetti, because he thought he could beat the rap. Vanzetti was innocent, but Sacco was involved and refused to plead guilty and save Vanzetti. Roche, who considered Tresca a great eccentric, not above improving on the truth, did not believe him. Neither Thomas nor anyone else present at the meeting challenged or questioned Tresca. Arguing with Tresca was a volcanic experience, and the conversation moved on to other matters. 20 Since Roche placed no credence in Tresca's allegations, he did not raise the issue again until 1972, when Russell contacted him in preparation for a second book about the case. 21 Eastman related that after learning about Sinclair's doubts some 15 years after the execution, he decided to ask his friend Tresca the truth about Sacco and Vanzetti. Tresca allegedly replied, Sacco was guilty, but Vanzetti was not. Before Eastman could ask Tresca to elaborate, people came into the room and the conversation ended. Eastman claimed he had no opportunity to see Tresca alone again before he was murdered a few weeks later. 22 Eastman made these revelations in 1961, long after he had completed his ideological transformation from Marxism to right-wing conservatism. 23 Some of Tresca's intimates, notably his daughter Beatrice and his friend Luigi Quintiliano, steadfastly maintained that Tresca never held such an opinion of Sacco, or would have told them if he did. 24 Nevertheless, the evidence leaves virtually no doubt that Tresca, by the early 1940s, told several individuals, curiously, no Italians, that Sacco had been guilty, but Vanzetti innocent. The principal questions that must be asked are when and how did Tresca come to hold this view, and what weight does his opinion carry vis-a-vis the greater historical issue of Sacco and Vanzetti's innocence or guilt? We have demonstrated in our narrative that Tresca was not greatly admired or particularly trusted by the Galenisti in general, although they were perfectly willing to accept his assistance whenever they needed it. He did not know the defendants and did not have close ties with members of the original defense committee, except for Filicani and Guadagni. Thus any contention that Tresca was necessarily privy to all information concerning Sacco and Vanzetti, and must have known the truth about their innocence or guilt, as argued by Eastman and Russell, is untenable. On the other hand, the possibility that Tresca, on the basis of information received second-hand, believed Sacco guilty from the outset but decided to defend him as a fellow anarchist, cannot be excluded. But the preponderance of evidence suggests that in the 1920s and 1930s, Tresca sincerely believed both men to be innocent. We must conclude, therefore, that something happened in the late 1930s to change his mind. In a previous study, the author proposed a theory that attributed Tresca's new opinion about Sacco to his hostile relationship with the Gallinisti. As previously noted, between 1925 and 1938, a vicious campaign of slander and denigration motivated by political rivalry and jealousy was waged against Tresca by the directors of L'Unità dei Refratari, first Emilio Coda, then Raffaele Schiavina, alias Max Sardin, for the purpose of destroying Tresca's reputation and standing in the anarchist movement. 25 Tresca was very hurt and demoralized by L'Unità's attacks. For 40 years he had struggled on behalf of the working class only to have his efforts and his person insulted, scorned, and unappreciated by anarchists who should have been his comrades. 26 Is it mere coincidence, therefore, that every known instance of Tresca's declaring Sacco guilty occurred a few years after the climax of L'Unità's campaign against him in 1938? Is it possible that Tresca had always believed Sacco guilty but convincingly feigned belief in his innocence, and that the miserable treatment he endured from the Gallinisti caused him to disregard the anarchists' code of silence and finally speak his mind? Or, more credibly, did Tresca originally believe Sacco innocent but eventually concluded that the Gallinisti had deceived him from the beginning in order to use him, and that the rumors he had heard over the years concerning Sacco might, in fact, have been based on the truth? Believing that he had been led down the garden path by the Gallinisti might also explain the anger that usually accompanied his new assertions of Sacco guilt. There is no way, of course, to prove this theory in the absence of more concrete evidence, but it warrants consideration as a possible explanation for Tresca's behavior. Francis Russell, in a letter to the author in 1977, rejected the hypothesis outlined above, arguing instead that some unknown person had to be responsible for changing Tresca's mind. He further elaborated, "I do feel that the unknown person must have had compelling knowledge of the facts to have convinced Tresca. I do not know him as you do, but he seems to me a man of great integrity who would not have accepted such a reversal of a cause he believed in unless the evidence he received was overwhelming." 27 Then, in 1982, Russell discovered his unknown person. In the winter of that year, Russell received a letter from Ideal Gambara, whose recently deceased father, Giovanni Gambara, had been an anarchist member of the original Sacco Vanzetti Defense Committee. Repeating what his father allegedly told him, Ideal informed Russell that everyone in the Boston anarchist circle knew that Sacco was guilty and that Vanzetti was innocent as far as the actual participation in the killing. But no one would ever break the code of silence even if it cost Vanzetti's life. 28 Russell subsequently visited Ideal in California in hope of obtaining additional information. All he found was a dozen pages of a memoir, which said nothing about Sacco's guilt and omission attributed to his unwillingness to commit such incriminating information to paper, according to his son, and a tape recording of Gambara's old voice, saying Sacco was guilty. Sacco was guilty. 29 Russell's knowledge of Giovanni Gambara was based entirely on the glowing portrait provided by his son Ideal, whose filial admiration is understandable. According to Ideal, Giovanni Gambara commanded great respect and loyalty amongst the anarchists combined with an aura of deadly intent. Of the Gallinisti who served on the defense committee, my father was always the most astute and intelligent thinker of them all. 30 From what source, other than his own father, did Ideal acquire the information upon which to base such a positive characterization? Certainly not from the Italian anarchists in and around Boston who knew Giovanni Gambara personally. Gambara was an eccentric in every way. Jenny Salome, Giovanni was one of the original members of the Sacco Vanzetti Defense Committee, but he was never important. Joseph Moro, who served as the last secretary of the Defense Committee, Johnny Gambara was on the Defense Committee at the beginning, but he didn't do anything and was not much to talk about. Sebastiano Magliaccia, Gambara was a windbag, who liked to talk, Harry Ritchell, born Evaristo Ricci Ardelli. The worst of the lot was Giovanni Gambara. He was absolutely insufferable. He agreed with no one and argued with everybody. He believed that only he knew what was right. He was very contentious and was always arguing with Felicani, Orest Fabrizi. 31 This was the man whose voice from beyond the grave represented for Russell the last word on the case, and constituted irrefutable proof of Sacco's guilt. 32 He was also the deus ex machina whom Russell believed was responsible for changing Tresca's opinion about Sacco. In 1941 Gambara was preparing to leave Boston for California, and in leaving his past behind him he must have felt free in meeting Tresca to tell him the bedrock truth about Sacco and Vanzetti. 33. There is not a shred of evidence to substantiate that Tresca and Gambara were even friends, much less that Gambara made a special trip to New York to tell Tresca the truth about Sacco before departing for California. Russell's hypothesis amounts to more than conjecture and theory, it is a venture into the realm of creative fantasy, conceived for the purpose of reinforcing a guilty verdict for Sacco that Russell had already rendered many years earlier. In the final analysis, all that can be stated with certitude is that on several occasions in the early 1940s, Carlo Tresca declared that Sacco, but not Vanzetti, was guilty of the crime of robbery and murder for which they were condemned. 34 By the rules of evidence, however, anecdotal information of this nature must be considered hearsay and, by definition, too problematic to be attributed great importance. Consequently, in the absence of further elucidation, Tresca's statements, while suggestive and plausible, do not qualify as concrete evidence for judging Nicola Sacco guilty. 35. Bibliographical essay. Rather than a standard bibliography, which would add too many pages to an already lengthy book, the following is a bibliography essay that indicates the most important sources pertaining directly to Tresca's life and career. The most important sources utilized for this biography were Tresca's own newspapers and other Italian immigrant radical publications, without which no scholar can study Tresca's political career in depth or understand the Italian radical movement. Unfortunately, with the passing of old radicals, a great wealth of periodical material was discarded by surviving relatives who were ignorant of or indifferent to its historical value. Accordingly, there is not a single collection of Tresca's newspapers extant today that is complete. Only about 15 issues of La Plebe have survived. The files of El Avvenire, although more extensive than those of La Plebe, have wide gaps, especially during the World War I years. Scattered issues of La Plebe and El Avvenire are available at the Immigration History Research Center, University of Minnesota, the International Institute for Social History in Amsterdam, and the U.S. Post Office Department, which confiscated and copied many. Incomplete collections of Il Germ are available at the Archivio Diocesano in Sulmona and the Biblioteca Nazionale Centrale of Florence. The files of Il Martello on microfilm at the NYPL are the most complete. Several issues from 1918 and 1919 that are not included in this microfilm collection were given to the author by one of Tresca's former comrades. In addition to Tresca's own newspapers, the official organ of the Italian Socialist Federation, Il Proletario, is indispensable for the pre-World War I period of his career. The unfortunate propensity of indifferent relatives to discard the private holdings of departed radicals also accounts for the paucity of surviving letters from Tresca, who must have written many hundreds, if not thousands, in the course of his career. Of the surviving letters, many are scattered throughout various collections of private papers on deposit at the Internationaal Instituut voor Sociale Geschiedenis in Amsterdam, the Immigration History Research Center at the University of Minnesota, the Labadie Collection at the University of Michigan, the Archives of Labor and Urban Affairs at Wayne State University, the New York State School of Industrial and Labor Relations at Cornell University, and a few other repositories cited in the notes. Less than a score, however, are particularly revealing about his personal and political life. Some letters regarding his political activities are so specific in detail that they are of little value for a comprehensive study. And more often than not, Tresca's letters are undated, making it difficult to place their contents in proper chronology and historical context. The scholar can only wish that Tresca's autobiography had made up for the scarcity of surviving correspondence. He began writing his memoirs sometime in the 1920s, but made little progress until the late 1930s and early 1940s. Even by that date, however, he never finished the project. Aside from a few pages dealing with the Lawrence strike of 1919, and Mussolini and fascism in the 1920s, the autobiography essentially stops at 1917. Its contents are devoted entirely to Tresca's political career. Except for a discussion of his childhood and youth in Sulmona, the autobiography says nothing about his personal life. But even with its deficiencies, Tresca's autobiography is an indispensable source. After his death in 1943, several copies of the unpublished autobiography were held in private possession, namely, by Beatrice Tresca Rapport and Peter Martin. Peter Martin provided the author with an earlier draft and the final version of the autobiography. Another copy of the autobiography was deposited with the Tresca Memorial Committee papers at the NYPL. Still another copy is held by the Library of the Facoltà di Magistero of the University of Florence. It should be noted, however, that Tresca's own manuscript version, written in English, has been lost. The existing autobiography was ghostwritten by Max Nomad. This version was recently published as the autobiography of Carlo Tresca, edited with introduction and notes by Nunzio Pernicone, New York, the John D. Calandra Italian-American Institute, CUNY, 2003. For information about Tresca's private life and political activities not included in his autobiography, I conducted numerous interviews and corresponded with those close relatives, former comrades, and other individuals who were still living when this biography was initiated. The following individuals, almost all deceased, provided essential information about Tresca's personal life, his activities, and Italian immigrant radicalism in general, although not all are cited directly in the notes: Tresca's daughter Beatrice Tresca Rapport, his son Peter Martin, Margaret de Silver's sons and daughter-in-law Harrison, Burnham, and Claire de Silver, Luigi Quintiliano, Giuseppe Popolizio, Vincenzo Alvano, Alberto Chiappelli, Giuseppe Iniso, Hugo Roland, Mario de Ciampis, Egidio Clemente, Raffaele Schiavina, Valerio Ischia, Michel Cantarella, Norman Thomas, Roger Baldwin, Morris L. Ernst, James T. Farrell, Nancy MacDonald, Eleazar Lipsky, Max Ascoli, and Morris Milgram. Several of these individuals, in addition to interviews and letters, provided vivid portraits of Tresca in the invaluable special issue of Il Martello entitled, Omaggio alla memoria imperatora di Carlo Tresca, eds. Felice Guadagni and Renato Vidal, New York, Il Martello, 1943. Supplementary memoir material by former associates of Tresca is surprisingly limited. Most important is the partial autobiography written by Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, The Rebel Girl, an autobiography, My First Life, 1906 to 1926, New York, International Publishers, 1973. Essential for the Italian radical ambience in New York is the memoir of Vanni Montana, Amaros Tico, Testimonians Euro-American, Livorno, U Bastoni Editor, 1975. As much a memoir as a secondary source, given the author's personal involvement with the Syndicalist, Italian Socialist Federation and Il Proletario, the article by Mario de Ciampis, Storia del Movimento Socialista Rivoluzionario Italiano, in La Parola del Popolo 9, number 37, December 1958, January 1959 136 to 163, is a fundamental source for the historical context of Tresca's early activities. Other than Tresca's newspapers and the personal recollections of relatives and former associates, the most important primary sources utilized for this biography were the hundreds of documents amassed by the Italian government, both fascist and pre-fascist. Indispensable are the ambassadorial, consular, and prefecture reports to the Direzione Generale di Pubblica Sicurezza of the Italian Ministry of the Interior, especially the individual dossier on Tresca in the Cancellerio Politico Centrale, a collection of dossiers on thousands of Italian radicals compiled by the authorities. Other essential categories of Interior Ministry documents include the Divisione Affari Generali e Riservati and the Divisione Polizia Politica. These collections are on deposit at the Archivio Centrale dello Stato in Rome. Similar documents relating to Tresca are also available at the Archivio di Stato di L'Aquila, in the regional capital of the Abruzzi region. Of the American government documents relating to Tresca, the most important are in the files of the Justice and State Departments. The former include the dossier compiled by the Bureau of Investigation and its successor, the FBI. Heavily censored, the file was obtained directly, and piecemeal, from the FBI under the Freedom of Information Act. The file is presently available on the FBI's website. Other relevant State and Justice Department records are found in various categories within Record Group 59 and 60, respectively. Post Office Department files contain translations of some of Tresca's offending articles from La Plebe and El Avvenire. All of the above, and other U.S. government documents, such as the War Department, the Office of Strategy Services, and the Office of War Information, are on deposit at the National Archives, formerly in Washington, D.C., but since transferred to Suitland, Maryland. The last category of official documents utilized for this biography include the New York District Attorney's Office and New York Police Department records pertaining to Tresca's murder, on deposit at the N.Y. Municipal Archive and NYPD headquarters, respectively. Former Assistant District Attorney Eleazar Lipsky indicated to the author that his office possessed several filing cabinets full of documents pertaining to the Tresca case. If that were true, then the available files are frustratingly incomplete. Furthermore, Tresca's comrades affirmed that after the murder, the police removed a treasure trove of newspaper collections, books, pamphlets, correspondence, and other documents from the office of Il Martello. This material was never returned to the new publishers of the newspaper or to Tresca's family. They must be presumed lost. Unpublished material in collections of private papers is also quite voluminous, especially in regard to Tresca's murder. For the latter, see the files of the Tresca Memorial Committee on deposit at the NYPL, and the papers of John Nicholas Biffel, the chief investigator and publicist for the TMC, at the Tamiment Institute Library, New York University, and the Archives of Labor History and Urban Affairs, Wayne State University. Another collection of Biffel papers was given to the author by Peter Martin, who in turn had received them from Margaret de Silver. Additional unpublished material relating to Tresca's murder was given to the author by Alberto Chiappelli and Mrs. John Ciaccio, niece of Luigi Quintiliano. Other private papers that provided valuable information about Tresca's career include, the Elizabeth Gurley Flynn Papers, Tamiment Institute Library, NYY, the Girolamo Valenti Papers, Tamiment Institute Library, the Margaret Sanger Papers, Library of Congress, Mary Heaton Vorse Papers, Wayne State University, Morris L. Ernst Papers, University of Texas at Austin, John Finnerty Papers, University of Oregon, Luigi Antonini Papers, Archives of the Il Guio, New York State School of Industrial and Labor Relations, Cornell University. Of a related nature are the recollections of several important figures that knew and worked with Tresca, which are part of the Columbia University Oral History Collection, Aldino Felicani, Max Schachtman, Norman Thomas, Roger Baldwin, and A.J. Must. Biographical works devoted to Tresca have been few. Max Nomad, at the request of Margaret de Silver, wrote a biography entitled Rebel Without Uniform that was never published. Based almost entirely on Tresca's autobiography, some articles from Il Martello and American newspapers, as well as the author's considerable knowledge of the radical movement, Nomad's account does not approach the standards of a scholarly biography. A very colorful profile of Tresca was written by Max Eastman for The New Yorker, Volume X, September 15, 1934, pages 31 to 36, and September 22, 1934, pages 26 to 29, however, it contains more than a small amount of invention, some of it provided no doubt by Tresca himself. Francis Russell devoted a chapter to Tresca, the last anarchist, in his book Neglected Events and Persons from the First World War to the Depression, New York, McGraw-Hill, 1964. Superficial, poorly researched, and marred by factual errors, Russell's essay added nothing to our knowledge of Tresca. Several specific aspects of Tresca's career were previously treated by the present author, Carlo Tresca, and the Sacco Vanzetti case, the Journal of American History, 60, November, December 1979, 132 to 140, Murder Under the L, the Greco Carrillo case, the Italian American Review 6, number 2, Autumn/Winter 1997 to 1998, 20 to 44, War Among the Anarchists, the Galinistes campaign against Carlo Tresca, in Philip V. Canestraro and Gerald Meyer, eds, The Lost World of Italian-American Radicalism. Westport, C.N., Praeger, 2003, 77 to 97. The only full-length biography of Tresca published prior to the present account was that written by Dorothy Gallagher, All the Right Enemies, The Life and Murder of Carlo Tresca, New Brunswick, Rutgers University Press, 1988. Gallagher's book is divided into two parts, the first focusing on Tresca's life and related people and events, the second on his murder. Gallagher provides skillfully drawn portraits of the individuals in Tresca's life, such as Helga Guerra, Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, and Vittorio Vidali, but her account of his ideas and activities is relatively brief, a limitation attributable to her inability to read crucial sources in Italian, especially Tresca's newspapers. Her treatment of the murder and investigation, on the other hand, is well researched, thorough, and critically accurate.